習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武统即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, shun of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
inside a cave. I'm not a robot and I challenging you. I'm not a venom, I'm in your face and I'm here to see
その歪んだ欲望、我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
right before your eyes. Watch us multiply.
どんな困難にも全力で立ち向かいます。
It's time. As the power
美
grows.
少女怪盗と申します。お宝は私がいただいていきますね。
Light us will go dry. Stop.
綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Break this song, I tried to find my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road, I face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held it in my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. They are all your keys back. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands. I'm climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this zone, now trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this zone, now face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held it in my hand. NARAKA
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无统即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星云。哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如许，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl Summer Split. My name is Hipbrain, and I'm joined by Seb as we're getting ready to go into... Actually, it's our full split, as you can see below the bottom of the screen. How you doing, Seb? It's been a long break between seasons for us.
Yeah, I am amazing. It is really great to be able to come back year after year for the Nbpl. It's just something that keeps on going. You know, there's lots of times where we haven't been too certain about how exactly things are going to be panning out with NARAKA, and now getting into this fall split, I'm super excited to see where this is going to take us. Of course, we've got so much NARAKA action packed for you guys in this next week, and then coming into the mid-season challenge, the EWC, which will be coming out pretty soon. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on Twitch, don't forget to activate your drops. Make sure you connect your Twitch account to your NARAKA account, claim some free items. You've got your daily drops at the top here, and then you've got your bi-weekly finals drops that are going to be coming through. Spring split item choice gift are going to be coming in. I believe we're going to be switching that up to the fall split choice gift once our bi-weekly finals are going to be coming through. But that is going to be great. How have you been? It's been a while since we've been on the caster desk together, so it's going to be nice to see trios, obviously your favorite out of the game modes. So how are we feeling?
I'm very excited. Big trios fan, me. You know, I actually did quite a lot of solos last split, which was rare for me. I've actually gone, like, I think before that I literally hadn't done a single solos game for an entire year. So it was kind of nice to come back and see, you know, how much the meta has changed and how much the game has changed in solos, because the rule set for solos is actually dramatically different nowadays than it was back when I was doing it. Trios, on the other hand, you know, we've kept somewhat similar across the board, and what I love about trios and what I'm really excited for today is the way in which we the teams craft comps to counter each other, because I feel like solos is very much like these are the meta characters, you kind of have to play them, where solos we get some creativity, we get some teams who are happy to, you know, load in something a little bit weird and a little bit spicy that might throw the lobby off guard. I mean, last season towards the end we saw a few Valda comps rocking up, and you know, I'm excited to see what we got today, because there are some spicy stuff. I know it's been gone over on previous days, but I will bring it up momentarily. But right now, here is our standings after our first games on Friday for the trios. JL sitting at the top. We still got some more teams to play today though, so things could be getting changed around, things could get a little bit more explosive, and it's going to be a fun week, because we don't stop NARAKA until the bi-weeklies are done on Thursday, right? Or is it Wednesday? I can't remember what day we're finishing now. We are going 8 days solid. Yeah, I think it's Thursday. I can actually check. I've got it on my other screen. No, it ends on Thursday. So there you go. It is 8 days of NARAKA back to back, and we are halfway through. These are the teams playing today. Pretty stat lineup of teams, actually. I'm really excited to see, you know, I think YZG were one of my teams to watch last split, and sure, they didn't take it all, but they look really solid all split long, right?
Yeah, and we do have some notable things to mention. First up, taking a look, this is going to be our game lineup starting on Predoria, as we always do for our trios, going to Holleroth, Morris, and then switching it up, Holleroth, Morris, Predoria on that third games. Then coming in, we have some notable things coming off. DRG is going to be getting some new players in solos, and then for trios we've got TXJ returning to JL, which is an interesting one. YZG and WZ are all going to be getting a whole bunch of new players. So that team that you were rooting for, almost completely different coming into this split. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to join. Bauda has VVV, and this is actually their first time playing with VVV. He went from JL over to Bauda, so this is going to be an interesting switch around. VVV being one of like the most dominant players in the entire league when it comes to trios. So having him on that Bauda team, who have been a pretty middle of the pack roster traditionally, they're going to have a chance to debut with these new powerhouse players, and hopefully it's going to change their team chemistry just enough to get them a few extra points per game and give them that. We've also got Yali joining WBG. SS1 is getting a new player, Yuan, and Alliance is getting Jiangjiang. New players who are joining the league fresh from the Chinese competitive scene. They haven't played in the Nbpl before, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to mesh in with the veterans of this game.
Yeah, I think the changes to the rosters are actually quite interesting. Like you said, Bauda, they've had like I think a couple of splits where they look like they could have maybe done something great with it, and then it kind of falls to the wayside, and they haven't been able to actually execute on that. So locking in, a incredibly solid player like VVV, we've talked for a while about how we think he's the best Viper in the world. It's not just his Viper though. Like, he's a very, very experienced and capable player, and it's a big lock-in for them. Concerning the YZG roster changes, I have a lot of faith in them regardless, because I feel like YZG are a team who their like scouting unit and the people who are able to put a roster together are actually really, really capable. So I have faith in YZG. Maybe that's some coach, I don't know, but that's where I'm at. So we are seeing our teams coming up onto our screens right now. The new Lights jerseys is sick.
Yeah,
I'm
they
a
look
big fan
amazing.
of that. That's really nice. So I think we should probably address the elephant in the room. There's a certain comp that's not really going to be getting played because Wu Chen is removed from competitive play at the moment. So the blind date comp with the Aruba driver is kind of gonzo. You were saying that there is some variants where they're rocking, is it Zai and
yeah, so we've seen Viper splashed out across different comps. We've seen the loss of Tessa. Tessa has kind of sort of started to fade away. We're starting to see a lot more Viper coming through with Justina Syra. Viper Justina Syra has been a comp. Matari Viper Zai has been very prominent in our competitive play. I know on the EU side, people were messing around with Viper Yueshan, which was an interesting one to see. I don't know exactly how that worked. We've also seen a bit of Faria coming in. Faria Justina Syra, like our ice pick variation with Syra. OA has been running that a lot and averaging 12.2 points on that comp per game. So not a very bad start for them. WBG, they've also got some new jerseys as well. I think everybody got a little bit of a revamp in the style department as Duran, Cookie, and Yali gonna be jumping in here. Everybody's got, there's a few other new players that I did forget to mention that you will be seeing. Some of these teams are not like before. Lots of these teams have had complete reworks. Some of them had a minor reworks, some trades going to other sides. We've got Shinyu, SS, and Baby U, OUG roster going to stay the same. They have been a dominating force since the spring split.
Yeah, I mean, they've been so on it. I mean, there's a bunch of teams who I think have just been consistently good this year. It's interesting to talk about. I don't know if they're playing today. I assume they're not. I can't remember. I could just check stuff and it'll be in there. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's not in that. Okay, I cannot find the forum where it was posted, so we're going to ignore that for now. As I went to make a point and then completely messed it up. But yeah, I feel like, we've had some teams who have been staying relatively consistently good. Some teams who have been a bit up and down. Obviously, one of those teams we talked about was Bowder. With the addition of VVV, hope it's a good enough step up for them. Like I said, I'm excited to see how YZG pan out, just due to me being a bit of a fanboy ever since the KLA days, back when they were known as that. So, there's maybe a little bit of bias playing into that, but I have to admit, they have been spectacular this year, and now coming in with a fresh roster, some new faces, here they are. Obviously, YZG remaining for them, but Zen and X... wait, what? YZG's the team. Why did I say YZG? I had a complete brain fart. My brain, it's too early in the morning for everyone at home. I say it too early. It's 9 o'clock in the morning here now, but I woke up early for this, so still starting up. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this fresh YZG does fare.
Yeah, I think any time with a brand new roster, we're going to be seeing some difficulties when it comes to chemistry, when it comes to the pressure of just, you're playing on stage now. You go from playing video games in your room or at a net cafe, now you're playing and you've got hundreds of thousands of eyes on you on the CN side, you've got hundreds of eyes on you on the English side. Everybody is looking at you now. You have that added pressure, which will take away from your playing. Taking a look at Bauda's new team, VVV, Zem, and NY7. This, with the new jerseys alongside them, should be a very interesting change. They haven't played yet, so we're gonna get to see whether it works or not here. And obviously this is the first bye week. We're playing bi-weekly 1 back to back. So usually we spread it out over the weekends, but because of EWC, we're going to be playing everything straight, like Hiprain mentioned before, all the way until next Thursday. So
I think that's really interesting though, right? Like, they don't get any time to go off and scrim and practice. They don't really get any time to breathe. It is just constant action. And these first week of play is so important because they go off, they get, another 4-day break or 3-day break. It's 4-day break, actually. They get a 4-day break between, playing again. And in that time, they can really sit down and kind of start to look and start to fix any of those kind of early issues for some of these newer comps or comps with, an additional player who's been swapped out. Like, this is very much like the refinement stage. And they don't really have that refinement stage. They just smash out 8 days of gaming, and then in a week's time they're off to Saudi Arabia. So a lot of these guys have got to kind of get it down this week early. As see our round selection as we go into the first picks of the day, heading over to Padoria.
We've got our first round selection, OA, Bauda, Alliance, and WBG. When it comes to our second round, we're going to see OUG, DRG, YZG, and WZ. GG, SS1, Fun Plus Phoenix, and SR taking our last round selection. And I know you guys probably heard a few rumors. We have a new ban pick coming in for either EWC or after EWC. We're going to be using a completely new ban system that it'll completely change the game. But for now, we're on patch 0724. So this is going to be our early July patch. This won't be the brand new patch where we've seen a lot of crazy nerfs coming out to Syra. Look at that. Bauda running the Viper Yushan Matari composition. And
I can't believe VVV's on Matari and not Viper. That is crazy to me.
Yeah, they're switching it up. Hopefully the chemistry will react and they'll be able to get something in the works.
This is interesting as well. No team has had an increase in points. No hero has had an increase in points here because every team locked something different in. So does mean we're going to finally start to see some heroes have increases going after this round as YCG figuring out what they're going to lock in. Last team in this second round selection. Crazy to see this Matari, Uation, and Viper comp coming through. And it's actually going to be the Zai variant here for YZG. So 5 heroes, mind you, get increased to 1 extra point here. And what have these guys got left in tank? Because typically here is where you pick the blind date, right? Like this is where you go, okay, lock the big boys off the table. This just looks like a Sand Siphon angle to me.
Yeah, Valda Siphon, oh my goodness. Valda Rumi Monk coming out from SR. That's an interesting one. We're going to see some points burnt here by SS1. Really going for that Monk comp as well with the Kylan. Then we're going to see another Yushan Matari Viper alongside another Syra Justina Viper. Syra Justina Viper, an interesting one as well. That composition, the lockdown that you get with the amount of stun you're able to pull off, you get the stun from the Syra, you get the stun from the Justina, and you get the stuns from the Viper. It's a very lockdown heavy comp. It's been working really well to combat against Transformers. So
yeah,
you must love it. You're gonna love watching that comp fight into Transformers.
I love any comp that deals with Transformers, and obviously, like you kind of mentioned earlier, we've had the ultimate changes. So Monk's not gonna stay Monk as long. Your window to use that character is significantly decreased, and I think the thing I really like about this is how it affects Roma Yang. Because one of my major issues with Monk was their Roma Yangs were boring. It was just a stall fest using the Monk transformation, and half of the Roma Yang was just taken up by like not being able to hit the Monk. Now inside the Roma Yang, it's a lot scarier because the thing about Monk is he's kind of not a hero when he doesn't have his transform up. Like he has the bell as a combo break or like a protection angle, but other than that, he doesn't really do much. You got to just rely heavily on your kind of mechanical abilities in fights. So I'm interested to see what Roma Yangs look like with these transformer comps now, with those timing out, and also the Kailin. He's going to have less of a window to be using those dashes in that ultimate as well. It makes a big difference, and it really, really changes how the Realm of Yang 1v1s break out. As we're getting loaded up for our first game here of our second day of trios.
Here we go. Couple hero points burned on the bottom side, but all in good strategy. So we are going to be seeing that happening here. F1 and F2, still a debate on which one is going to reign supreme on the Viper, but F2 selected out for all the Mataris and all of our Justinas. We've got our F1 V2 coming over for the Monks. V2 V1, it's the only hero that we see any sort of variation when it comes to the compositions. Like Shin Yu using the comp F1 V2, but with Zai, you want to use F2 V2. So there are a lot of different ways that you can use the Viper, and that is why she's so adaptable into, we see her here with 3 different compositions. We see her with Matari and Syra, or Justina and Syra. We see her with Matari and Yushan. We see her with Matari and Zai. There's so many different ways that Viper can be slotted into these compositions now that they've removed Wuchen and now that people are not playing Tessa.
Yeah, really, really exciting stuff. I love being a good Viper. I think it's very fun. GG dropping where they always drop. And they were a team I wanted to talk about, actually, because, you know, currently the world champions, honestly, very, very disappointing spring split for them. They kind of didn't really make much of it. And unfortunately for them, you know, I feel like people's attention has turned away from them. And maybe that's how GG like it, because I don't think anyone, you know, really had their eyes on them last year. I know they did win both the seasons, but it felt like, you know, other than their kind of like clutch wins at the end, they hadn't done much. They're a team who kind of swim under the radar and then just pull out a big victory later.
They do like to coast throughout the year. I think they kind of, their strategy is very intel focused. They gather as much information on these teams as possible and use that to gain an advantage in these future games. So we're going to see already WZ getting taken out. Young going to go down here, losing their healer. Combo going to come out on the side of the Monk. And he gets hit with the taps from the staff of Dao Yu. Dao Yu's going to be able to piece him up, take away those 2 eliminations as they search for a third. Paragon coming out on the side as we're flipping over to a fight. WBG versus Baoda. It looks like Baoda already sent back to the lobby as WBG picking up the 3 quick eliminations. Excuse me, the Soul Altar, not the lobby. They're going to be back into this game in just a second as we're flipping over to OA.
Yeah, he's using you. Just playing the escape game right now. Doesn't really want to get too involved, but finds himself pinned against the wall and in a dicey position. Here the power coming out from his teammate, and he follows up with the Cuckoo. Cuckoo's going to go down, but they immediately get dogpiled by DRG, who slide into the play. Xinyu getting some healing coming in from his zip, but I don't really think it's going to be enough here as he is on the run, caught and taken out. BX Maki is able to secure that kill. And that hit wasn't his zip. That was the enemy zip, so it didn't even heal him. As Kakashi will be going down here. Looks like Alliance has come in for the third party. PP with the great sword. Trying to get a couple of big hits on switches. The throwing knives and just throws out a little bit of additional damage now. Committed into the ultimate, and Microwave's going to go down. He's going to look to try and find the dazzles, find a bit of extra damage, but he's been interrupted by those tight Lin dashes. It held in place, trying to make the breakaway. Does have the orb to heal his team up. They're still going to be okay. Jang gets healed. Alliance walk away from the fight unscathed.
Alliance with a pretty strategic fourth party attempt there. They only were able to come away with 1 elimination as DRG had already cleaned up most of those other members of the team, as we're going to see on the other side. Baoda already back into the mix against WPG. When we see Yushan trying to come out and make something happen. He's taking so much damage right now, getting extremely low. Kylan able to just piece him up as Zeron finishes up the elimination. Ultimate's still available on their side. They've only had to burn the 1 Kylan all fighting into this Baoda team. It looks like he's just going to head for the win, heading for the hills, trying to blast out of there as fast as possible. NY's going to be able to get out of there. 2 Cookie! Oh, getting dangerously low from that Matari dash, but able to secure the kill. And you see that parry comes through. He's going to turn his full sword attack away. Big parry coming in on the other side. But Cookie with the parry again to counter the punish. And BBB's going to get taken out quickly there. WB picking up a almost lethal parry mistake.
Oh, you can take the players out of the Bowder, but you can't take the Bowder out of the players. All their lives used, one player standing. That is a real rough start for Bowder here. As maybe from 08 getting jumped onto, but I think they might be a little bit cooked, unfortunately. That's going to be a kill for Baby Yeet. Securing that one. As 2-tick now, just playing Escape. Remember, already your revives have been used up. I see a lot of teams actually running around reviveless in this early game, so dramatically explosive game. It's going to cause, you know, some people get knocked out very quick in this game. It's on Bowder right now to find the reverse chimes and get their team back up. They're going to be in real struggle, Bill.
It's going to be a really slow game for Bowder for the rest, but they do still have an opportunity to be able to pull this back if their Viper's going to be able to get the revives up. We're now taking a look, though. SS1 getting a little bit of a range scrap off with GG. GG's going to be on the back end. Pretty decently stacked right now. Blue armor on everyone from SS1, but GG's got purples. They're ready to go. They've got purple armor, purple weapons for some of their players, and of course the beautiful 50 cal skin for the musket. Just looking absolutely amazing. Jung now from Alliance, who's trying to get a stun off. They look at this combo. They get the freeze from the Justina onto Wong, and then they're able to get that big Viper stun off. WZ gonna be getting hit by that Moonbait, taking so much damage, trying to get the grab. Justina freeze is gonna come in. Oh my goodness, Alliance have come out to play, picking up their 4th elimination of game number 1 onto WZ's Creek. Wonk also getting taken out earlier. We've got 1 player remaining on the side of WZ, and they're gonna try and find him and get him out.
That was really nice there, getting the phase breath on to the Monk, and this comp. It's a good Attack on Titan comp. It can just lock them down, effectively make that Monk useless. Remember, reduce timers. By the time you come out with all that crowd control, you have lost a massive amount of your ultimate timer there. So, you know, it is no longer a comp which needs to stall. Monk needs to be aggressive. Really rough to get caught by these Attack on Titan comps. I think, if anything, it's less of a nerf to like Monk and more of a buff to like Attack on Titan comps, because they get so much more value out of CCing the Monk now.
Yeah, and lots of ultimates aren't as timer based. Like a Viper ultimate, you don't. The V3 or V2, obviously, you want to have for a longer time, but that V1 ultimate. It's a huge buff to have that ultimate timer short and being able to stun out. I'm not 100% sure if that one was switched just because of the fact that if it is shorter, it is a buff. But giving players shorter ultimates in that sense does balance out the fact that her ultimate isn't something reliant on time. Fun plus Phoenix. I haven't seen Fun plus Phoenix in a hot minute. No eliminations on the board. They've still got their revives. It looks like they haven't really gotten themselves into any kind of scrap-offs. They do see GG in the distance, but it looks like they're not going to go for that push just yet. Alliance on the other side of the map. Everybody just looting the floating piles, wanting to try and see if they can get a little bit better loot. Oh, look at that hip raid. We've got the Vulpine Essence for Jiang, who's going to be able to get himself a huge buff when he comes into a fight. If he does get himself eliminated, he's going to be able to come back into the fight with a bit of extra health. If you guys don't know, that Vulpine Essence is acting as a super crazy Mortal Defiance. You get to a hit that would have killed you, knocks your opponents back, and gives you back almost all of your HP.
Yeah, and the Vulpine Essence obviously is going to be big for the Rummy Yang. That's where you want to be using it. You want to try and get yourself an early victory, kind of Vulpine Essence as or it's like a safety net. It's not a guaranteed catch, but it's definitely going to do you a lot of good.
It's insurance.
Some of the teams starting to posture around. Does look like Alliance WBG actually a little bit more interested in getting involved in a scrap over there as FPX and GG. Currently just waiting for this Rummy Yang to spawn up, and that's where we're going to get all the action. We had a very explosive early game. Some teams actually losing a lot of their revives and being forced onto a real back foot and slows down their game plan, but some teams heavily accelerated just due to the fact they got so many kills, so many Dark Tide coins. They were able to, really accelerate their performances. In they jump. GG going to be going up versus FPX inside this Realm of Yang. Otherwise, we've got OA versus SS1, OUG versus SR, and WBG versus Alliance. I forgot about this. We now have 4 Realm of Yangs as well.
Yeah.
So even more teams running around with that debuff, even more action. The NARAKA devs do not want people sitting still anymore in this game. They want it to be full-on aggression. LXM, go in aerial, waiting for an opportunity to pop that Viper ultimate and catch on, but Water in the transform is going to be able to catch on to LXM and get a massive chunk out of his shield, almost fully stripping that away. With that jump in, he's able to get it. He's committed the ultimate, but LXM going incredibly low here. Has to be able to break away. He's going to try and get a pop off, but Kiki's going to jump onto him, and LXM, caught inside the crowd control, is able to connect to the ultimate, but he's still going to go down regardless. Now Water's caught in the frozen here, but GG have just crumbled. They have fallen apart to the onslaught from FPX. Water gets hit by the parry, and it's CJS 1 versus 3. He's got 1 minute 13 to buy. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Somehow a 1-3-3 has to come out from him. Pops the freeze, breaks the freeze, immediately loses all of his armor as Water starting to go low, but hits him with a fan and finishes the fight up.
What a beautiful onslaught from Fun Plus Phoenix. They're able to get 2 of those spear stabs away on to the members of GG from that Yushan. And the lockdown that hero has when you add in a Viper stun plus Matari dashes, Invisible Yushan. We need to find a name for this comp. I don't know if Invisible Yushan is going to do it, but
I don't think that's quite catchy enough, buddy.
No. But it is a powerhouse of a composition. I know you don't like Transformers, but I love to see Yushan back in the mix.
I don't like Monk. I like Transformers as characters because I think, you know, oh my word, I've forgotten her name. The one with the mech. Beria, thank you. Sorry, long off season for me. I mean, that was a big clap from 17S, and Elisa Louis, he's stuck. He can't get through the door. He's gonna lose his transformation, and he has no teammates about. Immediately gonna get jumped onto here. Tries to get sun damage with the dual halberds. They do have the revive. The SS1 making absolutely nothing out of the fact that they were able to get his million birds fight. He was able to pick his weapon up before going down. So just to get his purple halberds back, but man, what a fight from SR. Massive clap.
17S with the double grab, double slam, double elimination under the members of SS1. What a crazy kill. Taking a look at our scoreboard pretty quickly, SS1 had a really good day 1, so they're already in second place with 74 total points on the board. But for this game specifically, they've got themselves 3 kills. Alliance has got themselves 7. SR and WBG both with 6. 4 for OA, 3 for DRG. YZG has 3 as well. OUG as well with 3. And the rest of the bottom of the scoreboard, we can't see at this moment. It looks like we're going to be getting another Vermilion fight going on. Look at this. The freeze lockdown into the stun, coming out with that. Oh my goodness. What a crazy play from the longsword. Duma going to try and back up to avoid this stun from Fun Plus Phoenix. And the Yushan coming in for the support off of that Viper stun is absolutely crazy. Double dash coming out from Duma to try and make something happen with that longsword. Trying to see if we can get that 1.0 off onto the members of FPX. And now OUG jumping in. Duma in a bit of trouble. Is going to be able to grab that soul wound, popping into that F ability to avoid any extra damage coming through. Tries to carry Alliance stepping back in it to make some teammates had ult back, but he's going to lose it. Jumping back, getting himself eliminated by FPX's Water. OUGSS forced to get into that ultimate form again. Now Water going to get eliminated. OA jumping in on the 4th party. Q-Tech going to get hit. Huge Parasite coming out. Alliance is losing another member. OUGSS going to try and jump around and see if he can get the members of OA stuck. But Lab going to be with a huge counter on the Kylan. It's going to be Yushan's biggest enemy here, just forcing him to back off as GG now with the Mystic Might that they received from the Soul, from the Spirit Well, are going to be trying to jump in. DRG picking up a 5th party elimination. That's going to be on to OUG Shinji. WBG trying to jump into the mix as well. OA still on that backside. You run with the focus button. try and back out of this area. Does not want to mess with any more of these players. And look at that crazy bloodbath. No, I don't think anybody got themselves fully eliminated in that fight. I think that was all the money.
It was Vermilion Bird Mites getting blown there. It looks like WBG were able to cleanse one of their players, but they've still got to keep that going. Flying Knives come out, and that's going to hit onto Cuckoo. He's taken down now. Tutik's gone for a transform. They can just try and wait this one out. Oh wait, just going to try their best to keep Cuckoo revivable, but Tutik is getting absolutely sniped out from the high ground. So wait, just going to have to give this one up. They can pop the Forbidden Seal if they want. Make sure the chase is a bit harder for them. WBG. They got 11 seconds, so I think I might be a little bit sad for them. They've only got one player with the timer on, but unfortunately, they will be losing that player. Unfortunately, may have to try and find themselves a shop and a rebirth charm. Try and get their player back. 15 minutes on the clock. That was a very, very explosive layover from the Vermilion Birds Might. Well, not from the Vermilion Birds Might, from the Realm of Yangs, of all the Vermilion Birds Mites getting popped. We lost 3 players to Realm of Yang corruption, so that's the way who are going to have to be on the back foot now. 2 players went down to that and they need to pick them back up. But as we wait for the Realm of Yang to spawn in, here we go. See who's going jumping into the next one. FPX immediately jump back in. DRG is going to be their opponent inside this Realm of Yang. Slowly but surely, the RG load fully in. And again, it's another one of these kind of Atari, Yue Shen, comps here, Water, a transform. He was so effective on this in our last round when we saw them. Gonna go for the transforms. Taishi looking for grab, but he's just gonna get interrupted by Water here. Water actually just decides to turn around onto Donkey 9. He's able to get the frost down, and nice grab does come out from one onto Taishi. Gets a fair chunk of damage off. The Viper ultimate is gonna get channeled here, and Donkey 9, they evade the Viper stun, but they don't evade Water. Double clap comes out from Kakaishi though, and he's able to pick up a kill in response. Actually, he's made that into 2 kills, and now Water has been left on his lonesome. DRG, the 2 versus 1 in their favor here. I don't think Water's going to be able to survive. He's caught in the knockups against the pillar, and they're going to make quick work with Water. He's taken down.
They had a really good start to that. Fun Plus Phoenix had a very, very good opening, being able to counter that monk with the Yusha, the amazing Kakashi double grab, double slam for 2 eliminations, giving them, look at that, they've got Immortal Defiance, they've got that legendary armor powder, they've got themselves a gold set of fist blades. They're going to drop onto Dong Ching. Talking to the members of DRG, they're a team that they're hungry for more. They're tired of getting into that middle of the pack area. They're tired of getting 3rd. They're tired of getting 4th, 5th, 6th. They want to get themselves a victory, and that's what we're going to be looking for this year. I think this is going to be the hero arc story of DRG on this fall split. So we're going to take a look at a little bit of a replay. Yuma coming in, trying to see if they can get a bit of damage off the longsword before popping off. LXM going to get hit with that freeze. They've got double freeze potential coming out here, but it looks like CJS going to find himself stunned. The Syra going to be able to come and do so much. Look at that freeze, being able to regain those dashes by hitting 2 or more players. And we see it come out here. Oh my goodness. Freeze dash into the engraving, finishing off the elimination on the LXM, and then vote 1 against 330, going to clean up that lobby.
It's very interesting watching Justina play now, but you know, ult durations have been shortened because before Justina's would just kind of pop V, sorry, I'm in a different game there. Pop V very early and then just kind of sit on those dashes until the right moment. But Yuma, you know, playing a lot more passively with that ultimate, waiting for the perfect opportunity to actually throw it down. And you know, you're not just reliant on the fact that your ult lasts for pretty much the vast majority of a fight. Instead, you are, you know, you're having to be a bit more smart about when you actually pop that ultimate and when you can actually, you know, get your money's worth out of it. Yuma, we saw before, I think was maybe a little bit too passive with the usage. In that Realm of Yang, that was a perfect usage there from Yuma. So it's interesting to see that, you know, the players are still kind of learning and figuring out the windows in which they can, you know, use abilities now with the changes. So it's made for a very, very interesting very interesting change to the game. Not what I expected to see, but it's a welcome one in my opinion. this chain.
I think it has done one thing it's done for sure is increase the skill gap. I think now knowing when you need to pop your ultimate, beforehand you had a bit of leeway. You could pop your ultimate early, you could pop your ultimate just a little bit late. You were able to have that sort of forgiveness. I think that this ultimate change has taken away the forgiveness you get from popping your ultimate early. If you burn your ult too fast, you're done and you're not going to fight. If they've still got ultimate available, or if they're going to be able to do that. So it does add a whole layer to the mind games of it all. And I think it definitely says more to the skill and play of these players versus what it came to beforehand. When players were able to rely heavily on the ultimate, you have to rely on your game sense and your skill more and more often than instead of relying on just pressing that V button.
Yeah, absolutely. While you were having your little waffle there, WZ lost their zip to the to a Bane's Breath, weirdly. That's crazy to have lost there, but yeah, okay. That's them gone down. As we're seeing the end of this, the buffs from the last run with Yang, I mean, we didn't really see too much coming out. The teams played quite passively. GG and FPX do still need to pull a trigger fairly soon because their timer is ticking. And they're going to be going down. We've still got 31 players left in the lobby. So, and actually a genuinely quite slow game in that sense. There's been a lot of action, but ultimately there's still a lot of teams, a lot of players standing in this one. As GG forced to pull the trigger. 1 minute 13 on that clock as 5 stuns coming out. They're able to break away from that one. Jinyu very low, but GG unable to fully commit with YG in the area. It's a bit dangerous. Zinyu goes down. CGS secures the kill. Does he get the button? This cleanse though. I don't think he was able to. In fact, I don't think anyone on GG was able to cleanse there. As FPX coming with a third party, able to tidy this one up. The blind knives onto Jen. It's going to do a fair amount of damage to him, but they're just going to look for the escape out, throwing down that Zai ultimate, getting a little bit of extra damage off of those chain slices. Then breaking away. ZGE chasing him. Gets him with the aerial on the bow. Able to find the cleanse for himself as well. FPX cleansed 2 members off the back of that. Still got their Atari to go, but they are fighting in that zone as Water take that LXM. And that should be enough to get them all cleansed up and clean. So, FPX, lovely little save for them. What could have been a dicey situation. I say this, but GG able to find themselves some revenge. 3-3-0 gets the cleanse onto himself. He's not done. ZGE got to pick Water back up. FPX at AOK. Looks like there's a chase onto our remaining GG member though. Don't think they're going to be going for too much longer.
I think GG was able to buy really quickly. We saw him get the elimination, get the cleanse, and then go to the Rift Dealer right away. So I'm pretty sure GG is going to try and go for the revive play here on his team members. We're going to see, oh, what an F2 from ZGE to be able to come in and take out ZXL from YZG. Beautiful F3. We're going to see on the other side. Here's the Spirit Well spawning up. It looks like this is also going to be our Yang Spirit Well. So this means SR have gotten themselves a huge buff, and every player on the inside is going to have that Yang depletion. So we're going to be seeing these players head over to that Rift Dealer, and one team going to be capturing the flag. It looks like WBG to be able to capture this flag here. They're gonna have to stand into that Spirit Well zone for about 10 seconds to cleanse themselves of that Yang depletion. There's a couple other areas on the map where they're gonna be able to do it, or get yourself an elimination at this point. Look at how many teams are on Yang depletion right now. It's DRG, OA, YZG, OUG, Fun Plus Phoenix, WBG just cleansed there as they finished the capture the flag challenge, and GG, their last remaining member, also they managed to cleanse the Yang depletion, and then the Yang Spirit Well gave it to them again. This whole Yang Spirit Well, I don't know if you're too familiar, ladies and gentlemen of the chat, but it has been something that's changed the game drastically since they added it into the Immortal War.
Yeah, big change here. It forces everyone to be a lot more kind of like aggressive, or, you know, less passive. Because this is typically the point in the game where like the teams would kind of just chill and wait for, you know, the Dome Spirit Well back in previous seasons and kind of just play around that. Or they just sit back if they didn't feel like they were ready to fight and just, you know, sit in invisible bushes or find themselves a rooftop to cling to the top two just for a couple of moments, catch their breath. But now everyone's forced to either go capture flag or keep himself in through the fights as SR playing aggressive right now. Only team without that buff. It's going to back off. And we haven't really seen too much from them. This is the Valda comp. My personal favorite. Getting locked in here, so see how they're going to function with that. So another team that did get heavily hit by the nerfs just due to Valda not staying in that ult form for much longer. Now for the V2, obviously, that's duration cut by the nerfs. There's PP just looking to find those microwave beams off. Doesn't quite find it. The IG finds the lock up on NPP. They've got to break away with the orb. Doesn't get the dazzle off, but Kai's able to jump in, and PP's going low. Nice parry hits onto Yuma. He's going to have to freeze himself up, and PP has the whole lobby chasing him down on his lonesome. No backup from the team. Can he escape? No, he can't. That's going to be him going down. We see YGG get eliminated in the middle of the fight as well, as everyone is just desperately trying to get themselves cleansed. 2 minutes left to do so. There's a Bane's Breath down as well. It is just action after action from these teams. We're going to see a lot of people drop off the lobby real soon.
Yeah, everybody going to be trying to go for these alliance members. They're down a player. OA going to be able to use huge Skyland power. Jung with HP. Full point essence to be able to get himself back up just a little bit of HP, but we are going to see the on the members of OA. Jung will go down to FPX's water. Now we're going to see that Viper ultimate coming through, doing so much damage to the members of OBG, shading on the back end, trying to run away. With those flying nuts in hand, Baby going to be going for a bit of a pot onto that outskirt side as well. Still a minute and 16 seconds left until these Yang depletions are going to kick in. DRG fully depletion, OUG fully depletion, Fun Plus Phoenix as well as a GG. They need to claim this. And if they claim the Spirit Well here, I do believe their Yang depletion is going to get cleansed. So DRG and Kakashi are going to go for this. We might see them go for the claim, and then after this, try and get themselves that ultimate. Another quick fix, as you've probably seen in the past, is when you pop that ultimate, you are going to be able to, yeah, we do see the cleanse come from them claiming that Spirit Well, as we're going to be seeing. Now, Water getting a huge Viper stun coming out onto him, taking so much range damage from his opponents. He's going to try and scale onto the other side, but they've got Bada Zem chasing in the back end. Water just going to use this for a repositioning ultimate here, not getting any value off of the attack side. Going to be forced to go to that low ground as SR still holding that high ground area as much as possible. GG's 330 getting absolutely rinsed out here as WBG's Cookie going to be able to pick up that elimination onto 330. Euron looking incredibly strong, going to continue to keep the pressure off on to the members of OUG. That's going to be SS eliminated by Ya Li. And now we've got 17 players left. Circle 6 closing onto Circle 7 in about a minute. We've got FPX on the bottom side with WBG. OA with only 2 members left in the middle. WZ still with the player alive on the top side. Dada's then taking a lot of damage now, and he's going to get himself eliminated quickly. OA with the precision instrument of those flying knives on Cuckoo. And be able to take up so much. Oh my goodness. FPX with a crazy surprise attack here. Looks like they're not going to go for it. It's VVV trying to be the last player on bow. That is survive.
Yeah, VVV hanging on, but they do get a nice parry on a Cuckoo, but I think the end of days is coming in. Down goes Bowder. WZ able to secure the kill onto them. SR, 9 kills in. WBG and FPX, 11, and then 8 kills in both OA and DR right now. It's a couple of teams very much in the capable position to take that first place at the end of this game, the MVP. Zwonk used the ultimate, did time it out, and it's going to have to try and build that rage back up. 2 minutes 40 until we are in dire straits for all of these teams. 15 players left. That Aroma Yang changes, where everyone gets the debuff. Really trims the herd for the lobby. A lot of people go down. Very, very interesting how it's made this zone a lot more competitive, a lot less players. We had 31 players, and then that happened. Down to just 15.
Half of the lobby. We've got a new term for Thanos snap here, if you will, as WBG looking incredibly strong right now with 11 kills on the board. Tied with Fun Plus Phoenix, OA and DRG tied with 8, SR with 9, and WZ the lone player with 1 elimination on the board for their team. He was able to grab off of that first party we saw earlier. Fun Plus Phoenix will be holding that bottom side as everyone starting to converge to that top side. DRG are going to try and hold as fast and as long as possible. Euron going to try and go for the grab. Look at FPXZGE. Huge Viper stun going to be coming in, taking so much damage off of a lot of these players. Euron now forced to hop down, jumps back up, double grab, double slam from DRG's Kakashi. Able to get the elimination off onto water. Trying to grab Womp. 17S as well with a big grab to be able to get the extra off onto Euron. Kakashi forced to de-ult here, jumping back around, sending off these cannon shots. We're going to see the top side. Buffalo Phoenix picking up the elimination on the Cookie as these WBP players start to get eliminated. Womp has that immortality frog on the pilot. He's going to get sent to Narnia as Donkey picking up the elimination. Trying to get the clip off onto the side of this hill, trying to get the pick up onto Yali. Yali is dangerously low as well, but Dongqing now very low in HP. Needs to get that heal off before he engages. Gets hit with the Volda. Not too much going to happen there as we are going to see the Zipping ultimate coming out for the members of TRG. Seeing the Monk coming up again from 17 as a Viper stun going to be coming up from below on ZGE. Yali on the bottom side is going to get the pick on ZGE, but Cuckoo 2 is going to get the pick on Yali. And now SR17 is trying to get himself one more double grab, but it was to be unsuccessful. He grabs Kakashi, he gets another one, double grab, double slam. Cuckoo 2 with eliminated here. He gets another one, drives Kakashi out into the zone, doesn't get the punch off. Kakashi's gonna be able to ult. Oh my goodness, DRG are gonna win this base off of time. They're able to come through. SR with a couple of gaining. It's getting close. He gets the grab. Who gets the elimination? And Dongqing is the last one standing. Oh my goodness, it was a close one.
That was a very close one. Great time out there using the Monk ultimate to, effectively turn what was a lost scenario around for DRG. But man, the Robo Yang changes or the tactical flag changes really change everything here. That could have been a much bigger lobby, but DRG do take that final circle and do take the MVP for the first game of the day. Nice performance from them. I feel like SR, though, honestly deserved it. They played so well. And, a fun comp. Locking in the Valda, only Valda in the lobby, and they really made it work. Massive spear in the last 30 seconds of that game came through. Looking 3 down. A whole bunch of eliminations for them. But DRG played it well, they held on.
Can we clip you saying that there was a Monk comp that looked fun?
Yeah, well, it had a Valor in it, buddy. Like, Monk's not fun, Valor is.
Fair enough. And yeah, they almost had that, but we saw Kakashi was able to just pop his ult at the very last second in the zone. That ult timer was at the normal rate. That's the ult timer nerf there, spicing up the fights. He drops that slam off of the ult timer, and he's able to spam B fast enough to get himself back into ultimate to be able to come away with the victory. That health advantage at the last second. And DRG, I told you, I said this is going to be DRG's split. The fall split of 2025, DRG's hero arc. This is their comeback time. They are going to be putting up a whole lot of points on the board for the rest of the day. Yeah. I am super impressed with how they played.
No, a really good game from them, from the side of DRG there. I felt like there was a point where actually that Monk was just going to die to Corruption because everyone else was in the zone, but they were able to just about get the leap back in and actually scatter the members of SR away. As how many kills did YZG get in game number 1 is our question for you. Is it A3, B5, C7, or D11?
Ooh,
there's quite a variance in there. This is a hard one. That is actually a relatively hard one. Because they weren't like a kind of main watching point there, really. We didn't see much from YZG in that game 1.
Yeah, they had a really good early game. They were playing really strong off of spawn, and then when it came to that mid game, Yang depletion really just kind of made them falter. In that big fight closer to Imperium, we saw all of those teams going at it with the Vermilion Birdmite, I'm pretty sure that they were one of those teams that did end up getting caught out pretty early. So I'd say it'd be on the lower end of kills, ladies and gentlemen, as your hint, but definitely not 1 and definitely not 11. So that narrows out 2 answers for you. Taking a look at our scores, 19.6 for DRG with the 15.6 kill points and the 4 ranking points. SR going to be taking 14 kills, 2.5 ranking points at a total game score of 16.5. 13.5 for WBG, 13.5 for FunPlus Phoenix, and YZG had 3 eliminations. So you can pop that answer in your guys' chat.
It's quite a dramatic. It's quite a dramatic change in points there. Like half the lobby were into double digits, and then half the lobby were in very low numbers. Like a very, very kind of stark difference between our teams at the top and the bottom of that lobby. As I'm gonna look at our overall scorecards, I think we can make a pretty solid guess on who's going to be an MVP for this one. But really, really solid game going in. As we're gonna have our replay from the previous game. DRG, this was this for the third part? Yeah, this is where like everyone just kept third partying, running into this early fight down here. And yeah, they were just very connected this game. Like you said, they've obviously been looking to step up. You know, I think it's too early to call whether or not this is like the start of something for them.
I gotta get my DRG merch out and start cheering. As they talking to their manager, they said that DRG's been a team that they've always had good players, high skill, and good energy, but they've never been able to get that factor that just really increases their gameplay to the point where they are dominating lobbies like they are right now. And we saw in the Spring Split Grand Finals, they were coming close to being able to capture away that victory from ASE, but they did end up falling short. So this is their opportunity. They took the time of the offseason to just kind of rest, get back into the swing of things, and now they've started a run that will hopefully last a while. They're in a very good standing. It's got themselves Trios Biweekly one day. So I definitely think that this
No, I think there's definitely some room here for them to show us that they are not just a middle of the pack team, they are a little bit more. So just in that final fight, no surprises for our MVP for this first game of the day. It's going to be Kaishi. First MVP of the split as well. I know it's not. We're second day into trios. It's our 7th MVP at the split. His first MVP for himself, though.
Yeah.
25,000 damage coming out from him. We're seeing some of the standard monk stuff there. The Rupture Gale Orb and Burn, which I still don't understand why it's a purple Soul Jade and not a golden one, because it's 2 purple Soul Jades put together. But regardless, cannon and 14,000 damage there for Kakashi. I'm not surprised at all, to be honest with you. Like, if you have Rupture Gale Orb and Burn, you're going to do a lot of damage.
It is definitely a meaty Soul Jade. Getting that upgrade is very easy to do. I think that that's something that players often don't really think about. Is you do have to upgrade the Soul Jade. It starts out as Rupture Gale Orb completely by itself. You have to get a certain amount of hits with it to change it into Rupture Gale Orb and Burn. And it is so easy. So easy to upgrade it, especially in a crazy trios lobby such as this, when you're able to just look down, spray your cannon out, send out 8 shots in a row, and boom, you have the ability to win in just a few short seconds, and upgrade that to the burn. And once you get burn damage, any damage over time effect in NARAKA is super, super powerful. When it comes to your burn effects, your poison effects, any sort of effect that has a lasting tick down on your health, in a game like NARAKA, that it is very hard to get heals in these points of fighting unless you've got like a Z-Ping on your team or Karumi. It is extremely difficult to get rid of that. So something that these players are always going to be looking for.
I mean, it was by back in the kind of Buccaneer meta where we had like the muskets and cannons, and there was also the odd people running bow. You know, you'd see people take fire arrows, you'd see people take the Rupture Yellow Orb and Burn, which was separate Soul Jades back then. You know, Burn was very good in these kind of long range battles that kind of relied heavily on sustain. And, you know, nowadays people are running around, you know, with less opportunities to actually get those pots off in the middle of like these end game fights, where before it was kind of chunk and then heal, chunk and heal, resource burn slowly over time. Like, I feel like the weapon repair kit meta that used to exist back then is nowhere near as prominent as it is right now, because, you know, realistically, you're probably only going to get like 1 or 2 reloads in. The cannon, if you have the repair roll, obviously you're going to need a lot more, but like, I think that's quite a niche scenario where that's the case, because, you know, you saw that final circle. It was probably like a ranged mode for like 1 minute 50. And then after that, it just went back into brawl, back into melee, where people don't get the opportunity to heal as much. And yeah, like you said, those burns from those cannon shots are going to just slowly tick away your health and make it, you know, so much more oppressive to play. Anyway, we're moving on to game 2 fairly soon. So we had a lot of Vipers getting locked in there at the beginning. And, you know, some teams are willing to burn some serious points. I'm curious if it's going to be a very kind of front-loaded day with Viper, and then people are going to back off. I remember when Viper got a few buffs a couple of months ago. We had lobbies where like everyone in the lobby picked Viper. It was like it was 14 Vipers getting locked in, or 60. I can't remember the players we got now. You know, regardless, you'd have everyone locking in Viper, and even the guys at the bottom would be burning all their points, and would just do that for a couple of games until no one had hero points, and then everyone would just play standard comps after that. I wonder if we'll see, you know, not to that extreme, but if we will see people locking in the Viper all day. Well, sorry, at the beginning of the day, and then kind of burning through their points and then being forced into playing, you know, things like the Sand Siphon, which we didn't see any Sand Siphon. And it makes sense, right? Like, Takeda stays in his ult for less. You have less time to kind of debate when you're going to throw those fruit run shots out. Instead, you kind of have to just be blasting with the Decatur ultimate, where before, you know, you could be a lot more tactical about it.
Yeah, it's definitely something that goes to show just how much the meta has shifted away from the original stuff that we've seen. Like, it seems like every single time that we get comfortable with a meta and everything starts to get like, okay, we know exactly what's going to happen. It's kind of the standard, yada, yada, whatever. NARAKA finds a way to change something very minuscule that turns into a really crazy change. Like, we started seeing, okay, it's 100% they're going to pick this composition for this map. 100% they're going to do this here. And now, with all of the changes that we've seen coming through and the future changes that we know that are planned for the rest of this season, we're going to see some very, very crazy things that are going to completely shake up and change the meta around. As well as, we've got to talk about it. The new players, I mean, Bauda, not really looking too strong. I'm not going to lie. It was quite unfortunate to see. They got eliminated pretty quickly, double eliminated right off the start. They had 1 player left. They got all 3 of their members back, and then ended up dying in that final skirmish pretty early.
Yeah, I mean, they unfortunately, you know, it was too early. They got knocked out early. I don't think we can write off Bowder right now. I do have my concerns. I mean, my big issue with Bowder in that last game was, like, you lock in a Viper comp and you don't give it to VVV. You put him on Matari. Like, sure, they're a good Matari, but, like, coming as VVV, it's Viper. It's, like, literally their character. You know, regardless of whether or not he was on Matari or Viper, they were probably going out early there. But I do feel like it's things like, maybe lean into the strengths of your like players and put them on those kind of the characters that they will shine the best on, the characters that will make them look, you know, at their best, right, at their strongest. So I don't know. I feel like that was a bit of a mistake going into the hero select from them. Beyond that, yes, they got knocked out early, and you know, it was hard to really make a good judgment call on how strong they actually look, right? Like, it's too early to say. I want to clown on them because I like to clown on Bowder, and you know, I feel like they fumbled real hard, real early. But you know, I'm gonna give them benefit of the doubt. They get today. They get today to prove themselves to me, or it's back to clown and gunpowder for me.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a few bye weeks, not just a day, for them to really get their chemistry under control. And for all of the new players, I think that's just going to be a thing where these players, they're brand new to the league. Sometimes, for some people, it is their very first time playing up on the stage today. So giving them the chance to just sort of feel their way into like the whole pick ban phasing, all of the pressure of like you've got coaches and judges behind you, people who are making sure that, you know, all the whole aspect of competitive integrity in the game is running smoothly. You have to be able to navigate through that. Whereas I think a lot of these players aren't used to that. They're used to sitting at home alone in their room playing this game for hours and hours on end. And
Well,
this
you say
is
that. I feel like a lot of these players have experienced it at this point where they don't, you know, this doesn't really like, obviously there are the odd new players, but also it's one of those things where I see it a lot in other games that I cover, but like having an experienced player, like, I mean, VVV is an incredibly decorated player with a massive like history in the league. Like having a player like that to kind of take your hand and guide you genuinely helps so much. Like you'll see a player who may play their first ever competitive season, like AB, for example, unless AB is someone else who's changed their name, which is a very, very annoying thing that players do in this league all the time. But if I'm right in saying AB is a brand new player, and you got two-tick with you, you got players who've been playing for a long time, they're able to make you feel comfortable on the stage. And I find that like the stage fight actually doesn't affect players when they've kind of got like almost like a mentor pro player sitting with them, versus like a roster which is all new players, right? Which we do see occasionally, like this roster shows up, there's 3 new players or maybe even just 2 new players, and they struggle because they don't have that kind of guiding hand to talk them through and keep them calm in the run-up and during the live game.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very, very good point to mention, that like having some sort of mentor, like being able to be in your ear the entire time, because these players they're able to listen to their whole team during the game. They can't. I'm pretty sure they can't listen to their coaches as soon as the game starts, but they're able to listen to each other, talk to each other, and get themselves into a situation where, you know, if there's one player who's, you know, pretty new, dealing with a lot of the stress, they're able to have someone, you know, hey, mentor them, just tell them that it's going to be okay, really guide them and show them the way of how the game is played. And I do think that is a very good point. I still think that the nervousness and the jitters are going to have to come out, and it might take a little bit longer than just one day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think unfortunately though, they don't have one. They have a very, very explosive first bye weekly, and then we do have a break because we have EWC, and obviously, you know, they're going to be playing a win over there, but it is almost like kind of paid scrims in my opinion. Like they get to go, they get to get some practice in with their comps, and, you know, actually have some fun, and then they come back, and then we're back into the real meat of the season. So we're seeing where our teams are going to be sitting going into the second game. First round, got OUG, DRG, YZG, and WZ. I am very interested by what comps are going to come up. I still like... My favorite meta was always the Siphon meta, like the Sand Siphon and the Siphon meta. I thought it was so fun to watch. Also, no monks. I am shocked to see that those comps are just dead in the water right now. And it's, you know, they were progressively nerfed more and more. But Zai's still strong, and you're going to run the Matari instead of a healer. No, you were running Matari. It's instead of like the Zip or something, to keep you're just running the Viper. Just to how strong the Viper is right now. But looks like Monk is going to take up a lot of the attention in this first hero selection.
Yeah, Monk, Kyle, and Zip still being our dominating force in these lobbies, and even more so, they do have the AOT, the new version of our AOTs, our Monk counters, we do have our Valda variations coming through when people don't want to burn that extra hero point to get the Kylan and the extra 2 points. They only burn the 1, taking the Monk. We're going to be seeing, look at that, our first Faria of the game on SS1. We've got Louis picking that up. Now, Monk going to be on a 2-point ban. Kylan and Zip only on the 1 point, as we saw the Kurumi picks. Ooh, look at that. PP, Jung, and Yuma coming out with Yushan, Matari, and Hadi. Matari being essential to avoid those Viper stuns, and then having the Hadi instead of the Viper to be able to counter some pretty crazy attacks. Invisible Hadi. Be one of those.
Man, I am not sure about the Hadi here. Hadi got nerfed a while back and kind of became relatively unplayable off the back of that because there was a whole, Kylin comp built around it. Switching out the Hadi now, especially after the ult timer changes, you can't stay up as long. Obviously the cube got nerfed, and now your ability to stay up in the air has been nerfed. I got my concerns. I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be proven wrong. But I do worry that this is a pretty exploitable comp, even with the invisibility for the Matari.
I'm pretty sure that Hadi received a few balance changes when it came to nothing huge, nothing notable, but he received a few changes to make him at least playable. He has to be executed perfectly to provide any sort of value, but he is now playable. There's very little room for error. He's got an opportunity to be able to make some sort of action happen as we're going to be jumping in. I love the GG comp, the Kurumi alongside the Valda when it comes to that Monk composition. You had even mentioned it before. Having Valda is always just a treat, especially in our trio games. It's never been a character that's been overpicked too much in the CN region. I know NA and EU love to pick Valda. It has been a character, just the health boost, the ultimate boost. With the ultimate timer nerf, I do think that has come down quite a bit, but it is still a very prominent hero. Look at this Hadi, Yushan, Matari. That's something that if you told me 2 years ago that we were going to be seeing, or on the release of Hadi, I don't think anybody would have ever believed that we're going to be seeing Yushan coming and making its way back into trios after it had been taken out for so long. We're going to see pretty standard ultimates and abilities. Nobody really opting to do anything too crazy, as we're going to see our Viper F2 V2 for Yiran, F2 V1 for Creek, F1 V1 for Shao, and F2 V2. It really comes down to preference. We should get an interview and talk to them about how they decide which ultimate and ability to use on Viper, because everything else there is a decided this one is better, except for Viper.
Yeah, Viper's one where I feel like there's value in no matter how you look at it, where I think on certain characters like Valda, I'm just going to use as an extreme example here. Unfortunately, her F1 being my favorite variant of the Viper ultimate, the Valda ultimate, is kind of the weaker one. We did see last split it was a Tessa Viper Valda comp where you did run F1 on the Valda, and you'd get the Tessa charm into the tidal wave, into the Viper. It was a brutal combo. It was really, really fun to watch. Big wombo combo. They caught the whole lobby with it. It was absolutely crazy how many people got CC'd. Brilliant fun to watch. But, most of the time you're going to see them take the V2 because, it just suits these Transformer comps, and the game plan is stall with Transformers, even with that stall being somewhat nerfed. As we head down to the puzzle immediately to see SR getting jumped onto by the members of OUG. Freeze is breaking out. It's 2 versus 2 so far. Looking for the opening as Zinyu gets a whole heap of damage off and gets caught by the parry. They go for the follow-up and they go in for the meter jump for the spear. Zinyu goes low as he will just get taken out. Meanwhile, Rico has to drop onto the low ground to rejoin up with the rest of his team. He hasn't got any berries to work with, and they have all of the damage to use from that ballista. Not going to get the fire shot off though, as SS is interrupted, caught by the parry, and SR going to take themselves the victory. 3 members fall to them.
Wow, SR able to bring that back around. That parry into the Great Choke 1.0 was just such a deciding factor in that game. We're going to see 2-tick now, trying to make something happen on the Yaishan. Looks like we're going to see Kiki. Oh, big spear grab. Going to get Zeji and Kiki into that, but now it's a 3v1 situation, and the parry's going to come out from Zeji onto 2-tick with a beautiful finish from that Nez's right counter. We're going to see Cookie now going to get a huge parry off. Try and bounce out of this situation, but ZXL hot on his tail, wants to try and come away with this elimination. We do see the zipping ult on the side of YZG. Going to give them a huge healing bonus against the members of WBG. Yali, the last remaining player, trying to run away, but it looks like he might run them into Alliance. This could be dangerous for YZG. Looks like he takes it to the other way. Could have been his saving grace to run them into Alliance, but now it looks like Yali is just going to be able to take his legs and get out of here as fast as possible. Trying to make his way to the portal, going to get himself parried. And the fist blade of attack from ZXL on the side. He'll be able to finish that off. The CC absolutely crazy, jumping into the portal. They know Alliance is near. They're going to try and go for this elimination.
Yeah, and they are looking for the hunt. Alliance not particularly geared, just got those blue flying knives onto PB. Hasn't been able to pick up any decent armor upgrades where, I mean, I guess it's somewhat similar for YZG. So they are on relatively equal footing at the back of that one. Here, some fighting breaking out already. Yuma jumps in for an ambush, actually gets a nice scale rush off on to ZXL. Quickly pops himself to Bane's breath, and Yuma now playing escape. Is just going to try and jump away, dash away from this. They've got the portals to break away from the Bane's breath. Alliance actually just playing around the edge. Nice parry comes out from ZXL. Just a nice chunk out to Yuma's HP. He's able to break away for a brief second here. YZG going to jump back into their Bane's breath, go to the heels. They're going to get assaulted onto here by the side of Alliance. Nice parry comes out from Yuma. ZXL gets knocked back, but that Bane's breath still running for a fair amount of time. Jang up on the sky here on the Honey. Actually looking for the final blow onto Dayu. Able to take him. Gets hit by the Bane's breath. It's Sifton's Bane's breath. Just about dodged out there. YZG going to be able to pick up their teammates inside. Get the heal off. Hearing more fights breaking out above though. The action hasn't stopped. Zen has gone down. Alliance not giving up without a fight here. Forcing the YZG members low. ZXL is going to transform, but that's going to send Alliance scattering while they pick up Zen. One more time, just wasting out this Monk transform. Jang's playing interruption. It looks like Dayu's actually going incredibly low here. Jang just needs to play escape. He's caught by the grab. Alliance can they save here? Hadi, he gets punched. As ZXL throws for the re-grab, is able to get another grab off, but he's going to lose the transform before it gets too dicey for him. He will fall as the bell gets clanged, and his time runs up. He's playing escape for as long as possible. Alliance will hunt him down as PB's going to transform and just play chase onto ZXL, who somehow escaped that situation.
I do not know how the members of YZG are still alive. Zhao Yu was so close to death so many times, playing full force attack into those fights. Zhen Yi was eliminated, and then ZXL was so close to dying that they were able to bring it back, taking out 2 of the 3 members of Alliance and leaving them with only 1 remaining and no respawn. What a crazy player. We're going to see Thyra ultimate. She able to back out. She makes it almost makes it out of the cancellation zone. And they're going to flip over on to Yuan now as SR full force pressure into this. They have ultimate as well now. Look at this absolute bullying coming out here into the silence. Nothing Yuan can do. 1 into 1 into 1, 1-2. And then finishing off that elimination, just playing with his food right now, trying to time those dodges. Spear has just such an incredible catch range.
Yeah, it really does. Spear. Catch him on, keep him, especially with that aerial there, keeping them knocked up. Like, 2 versus 1, nothing you're going to be able to do. Now, a look at the scores and the kills right now. YZG are leading the charge. 6 kills under their belt. SR very close behind them, though. Potentially could play that catch up right now. As our teams are just waiting it out. We've got a couple of minutes until the Realm of Yang spawn up, and as we exit the early game into the mid, things get really explosive. The extra Realm of Yang, one extra team running around with a Realm of Yang debuff on them. On top of obviously late game, you have everyone getting the Realm of Yang debuff on them. It's really brutal.
Yeah, jumping into this late game, we are going to see a lot of instances of these players starting to pick up that debuff, and then now with the Yang Spirit Well, when every single team in that zone, the fact is that the Yang Spirit Well zone takes up a good 90% of the playable area on the map. So avoiding that section and letting another team capture is not really in the cards, which is why we often see, very big scrap-offs coming to the side of that Yang Spirit Well, and not many teams just trying to play for the outside of it. It is a super lucrative buff to get. If you do have it, you get that guaranteed gold weapon, you get the gold armor, and you get something that we've never seen in regular NARAKA before. You get a red Soul Jade Tome. There's one for the longsword, dual blades, dagger. You've got the great sword as well. It is a attack that is used in the capture spirit well mode. It usually consumes rage. Now it's a tome that has a 90-second cooldown where you're able to throw out an attack regardless of what weapon you have. It will give you an option to throw out this attack, and it is a modified attack from the weapon, like a Soul Jade, but very, very powerful. The longsword one, the Moonbane's Wrath, being a incredibly scary one to play against.
I like it when we get more buffs, more fun stuff like that to work with. Yeah, I'm becoming increasingly convinced that Immortal War doesn't have the red armor. I've never seen it. It doesn't, yeah. I think for a while we had a whole period where we thought it was in there, and we were waiting for the time where it showed up. And yeah, turns out it doesn't. As into the Realm of Yang, we jump Bowder versus SR. This is actually gonna be a hype one because Bowder, they got their redemption arc that they're looking to play for. SR, honestly, probably could have won that last lobby. So it is on them to make the comeback here. Got themselves the Justina Zyron freeze comp. As SR 17S holding the freeze, waiting for a good opportunity to pop it. As we've seen all of the Justinas do with the ult duration shortened. It's about waiting for the perfect moment to pull that trigger. Right now, just waiting out that Terracotta Warrior. Don't want to be getting caught by the Uation. 17S, he knows he's a key target to CC here as he's on the VVV. VVV goes invisible. That's going to be enough to break away from the Viper stun. As SR, they're now playing evasion from the other Viper. Looks like they're going to be able to break away. Go for the dashes. Don't get the freezes off, but Zem going very low off the back of that one. Another dash still available. They haven't got long left on the ultimate here for 17S though. He needs to find a good lineup to get the freeze down. Is able to make the connection onto M/7. The flying knife's going to have to cover, but Rico gets immediately caught. Halberds go down as well in the middle of this. Rico, low HP. VVV's caught by the uppercut there from 17S. The flying knife looks on 17S, and he's going to be able to break away. Comes in for the scale rush, and SR take the Realm of Yang.
Oh, that was dirty. Oh my goodness, what a play from SR. They were on low HP. It could have gone any way, but SR able to come through. Perfect scale rush uppercut that we saw on that spear of 17S. To be able to just scale rush uppercut and clean up that elimination there. The first turning point in that Realm of Yang fight. Now we're going to see DRG, SR, GG, and OA with the Vermilion Birdmite and Alliance. They managed to capture the Spirit Well, giving them a Mystic Might buff, which is going to be super huge for them coming into this, but they can't be as aggressive as our Vermilion Birdmite teams. We're going to be seeing OA picking up some shopping list items, trying to see if they can get themselves a little bit of an extra edge coming into the rest of this game. We're going to see Alliance up on the top side here, just holding that Plume Castle, not really taking too many aggressive fights. They don't want to get blindsided by an attack, so they're going to choose to pick the high ground, stay up at the very top, before investing any sort of attack. But look at this on the bottom side of the cave. DRG gonna get fully stunned out here. Yukari gonna come through Kakashi, trying to steal that gold weapon away, but now Tsutek jumping in on that Yushan versus Tianai now as they're picking things up. WX9K in the backside corner. They're trying to get some pressure off on to the other members of OA. Tsutek gonna back out of the cave, leaving DRG completely surrounded on the inside, waiting for that monk ult to go.
Yeah, now that it's gone, it's easy to snap the trigger and look for the tidy up. But the DRG were able to secure themselves a kill onto Cuckoo, even without that monk ult. Could potentially find themselves getting jumped though. There are a bunch of other teams hanging about as SS1 come out of their revives and may actually look to just jump in onto DRG. DRG playing escape right now. It actually looks like one decide not to go for that one if they aren't going to just finish up 2-tick. Removing his Vermilion Burst Might. In jumps SS1, double parry, makes the connection onto the members though. Now Kakashi with the cannon, trying to build up the rage and the damage onto the members of SS1. Juan goes in for a freeze, looking for an opportunity to get it. Kakashi pops the bell, isn't actually blocking anything with that. That's just some cooldown, although Kakashi's very close to getting his transform up, but his health bar is going lower and lower. Bars coming through as in comes NY7. Can he make the connection with the stun? Kakashi gets caught and taken down. Birdmite's going to get popped as NY7's caught up in the aerial for a brief second there. He's able to break away and he looks to maybe play an escape. As you know, just jumps back into the scale rush, pops the F as well for a little bit of a block, not back on to the members chasing as Water transforms in, catches onto Donkey9, looks for maybe another grab. MVP is caught, Flap comes through, Donkey9 goes down, Zem dodges away from the grab here as Water's just fishing for these grabs, but everyone's going to jump away from him. Water loses his transform as 2-tick now looks to jump onto him, and Water with absolutely no HP is just being obliterated, pops the bell, tries to play escape, and now the whole group are just going to chase him down. Water has to play this so well, has to escape, and it looks like he's been able to buy himself a little bit of space, but in jumps BBB to finish him up. Down he goes, Bowder straight back securing themselves the kills.
OA was able to steal the elimination with a pistol shot. He didn't go for the focus. He thought the white attack was going to be enough, and he let OA come in on the back end. And there goes Yuan as well, picking up another kill as OA. They're going to be able to secure Bloom as well. Oh, it looks like Bowda might have been able to sneak in to grab that soldier. I'm not 100% sure, but oh my goodness, they had the elimination right under their head, and they ended up losing out the pistol shot. Unfortunate to see that happening. YZG is going to be able to pick up the kill on the outskirts of the map in the zone here. And that's going to be Dao Yu going for that elimination. GG now on the backside, looking to go for this next Realm of Yang as it's about to spawn in. We've got YZG entering the area just at the same point as GG. So this is going to be an interesting strap off if this happens pre-Realm of Yang. I think they're all going to wait until they can jump in here. As that we're going to see they're just missing the ball ult. I think they're going to still go for this.
Yeah, looks like everyone's collapsing in. Realm of Yang going to break out. It felt like there was not much breathing room between Realm of Yangs. As I think GG are actually waiting to try and collect on a potentially free Realm of Yang, because we do see some teams not jump into their second one. SR going up versus YZG. 17S. Once again, we're going to follow their perspectives during this fight. They've got the ultimate, waiting for a good window to use it. We're going to see a transform come out from YXL. There we go. No. ZXL. Wow, names are hard apparently. 17S going to go for a freeze. Nice grab comes in from the monk though. Is just looking for a potential second grab. Freezes from 17S. Need to get used onto the monk. They are going to strip away some of the HP here as he jumps forward, so the monk transformation is finally going to time out. Was able to get value with 2 punches out of that monk though, so was not caught in the CC chain. Now the freeze is coming in. YZG suddenly start to lose way too much HP in the middle of all of this, and SR, they just successfully weathered the storm. able to take their first kill of the fight, as now it looks like the attention turning onto Zhen. And ZXL looking for the knock up onto Zhen. He is just going to get completely CC chained down. ZXL on his lonesome now, has to try and finish up these last two members of SR. They are pretty low HP. The freeze is coming out. ZXL actually might have the clutch 1v2 in his pocket, but the parry comes out and they unleash the damage onto him. His health bar stripped away. He has to pop the bell. He goes in for the parry, doesn't make the connection. SR scrape through that Roma Yang.
Oh my goodness, the 2v1 was almost there. He got the parry and then didn't go into the gold focus punish attack. I think he was just out of habit. Gone into his parry punish. I think he gets one elimination there and then wins out that fight. It's hard to say for sure, but he wanted to go to the other target, which is why I think we didn't see him taking that fight the way that I expected to. He was definitely trying to go for the weaker target there, but unfortunately unable to pick up the elimination, as we are seeing SR going to claim that Draco Storm buff into this next round. It's going to be SR and OUG coming out. We're going to see Stormstride on the side of that as well. That's going to be a super huge raid to have, especially in instances with a very, we see these crazy cramped up end circles. It's something that you definitely want to have on your side.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking pretty scary right now as cutting over the GG. CGS just chilling for the moment. GG, obviously with that Mystic Might in their pocket. Do you see YZG Zen here? It looks like they're going to immediately get potentially jumped onto. Just a fight. No. It's been a casual shopping together. GG and YZG quite happy not to exchange blood right yet. Although YZG kind of need to, just due to the fact that they've got the Roma Yang debuff on. GG don't. GG can play this chill. Down to fight on that one as well. We'll have a replay of the other Roma Yang. This is GG versus DRG's perspective.
330, trying to make some plays up with these monk off. Unable to collect any sort of grab. He's going to be able to knock Kakashi off as Kakashi's going to try and get this land. Looks like he's going to be unable to hit that. Losing so much HP from the drop into the Karuli ultimate. And this is that Valda competency. The first spear is going to miss on the Valda side. We do have that. Ooh, big parry can be in the back end. WX98. If they all going to converge over to him, we're seeing that Kylan coming through from Dongqing. Dongqing going to knock 330 around. WX98 going to get another huge parry. CJS in the back end. 330 is going to go out. And now it's going to be a 2v3 situation. There's another parry on the back end. That's going to be Dongqing with a huge parry. WX98 is going to get himself eliminated though. And now the 2v2 situation. LXM with the slaps coming out. Looks like he doesn't have a weapon. He's lost all of his available weapons. So they keep going for these slaps. And now it's CJS in a 2v1 situation. Does he pull this off and win? We're going to see the jump LMB coming in. He's going to be able to take out Dongqing. Kakashi now on the backside. What? The ultimate cancellation coming out. Oh my goodness. Did he? No way.
He actually did.
Oh my goodness.
That's
gets Prado
crazy.
into the solos combo. CJS, DRG with the massive fumble.
Man, that is huge. I can't believe that. Love me some Valor action. Good to see GG making it work. Still got that Mystic Might on for a little bit as they continue their shopping spree, GG. Going from place to place and just shopping up. Just grabbing more goodies they can. Still got YZG and DIG running around with the Roma Yang debuff on. So expect to see them pull that trigger fairly soon because they're going to be running a little low on time at this point as Bowder skirting around the edge of SS1 and SR. I don't think anyone wants to be the initiator in a fight here. They're all happy just to slowly plod around and follow each other. But we will have the capture the flag coming up soon. So I feel like this explodes into a very aggressive moment any second now.
Yeah, you're going to take a look at another replay here. This is going to be another Roman Yang where GG does end up coming up victorious. Euron is going to get absolutely mitts right off the bat, taking so much damage to be forced to pop that ultimate pretty early. But oh my goodness! Oh, I thought the ultimate got cancelled for a second because of that Valda spear. You're not going to see the spear connect. Euron is going to get himself a eliminated here. And the stomp's going to come through. Cookie taking a lot of damage in his ultimate as we see Rally fighting off against CJS here. The double charge is going to come through. CJS going to be able to get a... Ooh! Yali getting a crazy double parry, but it's a 3v1 situation. And that is not going to be good for him. He's going to try and run away, but one shot's coming through. Everybody running fist blades. We're going to see the Palm Lightning going to get parried, but the punish damage is going to get brought over in the 330, allowing elimination Gen Yi going to get eliminated here as DRG's Lucian 98 gains up here. And now DRG trying to hold it, but Dayu, they pick up the elimination on Dayu as well. Oh, trying to come over and cover this as well. But DRG is doing a really good job.
Yeah, no one wants to give this up. No one wants to be forced into a position where they have the Roman Yang debuff on over. Actually, looks like SR are bolting over to the area right now to see if they can get involved in the fight. There is a lot of teams in here right now. Seeing the Viper ultimate getting committed here from Cuckoo, but Alliance going to close in as well. You can see that everyone in the lobby collapsing on this point. It is getting very dicey over there. It looks like a bunch of teams have decided to give it up. They're just going to play it chill, so... Don't know who's capping right now, but it doesn't look like it's SR. There we go. Roman Yang debuff. Oh, it is SR. They were able to just force their way in. Nice. Good job, SR.
No. SR captured the regular Spirit Well, giving them cancel on their Yang depletion, and OA was the ones who managed to capture the Yang Spirit Well.
There you go. So WBG, want to try and capture the flag, try and keep himself cleansed, although they are getting fought for it right now. Cookie going in for a transform. He's going to play zoning duty right now here on the away Shen. He's getting hit by the flying daggers though. There's a lot of crowd control starting to knock onto him. Yoran playing escape. They're going to continue to chase Yoran. Very low HP. Cookie keeping his Viper alive for now. Alliance going low, but not low enough for him to really have killed right yet onto Yoran. Although to say that, down goes Yoran. Alliance has been able to turn it around, and this has gotten really dicey for WBG. They're just going to have to back off, and they're going to get jumped onto. And Cookie's caught inside the knockups and taken down. It started with them trying to cap to cleanse, but they just got the kills to cleanse. It's really nicely played.
DRG fully eliminated as well. YGG's gotten fully eliminated. GG taking so much damage. WZ Wong going to be able to pick up that elimination hit. And I can hear you laughing at the moment.
That's what happens when you transform in the middle of everyone, man. Everyone just turns their crossbows at you and their guns and their cannons. He just became a test dummy.
Ooh! Risky armor swap for CJS. He's able to get the health back up. He saw the gold armor. He went for it. I'm going to get free. But the health back to run that Kurumi tether is going to be a huge assist to him. OUG going to try and see if he's able to make any sort of grab happen. Goes for the long bomb. Isn't going to be able to cap it. And there we go. Love taking so much damage. Going to be forced to remech here. No armor on that side, so they're going to try and cap this, defend this really quickly. But LXM jumping into the mix. Shinyu's extremely low. Everybody wanting this elimination here. Trying to see if he can dodge out. He runs into a... Oh my goodness. Rico's going to be able to pick up that elimination. Galvin's going to go down as well. SR is becoming a full force here, but OU's SS going to get a huge parry up on a Rico. Xiao going to get a parry onto SS. And that's going to bring it back as well, getting parried again. Going to get himself eliminated. SR on an absolute killing spree right now. He's jumping through with their ultimate. That Cyro ultimate is really much as they need. We're able to take out a good 4 or 5 players in that little skirmish here. As you can see, now onto the other side, OUG facing off against OA and Baoda. WZ going to be jumping in the mix as well. Maybe you going down to 2v2. And Zem going to try and go for the lead hit onto the members of WZ.
I mean, that was absolutely crazy. That was like a firing squad every time a monk transformed. Getting everyone in the lobby shooting at them. SR now trying to get the cap off. They are going to be able to grab it. Himself a couple of extra goods. And most importantly, refresh those ultimates. SR I actually mixed where they are on the kills. 16 kills? Keep in mind, this is their first day as well. They did not play on Friday. They were able to get the bow shot from PP and start that kill away as well, so jumping up to 17 kills. Nice pick up for them. NY7 going very low. Does get some healing in, but once again, it's just bopped incredibly low. All it's going to take is a single shot, as he will be going down. SR is going to secure themselves a kill onto Youth as well in the middle of all of that one, as now they're also going for Creek. The 20 bomb is in sight here for SR, and there it is. They just secured themselves another kill. And SR, they're not done. There's only 11 people left in the lobby. Sure, the circle's growing small, but they want to keep this aggression up. Yuan chasing onto Arm, trying to see if they can finish him up, but Tutik will be able to secure the kill. Well, get himself taken down there by Yuan, actually, in response. Flying knives come down. An AB from OA, also incredibly low, being hounded, but SR going to take this kill, another kill onto Zen. They've pretty much got this game in the bag. There's only 8 players left remaining. S1 holding that Aurora Burst, though, with the Hung Sword, just on the high ground of the building for now. SR seeing if an opportunity arises for them to jump forward, but they can see that Aurora Burst, and it is a little dicey for them to jump up onto. So they go in underneath the building, see if they can kind of flush anyone out from underneath. I've actually been able to force OA out, but right now it's just a waiting game between our last couple of teams.
Yeah, we're seeing 21 eliminations for SR. During that skirmish, they went from 16 to 21. OA is at 14, SS1 at 9 kills. There's an opportunity for them to get 20, I believe, 26 eliminations if they get all of the kills in the first place finish. That would put them well above 30 points. Is that Aurora Burst that you want? Just putting an absolute working and they're going off so much of that area. Nobody able to contest them because of it. Look at this. They're going to drop in, but oh, Rico with the parry! Jumping in into the double charge. You want to be taken extremely low. Everybody trying to capture onto it, but AB from OA actually going to steal the kill with the Atari dash. They're able to get the stun off on to AB though, and there's the elimination. OA's AB going to get eliminated by Rico in the Syra. Shuan going to go down as well. SS1 now in absolute shambles. He's going to try and jump into the pillar to get himself some sort of elimination. The last remaining player for OA. There we go. Shao going to eliminate him there, picking up the 24th elimination of game number 2. 24 kills in one game, and they're just not going to let him get the 25 bomb. Oh, but they get the kill credit! They get the kill credit! 25 eliminations in one singular game. You know they're excited. Look at their faces right now. They are so hyped up. They're already in qualifying for Biweek, and it's game 2 after some teams have already played a full 6 games.
They deserved game 1, and I think they were robbed by that last-minute transform from FTRG. SR strike back hard in game number 2. A massive start to the day, a massive start to the split for them as well, because this is their first 2 games of the full split. They're absolutely amazing.
They're doing a phenomenal job right now. They're keeping the pace up very, very hard on to these opposing teams, and they have no answer to the absolute power and pressure that SR is putting on the rest of the lobby. They're able to make players like DRG, they're able to make teams like OG, Bauda, Alliance, they're crumbling at the feet of SR right now.
Yeah,
it is just their game to lose. There's no answer for the plays that they have. They're running these comps that people might not normally play. They're running the fun stuff, and they're still winning. Rico on the Syra as well, just an absolute demon with that parry on the Yuan. I think that's the game changer right there. The Yuan dropping down, or Juan dropping down with the full force of that that Aurora Burst and getting parried out. There's nothing that can happen. You're able to reaction parry that. You see him dropping down from the sky, and you go, okay, I'm gonna parry him now. And it's some very skilled pro play coming out here, ladies and gentlemen.
And I think the thing that's really big about that is the fact that, you know, the way we changed kill multipliers coming into this year was not everyone gets them. You have to be in first place to get a kill multiplier. They just got so many kills. Like, That is such a game changer. They're going to get so many points off the back of that because they get the kill multiplier. And for you guys, you can grab yourself some goodies. So make sure you answer in Twitch chat A, B, C, or D. How many players chose Yue Shan in game number 2? Was it 2, 3, 4, or 5? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. If you don't know, be a sheep and follow what everyone else is spamming right now.
Yeah, but the first person who spams it will sometimes get the answer wrong, and it's so much fun to see everybody spamming the wrong answer. Shout out Uwe, did that a couple of days ago, spam the wrong answer, and we had everybody putting in the wrong answer in the chat. It was quite funny. But yeah, speaking 25 kills in a game, I think that could be a new record on the new scoring system. I definitely think we've seen higher scoring games in the past, but I think 25 eliminations and the first place finish on the new scoring system, I think this is going to be one of the craziest high point games that we've seen from any. Look at that.
34 points. That is bonkers. And last game we saw, half the lobby were into double digits. Only 4 teams made double digits this game because SR hoovered up every point, denying the rest of the lobby. And that slingshots them. That really slingshots them ahead today. Really, really nice performance from SR. And, they look monstrous there. They look really, really solid with this this Syra variant of the Ice Pick comp where you run the Justina, Syra, Viper. So much crowd control that comes out from all of these characters. You got the Dazzles, you got the Freezes, you got the Stuns, you got that's the Silence variant of the Viper F. It is brutal playing into that.
The comp name, I think it should be Riot Squad. It is really a crowd control comp. You're able to completely control the flow of the game. At a snap of the Viper ult, you can stun everybody in the lobby. The Justina freezes and the Syra just adding on top of that. Unfortunately, we aren't going to be seeing this comp played after we go to the next patch because Syra's bubbles are getting completely nerfed into the ground, making her it's not a buff, or it's not a thing where it's okay, there's no room for error. You're getting a little bit less heals, but she's still kind of viable. She is going to be completely taken out of the game, as we're going to be
SR are in 8th place, by the way, of 2 games, sorry. They got 50 points. They are almost on YZG's score, who have played for 2 days. That is absolutely crazy. I think if I was JL, I'd start to be sweating right now because DRG are reeling them in.
Yeah, I mean, JL's got
SR
they did a 90 points in day number 1. They still have an opportunity to pull ahead, but yeah, SR is looking incredibly strong. They weren't too crazy in this first place, so it's nice to see how crazy they've started to become. Pulling up here, we're seeing an early game fight against WZ, and look at this difference. It's when you don't have a Matari and you're fighting into a Viper comp with a Matari, that ult just becomes completely useless. And look at this. DRG's main slip up in this game was losing the 2v1 in the Realm of Yang to CJS, who's able to get his Valda ult again, go into a crazy LMB Cryo catch, and get the elimination on the Kakashi. And look at this here. This is where the onslaught started. They're at 13 kills right now, and they go up to 16 eliminations off of this play here. Huge freeze coming out. Rico gets the elimination on the Shinyu and CJS. They take out the entire OUG team. They take out all of Alliance. Then they just move to each next team over and over again until they take out the entire lobby. WZ is next to fall. And then we go into OA. And then SS1 and one by one. Look at that parry. He jumps down. He's not even looking. He jumps down and gets the parry off on to SS1's Yuan, and then they get the elimination onto AB. Always AB actually gets the kill onto Yuan with the Matari dash, but they get the kill onto AB right after, and then Shuan dies. Here, what a crazy play. The kill at the end there as well. They're able to get the elimination on the Luo Yi, who's trying to run into the storm and prevent that last little bit of damage, and they still manage to get the kill for it.
Really, really cool stuff coming in from SR. Here we are, Justina, MVP to close it out. 17S had a really good game. We actually watched him on both the Rami Yanks' perspective. 10 kills, 33,000 damage coming in from him. 23,000 of that from the spear. Had Heartstopper kick. Quick Charge, Thundercall, Juggernaut, Group Heal, Advanced Heal, and Rupture Gale, Orb and Burn. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to add. 17X just had an absolute corker of a game here on the Justina. They played so clean.
Justina's a character that will never die. I think Justina, her kit is really fun, so players enjoy playing her. And the fact that she's become now skilled and viable into all of these different metas, she's just a staple of the game that's never going to get out. It is a very,
I don't think
very
she's
nice
broken either, right? Like,
No,
I feel
no,
like
she's not.
actually in a relatively balanced position right now. There's ways to handle her. I mean, we saw it in the previous game, actually. We watched the Roma Yang, and there was... I can't remember what team was playing, but their Justina just got heavily focused out by the enemy team who are running a Yuashin. And, you know, because the window is now a lot shorter to actually pull that ultimate, it changes the whole play style. So yeah, it's really, really interesting to see Justina get played, and I'm liking it. So we're going to throw ourselves over to a quick break, and when we're back with our third game of the day. So we'll see you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster 7. I'm joined alongside Jake Hiprain, the man himself. And we're going to be jumping into game number 3 of Trios. We've had 2 games so far, and it's all been coming up SR. Second place in the first game, first place in the second game, and an incredible 34.25 kills, first place finish from SR in game number 2 is all that we've been able to talk about. It is absolutely insane the way that they're coming in with this Riot Squad comp, being able to just completely control the entire battlefield, picking up so many eliminations and just going up to team after team in the end, not dealing or worrying about any third parties, ultra focusing on the weakest player, being able to pick out these eliminations so quickly and precisely that they're not losing HP. And then when they do, they have the Syra ult to back them up. It was just a crazy game 2.
Yeah, no, game 2 was very explosive, and I'm excited for this game because we're going back to Morris Isle. It's been a fairly lengthy break for me from NARAKA. Been a very, very exciting year. Lots going on, so I haven't had the chance to get on Morris Isle for a little while. I'm very excited to go back. It's a nostalgic map for, I know the players love it, but for me, I absolutely adore it because it's where, you know, for a lot of us, our journey on NARAKA started. It's where we, the map we probably have the most games on out of everyone. So I'm very excited to see how the teams fare as we get onto here. SR obviously are our team to watch today. We were talking about it in the break, but you know they're on 50 points right now. Is it ASE at the top?
At 90.
90 points. So there's only 40 points between them, and there's 4 games left to go. That's 10 points a game.
Oh
and
my!
SR have been doing way more than that. So I mean, I'm sure if I'm ASE, I'm starting to sweat because these guys are going to start reeling you in. If they have another 25 bomb game or a 20 bomb game, it's over. You're going to be playing for next. It will be Tuesday. Is that next Cirque Trios? And I think that's going to be very exciting, seeing ASE versus SR fighting it out for first place. They're not the only team fighting for first place, though, to be fair. We have DRG also in the mix. They do have a lot more work to do because they've played both their days as of today, as of the end of today. So it has to be a big game for DRG, or a big day for DRG to try and close this one out.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. OA, they haven't been doing too bad. You know, pretty middle of the pack. They've made it to end circle every time. They're not able to close out too many kills in the end. We saw AB actually coming in, sneaking through, picking up a couple of them. They're able to find those sneak eliminations, but it hasn't been much more than that. They find the sneak kills, and other than that, they are falling pretty much short of the victory by like 3rd or 4th place. But you know, being able to keep a consistent amount of points is going to be key to getting yourself in the finals. I think that's what matters the most at this point. Everybody's just trying to feel things out. At this point in time, it is our first bi-weekly. We have a lot of NARAKA to play before we get to the NBPL bi-weekly finals and or the NBPL grand finals of the fall split. So they have so much to work on and figure out until we get there.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot to work on, but I feel like the fun thing about NBPL is it is a long season, but it's not as long as you think, right? Like we blast through seasons. It's 8 weeks of regular play, and then we have playoffs after that. And honestly, for the teams, like we get through very quickly. I normally say the first like 3 weeks, so the first kind of like bi-weekly and a half, are like your fun time. This is where you get to kind of adjust to each other, figure out the play styles for new comps, and you know, if you're a front runner, you know, get a little bit ahead in the points. But I think after the second bi-weekly 2 comes around, you need to be on form because otherwise you're playing catch up for the whole split. So this is the 1 week where, or the 1-2 week run where I think, you know, our teams have got a bit of breathing room. And maybe it's a little bit different this time around because we take a lengthy break. We don't start back up again until September with our second round of the bi-weeklies because we have EWC coming up. So yeah, maybe with the fact that we got a slight change there, we might see some of these teams have a bit more time to adjust and get together. But also, the prize money at EWC is nothing to sniff at. So, you know, these guys want to be on top form for that next week as soon as possible. It's not next week because we're on Sunday now, but a week after. But here we are in 2 Hero Select. SPX only have 4 hero points left. We're on game 3 and they've only got 4 hero points yet, and they haven't even locked anyone in yet.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing now, as usual, look at that. All Kylan zipping monk compositions, especially on a map so open like Morris Isle. It is very, very pertinently picked. We're going to see Bauda locking it in, WBG locking it in, Alliance still to lock in. We're going to be seeing OA bringing out that Viper Justina Syra composition. Alliance yet to lock in their pick. Looks like they're still deciding. They're going to bring it to the last second. We're going to see the Syra Viper Justina. Virina. There we go. There's the comp name. Lock it in.
I like Riot Squad. I
like Riot Squad too, but we're losing Syra next patch, so I don't know how long Riot Squad.
Well, it can get adjusted. But I feel like these Attack on Titan comps are the ones to be locking right now. These Monk comps are like I know we talked about it a lot, but I'm just going to reiterate the point one last time. Monk doesn't stay in Monk form for as long. So the crowd control on him is ultra valuable. If you hit him with one bit of crowd control, that takes up a massive chunk of the time he can be grabbing. Before you could free CC him, and by the time he broke out, he still had like a good 20 seconds of kind of playtime. Now that's significantly reduced. So I think the Attack on Titan comps are very high value. There is a serious number of Monk comps in this lobby, though. It's Morrisile. It's what you expect from Morrisile, but yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting game to see how they kind of play it out with all these monks.
Yeah, it is going to be a very monk heavy lobby, and it is going to take a very skilled Riot squad to be able to bring these monks to their knees and prevent them from succeeding. I think the sheer amount of monks is going to make it really, really hard for the Viper teams in this lobby. And I think we are going to see a monk team take it. But that being said, we've got some very good crowd control teams. We're not seeing very many of the variations, though. This is usually what ends up happening. Sometimes we'll see a lot of the variations to save points. The teams this round are burning up all of their points to be able to play Monk on Morris. They want to get that strat going. We still have Siphon, Takeda, and Tumult are still available to be picked out. None of these teams have used those comps, so when we're getting into our last 6 games and players have used up this composition so many times, we're going to see these comps start to come out in the later games.
Yeah. Well, here we are. I'm gonna look at the loadouts. I mean, the loadouts are never particularly that interesting, are they? Like, it's Vipers.
It's all you got to see is the
change
Vipers.
stuff, but everyone else says the same.
Yeah, F1 V1
Oh,
on
F2 on
Jiang.
330 actually, versus F1 on Walter and then Y7.
Oh,
Okay.
Parry Bell. That's interesting. You're expecting everybody to run the regular bell, so when the parry bell comes out the first time in the fight, it is a bit of a surprise. F1 V1 on SS for that Viper. So the 330 is risking his combo break for the point to be able to surprise somebody once. We'll see if it's got value. V1, everybody, because they know how many monks are being run, they've switched away from the V2 version of the ultimate and they've gone to the Mega Stun version of the ultimate, our V1. F's still varying a little bit, but because they don't get the silence on the ultimate from V1, these players are opting to run the F1, which does give you the silence. F2 gives you the extra damage, which is better with the V2 that has the silence on the ultimate. So, you've really got to play around and mess with these things, see what is being played. But since we're seeing so many monks, I do think that V1 is going to be the best answer for them.
All right, just saying where everybody is dropping. SR going to be dropping near GG. GG obviously always want to be dropping a secret tunnel. So maybe we'll see some interruption from SR off the back of that one. But it looks like Shadow J Mines is kind of our hot drop location. A lot of teams going to be dropping down there. We're loading into game number 3 of the day. It's actually SR versus GG where our attention is, and looks like 2 of the members already inside that secret tunnel. 330 pops the bell, tries to break away, but he's only got his fist to work with, so he is going low. Gets a nice little punch out onto Zhao, as 17S is on their lonesome right now, being kind of hounded by the members of GG. They're trying to break away, haven't been able to find the kill onto him as LXM goes a little bit low here. He's going to lose a little bit of HP, but has got himself a bit of healing. Zhao just getting those charges through the Kai Lin, trying to chunk through the members of GG. Is going to catch them away from him with the dashes and continues to fire away. Does look like 17S. They haven't been able to pick him up yet. CGS is keeping himself alive for the moment. GG. Aggression stays up. Parry lands onto Rico. Rico loses a fair check of HP. He's still pinned against that wall. Hasn't been able to break away from the onslaught from GG as he finally goes down. And it is CGS on his own. Zhao's going to take him out, and GG win the fight.
GG are going to win the fight. They're going to be able to get 330 back up into the rest of the scrap off. Trey going to come up with the F ability invested to be able to counter that. But Yuma is going to go down. And now we've got Jiang on the back end trying to see if he can capture the elimination on the blue. He gets a silence off, but not much more. As there can see the shotgun blast going to connect. 1 HP in a dream now, trying to run away. We are going to see the mushroom come through as well, giving him a little bit of a damage boost, but it's going to hurt them later on. Those red mushrooms giving you that damage boost for the first couple of seconds, and then it does start to take your health away after a while. SS1 picking up 3 eliminations to start themselves off against Alliance, the number 5 team in the lobby, as we're going to be seeing now WZ, YZG, and OUG now jumping into this fight. We're going to see YZG just going to back off first. Looks like they don't really want to hyper engage right away. They do see the WZ's waiting in the wings to try and counter the third party. The first team into that fight is going to usually be the team that ends up getting themselves eliminated. WZ going to strategically relocate themselves on to another side to see if they can get a better angle and watch to see who is going to start the fight first.
Just a chill moment, a waiting moment before anyone pulls any trigger. Kind of looks like no one's interested in pulling that trigger though. I say that as then YGG jumping onto OUG. A nice chunk out of Baby U, but nothing really too major. Oh, ZXL. This is so much HP. It's going to be able to pop back up to full and get the reset off. No one is actually willing to fully commit here. I mean, they've got the revive, so it's kind of crazy to me to see them play almost this passively. As Creek is staying through a crack in the wall, keeping eyes on to what YCG are doing. So that is actually just for now going to be it done. No action, just chill.
Yeah, everything's been pretty tame as it's coming in so far. Nobody really getting too hyper aggressive. Nobody wanting to get into that super aggressive area, because it's odd to see nobody. They've got their revives, but they're
that's one thing that's bizarre. Is that they're playing passively, hiding out as if they don't have their revives, where, you know, and it's not like they got major armor they want to be looking after. As soon as YZG decide to evacuate the area, WZ decide to pull the trigger on them, and now ZXL is going to try and chase forwards here, leaping on the monk. And they find the grab onto Creek, or anyone for that matter. It looks like looking for those Viper stuns off onto ZXL. He's going to get immediately stunned up, and the firing squad are going to strip away so much HP. They try to play defense onto ZXL, but he is now just going to waste most of that transform, as that is one low monk immediately going to get caught by the CC and taken down. OUG able to slide in and finish up the kills here. YZG playing incredibly passive, and as soon as they tried to play escape, they got picked up by the rest of the players in the area.
Yeah, so it's interesting we didn't really get to see too much coming out from this. This is a different variation of the monk called OSC. We're seeing Zai Karumi coming in. We didn't have the Zio. I think that it's just the original reason they didn't have to play in the first place. And they finally forced out the monk call, and OUG was able to just capitalize this crowd control comp, really working well, and Riot squatting their way through that monk. Now they're able to get a 4th pick onto WZ's Young, and now Juan C. Oh my goodness, Baby with the Justina freeze onto Juan C. Trying to see if we can make anything happen, but the parry's going to come through, and the follow-up from Shinyu's Pole Sword going to pick up that elimination. Baby you on the Justina though, what a dash.
Yeah, very nice from him. 24 minutes on the clock. Got a couple of moments until the Rama Yang spawn up. Well, 3 minutes until they spawn up. This is an incredibly passive game. This is why I hate monk hobbies. No one wants to fight because everyone's on monk and they want to scale. Do you understand, Seb?
Yes. Everybody wants high loot and a high weapons. They want the rarest of the rare before they can do any sort of attacking into this game. They want to keep up their level. They want to be able to make sure that they have as much rarity jades, as much rarity weapons. They need as much as possible to be able to come into these fights and gain an advantage over the exact same comp. Because when you're playing with the same ultimates, the same abilities, the only way you're able to beat out your opponents is by stronger loot and better plays.
This is why I want to see these Attack on Titan comps, the Ice Picks, well, it's not Ice Picks, it's the Riot Squad. I want to see them jump into Roman Yanks. They can shut down these monks before they start to get strong, before they start to snowball. That's the game plan. They need to shut them down, pick them up. The Roman Yanks spawning up soon, appearing on the map. Everyone knows where it is now, so they're going to start positioning. This Roma Yang could genuinely decide the fate of the lobby, because if we see a couple of Riot Squads getting knocked out or taken down early, they're not going to be that impressive later. Where if they shut down some of these monks, the monk gaming becomes a little bit harder. Because monks love it when other monks are in the lobby. That's kind of their thing. They just like standing away from each other and stealing each other's healers. That is basically how monks have always played.
Yeah, when you see another monk comp, you're less worried about fighting into it. But when you see something like our Riot Squad comp coming out here, it isn't necessarily a sure thing matchup that you're going to win or lose. So it gives you more of a disadvantage, putting you at having different ultimates, waiting for the timings, knowing exactly which variation of the competition they're playing. Now we're going to be seeing this Roman Yang coming up. Nobody going for Spear well. Every single person in the lobby jumping onto one of these Roman Yang spots, and it looks like Alliance going to be able to get in. Losing out PP though. PP's on the outside. Oh, there we go.
He's in. I think, are they playing? I can't tell what comp they're playing into.
They're playing into a Transformer.
Okay, yeah, perfect. That's what we wanted to see. Right, NY7 immediately opens with the transform. After Justina freeze to try and lock him down. Crowd control is the game plan. Alliance is just going to play evasion. I saw a Justina ultimate get popped there. NY7 looking for the grab. They're going to try and keep this Justina off NY7. He's looking for the grab. He finally gets caught by the freeze, and that's a chunk of his ultimate wasted. PP gets grabbed. Looking for the next one as they're going to try and finish him up. But the fight for Sun is coming down as NY7 needs to time his speed transform perfectly. I think he was able to. His team break away from the stun, and it looks like Bowder actually been able to find the outplay. Yuga is going to get picked up there from the Flyer Knights, and Bowder, even though they're into the comp for this counter, they played this fight so flawlessly. They focused out the Justina, wouldn't let the chain freezes break through, and they just wiped the floor with them.
Yeah, Riot Squad getting absolutely rolled by the slash and dash here, as we're going to be seeing another monk team facing off against, I think this is the mirror matchup. We see the Kylan on the other side. WGG's Yali trying to get away from GG in the 3v1, but it's going to be unsuccessful. And GG taking their Roma gang. It looks like SR is winning theirs, Bauda is winning theirs, and GG taking the win into their Roma gang. We've got one left to play. And GG's going to pick up that Vermilion Bird's Might. We're going to see another team, SS1, winning their Roma Yang, and another team yet to claim that Draco Storm buff. It looks like it's going to be Fun plus Phoenix to be able to get that Draco Storm from the Spirit Well. As they're jumping in, and it looks like they're going to fight off against SR. Even though they've won their Roma Yang, they've got that Draco Storm, giving them a huge advantage into this fight. SR does have that fallback option, so they're going to answer this with the fight. We're playing Ring Around the Monk here, as everybody's trying to run around. Water's going to demonk early. So much damage going to come through. He's got another ultimate available thanks to that Spirit Well, but SR17S going to be taking so much damage in the back end for the members of, I believe, the YGG and SS1. Jumping into this fight, and here we go. This is our Vermilion battle taking place.
Everyone's in the area. SR's lost 17S already. Seeing another transform come out. Trying to put some extra damage down. His dash is going to be running out fairly soon, though, with that reduced ult timer. He's actually just got himself pinned against the wall here. Hasn't really been able to find too much impact. Grab comes through, though, from Water. Looking for the double grab. Into that clap. 2 people down. FBX. The 2 on the board off the back of that one as SS1 eliminated from the lobby. SR still happy though to keep fighting even though they're down a player, knowing that Rico has got that Vermilion Birth Might, so down he goes. YZG able to pick up that kill. That's going to be their first kill.
That's going to be their cleanse as well. Second elimination for YZG.
So yeah,
they are
How's it
able to
looking?
cleanse off of that. So getting them the full cleanse coming through, it looks like they were able to grab 2 other balloons into that scrap off. And now we're still seeing WBG, OUG, and Alliance. And look at that. Bauda gonna intentionally eliminate themselves from the lobby here, as they do need to get themselves out of this. They're going to use that extra ability from the Vermilion Birthright to just take their lives and reposition themselves. And now we're going to see a big scrap off between 2 Vermilion, between 2 debuff teams on the game depletion. Alliance's Jung trying to make a break for it here. OUG's SS going to be able to get the silence off onto him. Getting so much HP back. Big Terry going to come out from SS inside of Kuma. Epic ability invests to negate the punish damage. We're going to be seeing PP jumping into the back, and another huge parry into Jung. That's going to be it for him. Shinyu able to finish up that elimination. Tries to get for another parry. Unable to connect off of that. The overhold going to connect though. Yuma going to get taken extremely low. Brought back by the fan fold. Epic little investment from PP. Able to get a little bit of HP back, but he gets himself eliminated. And now the situation. Yuma getting taken out. Shinyu with a follow-up on the pole sword. And now all they need to do is buy their teammate back, and they're back into this game with points and ready to go.
Yeah, nice play there from SS. Double parries coming out from the fans. Really good job of turning that one around. But yeah, it's about finding those revives, finding the ability to get them. You know, there's only so many in the shop. And then you have to gear that player up once they get brought back. So it slows down your game plan regardless. Good fight. As next round of Yangs should be spawning up fairly soon as well, so teams are just waiting for that one. And I actually would like to see the overall scoreboard at the moment, see how many monks we got remaining. It's going to really make a difference on the game and how it ends, depending on how many monks there are. However, it does change, I guess, a little bit due to the fact that we have, like, the vast majority of the lobby getting Ramayang debuff on them. So that can potentially change things a little bit with these kind of mega monk lobbies where before, you know, you'd have like 41 players entering the final circle. Not going to be the case this time around. There's like Louet. Just going to get hit up a little bit here by Juan. Trying not to pull the trigger. I think everyone is waiting on these Ramayangs. As you can see, the circle's almost fully closed, so they're going to be moving in. OA. Get himself in. Again, they've got the perfect comp for it. Need to see them execute it well, though. Need to see them find that lockdown. YZG also coming in the area. All of these teams wanting to get inside the realm of Yangs. Here they spawn. In they jump. I don't think GG were able to get themselves in. No, they weren't. So potentially going to get turned onto here. They're just going to back away. So, OA versus Bowder. This is a Riot squad versus a Monk squad. So, what we want to see is if they can turn it around. NY7 immediately going to go in for the transform. Cuckoo. Didn't see that. Just going to hide behind the pillar. Tutik just about breaking away from the grab, but Cuckoo's not able to. Here comes the freeze, though. Going to let the punch go through. They are able to get the CC off and that Viper stun. And NY7, he just wastes so much of his ult time. This is exactly what you need to do. He is able to get a second grab off. They look for the freeze onto him. Punch goes down. Second grab into third grab. He finally is not going to be able to get that punch off, but he's done his work. Even with the crowd control, was able to find those windows. OA was just gifting him grabs, and now with the flying knives, he can play assistance on his team. They go for the dashes, go for the follow-up. He's going to get hit by a couple of flying daggers there from Tutik, though. Doesn't want to step too far forward. OAB going very low, and this is actually OA in some serious danger. Nice parry comes in onto NY7. Bops him back. They don't really get too much of a follow-up. It's a 2 versus 3 here for OA. Bowder have been able to find their window in. It's NY7 losing a little bit of damage to that fan, but Cuckoo's going too low. He needs to break away, puts down the dagger. Cuckoo able to find the kill in response. Gets himself away, goes for the dash, catches him for the knock-up on the Zem, pulls him back. How is Cuckoo pulling this off? Tutik is low, VVV on his lonesome. Cuckoo, the hero plays. Don't stop from him yet, as VVV, 1 versus 2, needs to pull a damn miracle off. OA somehow turn that fight around. Cuckoo, what a hero.
Cuckoo on less than 20 HP hits the Scale rush into the fan uppercut 2-1-1 jumping R&B finisher to pick up the elimination and turn it from a 2v2 to a 2v1. It was a 3v2 fight. We don't often get to see that turnaround happen. They were able to make it work. We saw a second Justina ult come out in that fight as well. Oh my goodness. OA came out with a tech today, ladies and gentlemen. What a finish. What a Yang play. They're going to grab Mystic Might as well as WBG. It looks like Draco's Storm hasn't been favored off of that second Yang. Draco's Storm getting picked up in our Spirit Wells, but not in the realm of Yang, of Mystic Might becoming that second buff that is going to get picked. And, you know, it really comes. They balance the buffs by adding a little bit more, taking a little bit away every couple of patches, and that's how our meta shifts when it comes to buffs. So we are going to see Monk v Monk in the realm of Yang, Viron versus FPX on WBG versus FPX. Viron taking a lot of damage on the Monk early. It's be interesting to see how they're going to be able to pull this back here. We are going to see that ultimate, the grab getting a little bit of siphon through, but Water still at full HP. We're going to see the demon coming out now. Yali going to get immortal proc, but WBG does win this. We're going to see how do they come back in this instant. Oh, big pulse sword shot going to come through, but Water able to use that combo break to evade the damage. Scale Rush going to come through. Kiki just knocked up into the air. Perry going to come out. Zero taking so much damage, able to roll away from Water's full sword attack. He gets hit from the second one, forced to use the bell to avoid any extra damage. Big Perry going to come in on the back end. Kiki going to get hit with the shotgun blast. Zero trying to go for the taps, unable to connect. And now ZGE extremely low in the 3v2 situation now. Is Zeron going to be able to pull this back? It's extremely low in HP. We're going to see the overhead shot coming through from above, and it's going to not connect. Perry going to come through on the side. Water goes down. Kiki, last man standing in a 3v1 situation. They're able to pull it back. Zeron, health bar stayed extremely low the entire time, but his team did an amazing job of healing to be able to cover for them. And now we're jumping back in. Bauda on that Yang depletion, trying to see if they can cleanse.
Let's see if they can find it. And NY7 holding the trigger on that transform. It's so big how the players have to be a lot more intelligent with when they use their ultimates now. Really changes the game plan. And what's awful here for NY7 is you've got Romo Yang debuff with 2 minutes 30, and look where they are. Like, we might as well rename this place Evasion City, because it's so hard to catch players with all the buildings. And this is probably one of the areas where every Nbpl player is most practiced at just playing the evasion game and using movement. There's so many windows, so many doors, so many avenues and floors to use to escape. But it's going to be very hard to find a cleanse if people run into there. So right now it looks like they are all peeling away. And we still got 33 players left in the lobby. 2 teams with the debuff on, though, need to pull that trigger. SR 5 kills, OEG 8 kills, 6 kills on both GG and WBG, 7 on Bauda. So scores and kills right now relatively close.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing Bauda now. They still need that cleanse. It's been 1 minute and 30 seconds. So we're going to see them try and go for this Spirit Well. This is something these teams have started to do. If they can capture Spirit Well before, at the same time as everybody else is going for Yang Spirit Well, they're going to be able to cleanse that Yang depletion and be able to have a buff. Whereas the other teams are going to start fighting. The only issue is they need to cleanse it when the Yang Spirit Well has already been captured. Otherwise, they're just going to give themselves the Yang depletion again. So we're going to see these fights starting to pop off. Monk's out here for Bauda and Fun Plus Phoenix, and the entire lobby sees this and decides to jump up on top of them. All these other teams are going for the regular or the Yang Spirit Well. So this is our normal one on the side as WBG and Fun Plus Phoenix, as well as Bauda, trying to jump into this. Monk's already down. Looks like WBG has jumped into this. NY7 getting extremely low. Knocked to the side. by the Kylan slash of the Fun Plus Phoenix players. All of these bottom players getting extremely low. SS1 now trying to get a piece of the action, jumping in. Oh, big kill from on the Kiki by NY7, trying to get those Pilfer flashes over again. One player has managed to cleanse. ZGE is going to die as well. Oh my goodness, NY7. Oh, big peel to be coming through. Big parry as well coming out, but Louis going to pick up the elimination. NY7 had a good run there. SS1 is going to end up dropping him and taking away that elimination. Bowda forced to retreat, but I do believe they've got a single cleanse going for them, as SS1 now on Yang depletion, except for one of their players who managed to cleanse that already. Wow, super fast. Oh, BBB getting tough elimination here. Wow, what a quick burst from the pole sword.
Really nice burst coming in there from Kiki. Man, the game is kind of blitzed by it. It started quite slow, but it's about to speed up even more. Do you see flames coming in? The OA grouped up right now. Kind of eye of the lobby as we do see the Viper ultimate get committed here. And they look for that lockdown onto multiple people, and it is just a skate game right now for ZXL, but he is getting absolutely shot at through the Viper stun. He just lost most of his HP. YZG losing a player. OA playing hyper aggressive, not letting anyone get pickups. Cuckoo just batters away. Has to jump back in though to get some healing done. OA just continue to press their advantage right now. 9 kills under their belt. They're just keeping the edge of the zone under their watch right now. As we see Dayu go down to the Shadow Corruption and just going to get removed from the lobby.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see, and that's going to be all of YZG for Game 3. Only 2 kills on the board for them. This is unfortunate to see. They played yesterday, and they've only got 59 points. So like a team like OUG or SR, I think OUG played yesterday as well. SR is at 56 points, and this is their 3rd game. They have had a little bit of a slower start to this game than normal, but they are on 5 eliminations. Our kills are getting spread apart, but actually our kill leader in the lobby right now is going to be OA, our Riot Squad team. Triple gold armor.
They're looking genuinely terrifying. They got a comp which kind of counters the vast majority of the lobby, and also they've got the gear and the setup to be able to do it. Just going to get a last little bit of shopping done. Revitalize the last of their goodies. TC hasn't even got a full soul jade laid out. There it is. Picked up a blue soul jade, so at least they got something. It's now just a little bit of a waiting game. 5 minutes. Everyone's been able to cleanse himself of their debuff left in the lobby. Bane's breath's coming down, and I think once his Bane's breath is kind of done, we'll start to see more and more of these teams get even more aggressive.
330 going to try and go for this capture. I believe he's going for the cap. I think that's the Yangster one. I think
that's the old one. It's already timed out.
This is going to be our other Spearlight. Yeah, I think Flag has still yet to be captured, which is why we're still seeing it up on the map. 330 getting it crowd controlled heavily by PQ2. PQ2 do a really good job of flying away here. Now, looks like OA just ready to win this game. It's OA's game to lose right now. They're going to be able to go for the capture on it to this Spirit Wall. The crowd control that they've got to be able to push these monks out of zone. Forcing them to back off. It's going to be Kashi on the monk. They still do have a huge capture, so they might try to jump in with a Viper ult in a second. As I say that, OUG's SS can be jumping in, allowing OA to recapture. Knocking them off. They have AB's Viper ult available as well. We're going to see another ultimate coming through. That's going to be WBG as well as SS1's Fluid D. WBG's Creek. Oh my god, he made the lock kill. Oh, WBG's getting extremely low to the side from long. He's able to take that out. AB. Look at the Viper ult, ladies and gentlemen. The whole lobby still. OA picking up a kill. SS1 picking up the elimination as well. OUG's SS picking up the elimination. on it, the backside with the fan on the wheel. SR17S now trying to see if he's going to grab off, able to get one, try to go for two, but just Justina freeze onto the crouch control, the double slap, the double grab. OA shooting and AD going to go out. Oh my goodness, the unfortunate stance of the double grab. Positioning is going to have it, then falls to his fall. 17S getting targeted by the entire lobby, trying to jump away. Will he succeed? 1 HP in a dream. Let's see if he's able to get a kill. He runs into Bauda. He gets at least a little bit of healing coming through with the berry. Oh my goodness. Will he make it out alive? And it looks like he will.
That was huge, and SR shutting down OA's chance of winning this lobby with a single double grab, a single clap of the monk, able to pick that one up. SR holding on. They had such a huge game last game. They're trying to bounce it back. 7 kills under their belt right now. OUG got 9 though. Bowder on 10. It's really anybody's game with OA getting knocked out that early. Cuckoo just on the high ground playing with the boat. SR looking to go for the cap this time. This could be their window back into the game. They've still got the Kylin ultimate available to them. The cap slowly edging towards them getting that off. As right now, Zhao's just playing the dash game, evading them down as they're going to be able to cap, grab themselves some golden armor and some goodies. Now, with the Draco Storm in pocket, SR feeling a lot stronger. Got the refresh on their ultimate as well. 17 players and 2 minutes left in the lobby. 17S jumps forwards, goes in for the transform, but he is going to get away from that Viper stun, just about making it off. Looking for the grab. One grab makes the connection. They've got the second grab if they can find it, but they're playing evasion. Just gets the punch off now. Still, Draco Storm in the pocket here of 17S. Looking for more grabs, but 17S is going to lose his transform. As Wonk does find himself taken out by Founder. DRG gets the double grab. One of those members is SR. Not enough to kill Rico, but it's enough to kill Krieg. As now 3-3-0, it's his turn to fist for the grab. Hasn't been able to find anyone yet. It's just looking for them. Bowder gonna get grabbed up for a brief second here. It's only on for one. There's the clap. That's gonna be Don Q and NY7 knocked out of the lobby. 3-3-0, losing that transform soon. Losing a lot of HP off the back of that as well. And the Draco Storm still in the pocket of SR, as now it's their turn to go for the grab. We have the cycling through people with grabs. SR secure themselves a kill. WX98 will go down, and DRG are knocked out of the lobby. GG now trying to play survival as 17S jumps in, gets himself a grab onto 3-3-0, gets the punch to Kylin follow up as well. Slams down, not enough to secure the kill yet though, as he is going to be going low. The CJS with his Kylin dashing through everyone in the lobby, putting down as much damage as possible. 50 seconds until this zone collapses in on everyone, and it's just going to be a mad dash to the finish. Anyone can take this lobby, anyone can take this game. 3-3-0 being staggered back, lost all of his armor, but he has the transform to work with. As the zone collapses in, needs to find these SR members if he wants to play denial onto them, but they're going to remain evasive. They're going to stay away, and Zinyu has the dazzles, has the lockdown. LSM goes down. They find the grab onto a battle member and an SR member. That's 2 people down. 3-3-0, fighting as hard as possible, but 17S has transformed later, so he has the extra help to work with. Cuckoo, he's going to be losing his transform soon as well, as he's knocked onto the low ground, does as much damage as possible, but SR have been putting the kills on the scoreboard, and once again, they are the last team standing.
OA managed to survive to the end there. They had 1 player left, and Syra managed to survive till end circle. But SR are still going to be able to come out on top. Back to back. Oh my goodness. Back-to-back MVPs and back-to-back crazy games. That Monk end circle. I know you dislike Monk, but tell me the double grab, double slam isn't the most entertaining thing.
It's hype.
End circles.
It's hype. I'm not going to gas it up too much, but there were some really high claps. I think like the big one there was the SR double grab onto OA, because you very correctly said that was OA's game to lose, and then they lost 2 people in a single monk grab, and suddenly from there OA, I'll give them their dues, even with the fact they lost their 2 players, were able to hold on for a very long time and get the most out of that game as they could. But they're probably annoyed for the arena is filled with SR logos right now and not theirs, because that really shouldn't have been their victory. But SR proving too good right now. These guys are looking pretty formidable going into this autumn split.
Yeah, it's very difficult when you get to that point and you're like, okay, there's nothing that you can do about that unfortunate loss. You're taking range damage, you're dodging it everywhere. You get monk grabbed. You just happen to get monk double grabbed with your teammate instead of the 8 million other players that are available for a 17S to grab, and you get double slam, double eliminated. It's unfortunate to see, right? But OA was able to bring it back. They had Cuckoo 2 in that final circle on the Syra ult for a very long time, managing to get themselves at least 3rd place. So, you know, the amount of kills, they took their kills to the very end, even though SR had such a monumental game near the end as well. They were able to put just that much more points ahead on the board, and they had all 3 of their members, so they were getting kills in that late game when OA was just trying to survive. That definitely put them over the edge. And GG also dominating force. They had a very good shot at winning that game, but it was just monk ult, monk down, monk up, monk down, and the last monk standing was going to be SR's 17S.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting one now, because I feel like, you know, that is another step towards ASE there for SR. I feel like a lot of the weight of the day has been taken off their shoulders just due to the fact they've had 2 absolutely smashing games. I mean, even game 1 was great, even if they didn't win it. Like, they are closing in on that 90-point threshold, and we're halfway through the day, and they're well over half the way there now. Like, they are significantly closer. In fact, this win may be enough for them to jump into the top end of the lobby. We'll have a look at the overall scoreboards a little bit later, but they're going to be closing in really, really tight on that. And, you know, I said they were only 40 points off after the beginning of this game. That's completely gone now. This is like, you know, they only really need probably like 20 points, I reckon, at this point. Maybe like 22, 23 points at this point. Like, they are so close to where ASE are. And they probably won't end today in 1st place, just due to the fact that they're competing with like DRG, who've played 2 days, for overall points. But having a start this solid is so big, because it gives them, you know, it gives them the point to catch up, right? Like, they on Tuesday they could easily take 1st.
Well, you said they needed at least 10 points a game in 4 games, because they were already at 50 points. They just got 16, so now they only need 8. I think it averages out to about 8 points a game. 8 to 7 points a game average. And if they're averaging right now 15 points a game, 7 is going to be super attainable for them. They're able to get off spawn, off rip, and they can have an off game, they can have a donut, and they can still manage to pass. I do believe that they are going to be able to pass.
I think they'll be able to pass ASE by the end of the day. Definitely. Really, really solid stuff. Let's have a look at the standings and where we are after all of that. This side of it, not that exciting. Unfortunately, these guys are losers right now. WZ, unfortunately, sitting at the bottom of the table. 7.5 points is all they've been able to put together. Not the greatest performance from them. FPX, a pretty significant gap between them and WZ right now in points for them to be in 2nd to last place. But middle of the pack, SR, they were in 9th or 8th after last game. They've now jumped up to 7th. Getting ever closer towards that top end of the table. That's where you want to be. Remember, the big thing is you take, I believe it's 12.5% of your points from your bi-weekly as your starting points for that bi-weekly finals, which is going to be coming up on Thursday next week. So very, very soon until we run into that. They're going to take a lot of points into that. So it's going to be a very, very fun ending to the week, and we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to do it. As DRG have jumped up into 3rd place right now. OA are in 1st, actually. So nice stuff from them. Even if they didn't win that last game, they're currently sitting in 1st place. They're definitely still a team to watch going into the latter half of the day.
And taking a look at some of our highlights brought to you by China Unicom, where you're seeing SR's start to their reign of terror begins in the realm of Yang. They didn't really get too many early fights coming up. This is our first double grab, double slam coming out from FPX. We're going to see another double grab. Look, he gets the one on and then gets frozen by the OA member to try and prevent the freeze, or to try and prevent the slam. He still manages to come away with it. Walk is going to get eliminated as well. Kashi with another double grab and another double slam. I love that we get to see these all in succession here. So we're going to see flipping over to 330 now with his monk. We'll be able to get the double grab and the double slam again. These players are getting so good with the monk. I remember when a double grab was it was one of the most unexpected things to happen. 230 with another double grab double slam. And then we saw the last monk, 17S, fighting it out to the very end. Rico able to pick up that elimination right at the end. And then we see Rico, the last person standing with that ultimate. And look at, they're like, they can't believe that
they're vibing. Oh, well, there we are. Our MVP. I'm not surprised. Yanhai. Really nice stuff coming in from 17S. 19,000 damage coming out from him. Apparently no soul jades. I don't. Oh, he would have got his body ravaged at the end. They would have taken everything. That's why it looks like that. Someone probably just pinched everything off him right at the end. But I mean, beyond that, I sadly don't get to see what soul jades he had. But huge performance coming in from the Tianhai for the side of SR. And now we're halfway through the day. So, second half is obviously the point where sometimes I feel like halfway through the day, when you take this like slightly extended break, is when we see some of the teams start to kind of fall off. So we'll see if SR can keep this momentum going, because they've had an absolutely brilliant start to the day. OA, though, it does feel like they were starting to pick up a little bit of gas coming into this game. So maybe game 4 we'll start to see OA be a bit more of a competitor. And right now, they're at the top of the scoreboard. They want to stay there. They want, like I said, they want to take as many points into those bi-weekly finals as possible. Because right now, we are paying for Worlds. Like, obviously, EWC is coming up next week, and there's a lot of attention on that. But, like, Worlds is the big one for NARAKA, right? Like, that's coming up the end of the year. And how you perform this split will decide whether or not you go and represent Nbpl or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, the mid-season challenge at EWC is definitely still a very big contender. But when it comes to NARAKA culture, this is the first time we've seen a mid-season challenge. This is the first time NARAKA gets to go to the EWC, and we're going as a festival game, so it's not going to be one of those main stage events. It's not as big, but yes, we do see the J Cup at the end of the year is going to be our big event. But ladies and gentlemen, really quickly, we're going to send you to an interview, and we'll be right back after this.
Hi guys, I'm Liel. Welcome to the post-game interview. So this time we have YZG ZXL come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 就请张进来，请跟我们大家打招呼吧。
好，大家好，我是 YZG ZXL。
Okay, welcome. So today is the last regular day for YZG. So how's everything going today? 那其实今天已经是 YZG 第2个这个常规赛的比赛日了。觉得今天的比赛现在打下来目前怎么样呢？
前3把打得有点臭吧，后3把加油吧。
I think it's not very good for the first 3 games. We gonna try really hard for the following 3 games. Okay, so do you know how many points you need to get if you want to make sure you can get to the bi-weekly final? 你知不知道，就是说，如果想要确保自己的队伍能够进入到周决的话，一般需要拿多少分
？90以上。
I think more than 90 points. That's true. So, but we still have 3 games, so it's fine. Well, so for this time Nbpl, whole team of YZG are new players, but we're kind of familiar for you because your team, like 3 of you, are PLMM, which in the KOI's Cup, right? So how do you think about the difference like between KOI's Cup and Nbpl? 那其实对于我们来说，就是你们整个队伍的选手并没有特别陌生，因为其实你们才刚刚打过锦鲤杯。那觉得锦鲤杯跟我们联赛的区别在哪里呢？
联赛的强度比锦鲤杯高。
It's hard to play than KOI's Cup. Well, okay, but like before your team came, YZG, this team is already a team which have like kind of a glory history, so will feel like maybe stressful for that. 那其实，在你们队伍来之前 ，YZG 其实已经算是一个就是蛮受欢迎、蛮出名，并且有很多辉煌成绩的队伍了。所以你们来到 YZG 这个队伍的话，会有怎么样的情况？会觉得比较有压力之类的？
也没有吧，第一双周就当练一下、适应一下环境了，后面会发挥更好的，我觉得。
Okay, I think maybe not because for the first Biweek we just same as like training. We will do better for the following competition. Okay, let's move on to our answer for Treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did YZG ZXL use in Game 3? 那这一次我们的问题是张希兰在第3把用了哪个英雄呢？So please count down time， 也是请张希兰给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. Well, for the last question. So for you, it's just a very, very beginning for the whole like pro player life. But you have to face like autumn split. Also, we're gonna go to EWC. How do you think about that? 那其实 for 对于你的整个职业生涯来说，其实现在只是刚刚开始，但是一上来就打像秋决啊。就像那个可能之后要去 EWC 去打沙特杯，一上来就打这么大的挑战，感觉怎么样？
沙特更好打一点吗？我觉得。
为什么？
因为我觉得沙特，跟吉林杯差不多。
I think maybe EWC is easier because I think it's same like KOS Cup. So you think Nbpl is harder, right? 觉得联赛更难打是吗？
对，联赛更难打一点。
Okay, I see. Well, okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone. 那也是我们的采访到这里结束了，拜拜。
everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. Getting ready to go into our second half of the day. Got 2 games back to back coming up for you. So, SR kind of crushing it right now, having a really, really good day. On the other side, OA look like they finally warmed up. They're looking pretty good coming into the second half here. I'm excited. I think we got quite a few contenders for our front runners at the end of today.
Yeah, we're looking really good right now. DRG had a really good first couple of games that weren't really keeping up the pace in game number 3. We saw a lot of really good stuff coming out from OA as well. GG was picking up the pace a lot in game number 3 with a pretty slow start. A couple of teams that we were expecting to see a little bit more out of, YZG as well as Bauda, not really showing up too much to the plate, and WZ has a lot to work on before they can reclaim their stake in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, I feel, unfortunately, VVV struggling right now with the rest of Bauda. It's early days. We talk about this, obviously, with the fact that we got EWC coming up fairly soon. They're gonna have to, step it up a little bit more going into that if they want to actually have a good performance there. But yeah, I mean, you've got a former world champ, right, in VVV, if I'm right. Yeah, for a brief second, I was like, yeah, he is. Yeah, so, I mean, you got former world champ in VVV there, and, they got to make it work, because unfortunately this Bauda team in its current form is struggling. That is only the first week, so you allow a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of forgiveness on that front. YZG, I had high expectations for them, and so far, not quite as solid. I've seen a little bit of life from them, but it's very early to judge with a team like this because the fact it's a pretty heavily shuffled around roster. So they've got a bit of synergy to build. But we talked about this in the last game. That synergy building, you're realistically allowed the first bi-weekly to do, and then a bit of the second bi-weekly, but you want to be, scoring something by that end of the second bi-weekly. You want to be at those bi-weekly finals, because if you've missed the first 2 bi-weekly finals while you're trying to sort your synergy out, you've only got 2 bi-weekly finals to actually get some decent numbers on the board and have a chance of making it, deeper into playoffs and potentially even the world championship itself. So it's one of those situations where I feel like right now our teams, this is their fun week, but they've got a lot to work on, and they don't have much time to work on it just due to the fact that this is a consecutive 8-day bi-weekly, and then they have a short break for we end, and then they do not have long between the end of this week of this bi-weekly and then the start of EWC. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do, but they've not got a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, it's a very condensed split. Lots of the time our splits have been drawn out for longer times. It seems like spring split, I feel it went by pretty quickly. We were week 1 and we were by week 4 so fast. So now that they've got this their whole system very, very streamlined and organized, we're able to knock this stuff out a lot quicker. And the fact that we're doing back-to-back weeks for by week 1, where all of the games in succession of each other, they're playing one day after another, all the way until the first bi-weekly ends, just because of the fact that we do have the EWC coming up. Make sure to go watch that when it is alive, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to create for a faster flow in the first week, and I think we're going to slow down near the second and third weeks. Then bi-week 4 is going to pick up again, and then we've got the finals coming out on the long split.
I think one of the things that we haven't really talked about is because after EWC, after that kind of mid-season tournament, we actually take a week off as well, and then we come back in September. So this to me is kind of this and EWC are kind of the warm-up for the actual main event of the season, right? Because you're right, once we get going and once we start, it's a regular schedule, NBPL absolutely blast by. Like, it feels like it's over before you even realize it. So I'm very excited to see, you know, they get 2 weeks of kind of like fun warm-up going in, kind of testing the waters a little bit, figuring out comps as well, because like you mentioned, we're changing the way hero select works. Characters like Syra, who's been incredibly important in the meta all year long, and even during last Worlds, she was a major deal. She's realistically potentially just going to be full on removed from the entire meta. There's a world where they may stubbornly stick to her, even if the numbers aren't there. But like, the expectation is we're going to see, you know, Syra start to dip out of the meta. We're going to start to see things shuffle around, and you know, the ultimate duration like changes, I think, have affected so many comps and how they get played. But I think it's a big part of why we're not seeing Sand Siphon, is because, you know, using those free rend blasts, like popping it at the beginning of the fight and then having the ult running and then having the free rend shoves to work with, is like, it's a big deal. And you know, now you have less time to do it, so you're either just blasting them out to get them out before you get all the shots through, or you might potentially waste them being a little bit too panicked and like holding on to them for too long. So I feel like we're seeing, you know, a real meta shift, and by the end of the split, I expect to see a more definitive meta. I'm really curious what that's going to be, because we've seen some experimentation. Right now, I think Viper is the S tier pick on the patch, though.
Yeah, I think definitely Viper, you know, just being one of the most dominant heroes in trios, Monk being one of our other staples that we see, and everyone's going to build comps around that. I think when we get our new hero selection, and after this next patch comes in with all the nerfs to Syra, with everything that's going on with the other character balance changes, I think we are going to end up seeing a huge shift in the meta once that comes. It's going to be similar comps, more diverse games, less teams running the same thing every round, more teams running different variations of similar comps, if that makes sense.
That's what I'm for. I like the kind of like diversified versions of the comps, and I think the tail end of last year into this year, I talked about it a little bit, but like, I was such a big fan of these metas because you would have like a centralized point in which you'd build a comp around, right? Like, whether or not be like the Syra, the Zai, the Takeda, the Tianhai. There were multiple avenues in which you'd kind of go, this is the pillar of the comp, and then like the supporting cast would be varied heavily. So we started to see more diversification, but unfortunately, the way it always goes is they will figure out the most efficient way. These are very smart people, but you know, followed up by coaches and teams that are able to do the study, the research, run the numbers, and they kind of figure out what is actually the most effective way to play a certain comp. So the diversification kind of slowly does die out. So it's fun to see, you know, again, they're going to be forced to kind of change that up and actually play a little bit more diverse on that front.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see, because once a meta starts to solidify, then we start seeing things like, I'll give you a little bit of PTSD here, the 16 zip lobbies and our you know, crazy things that we've seen in the past, where everybody is just playing the one thing that will 100% guarantee the win. Because if you're able to play something that's going to give you a significant enough advantage, everybody is going to want to pick that. Now hopping through, we might actually get to start seeing a little bit more Siphon coming out. Syra is actually going to mess with that. The Syra nerf is going to be a huge hit to Siphon, which means we might not even get to see that anymore. But given the fact that we're going to be seeing so many less of the Viper comps, we might get to see Temi and Takeda rotated in with another hero.
It might just ping back to being Zip in the Sound Siphon comps again.
I
feel
don't
like
know if they're going to
the
take
angle.
Zip. I think they might go Karumi.
Yeah, I guess the problem is Karumi also sits in Monk comps, so that's kind of why Zip used to go in there. Also, Karumi was kind of turbo nerfed at the time, to be fair. But
yeah, but we've seen this issue arise. Karumi and Zip, like Zip is being used right? By the monk comp. They're not going to take out Zip there. And if they can't have Syra, they'd have to go Harumi. But what if they tried putting either a Viper or adding Takeda where Takeda or Tumult where Syra would go? This is, my brain just kind of working in mysterious ways here. I don't think that would ever happen, but it would be a cool concept.
I mean, there's a world where we see Wu Chen back in, because obviously right now he's disabled for competitive play. So with the changes, we might see Wu Chen return to the meta, and then at which point Viper kind of gets her Tessa comp back. Also, I think like this Riot Police comp also works really well, and I know we're talking about Syra nerfs and things getting changed there, but I don't see a world where they don't find a solution to that. I mean, we could even see, and I can't remember who the hell was running it. I need to look it up, actually. It could have been, was it JL? No, it wasn't JL. I can't remember. There was a team who pulled out, and I talked about it at the beginning of the day, the Tessa Viper V1 Valda comp, where the whole point, again, it's crowd control. It's just catching the crowd in the tidal wave into the Viper, into the... Like, so many ways in which you can kind of execute on that. And with Syra getting nerfed, that kind of riot control comp could actually start to see Valdas jumping into it. I know, obviously, Valda is shared right now with some monk comps. There's like a budget version to Kailin.
Yeah, but I like the way I like the way that you're thinking going into that. I think that Valda definitely has some sort of stance to be able to jump into these other comps. I think that it might be a little bit difficult for her to see as much playtime as definitely we'd hope or expect, but I think it's got a very, very good opportunity for that to happen.
I mean, she's not as strong right now, but she has her place, which I'm happy about.
Especially with alt timer, I think that's one of the biggest things with Valda is alt timer is really crucial because her timer is just so small. The fact that she gets such a big health buff and everything, it is a very small alt. First round selection though, gonna go to Bauda, OA, and Alliance. Did we not already pick heroes?
No, you have been.
I swear we did.
Don't worry. For everyone watching right now, it's quite early in the morning for Seb, bless him. What time is it over there?
3:54 a.m.
Yeah, we'll forgive him for missing some stuff. I should now be awake. I've had a Coca-Cola, so I've had a little bit of sugar and caffeine. It's now midday for me, so it's my turn to be the one who's awake and paying attention to what's going on. So here we go. Hero select for our first round. I'm gonna throw a wild guess out here. I think there's gonna be quite a few monks in this.
I think we're.
Oh
no,
my
we're
word! It's a sand siphon.
There we go. Siphon coming out after everybody's burned monk points. So playing monk right now, not only do you, because that's one thing that people don't know about is if you play monk, if you play a hero once, it's free. If you play a hero second time, I believe it's also free. Third time you use the hero, it's 2 points gone. So
it goes up after first pick, so you get one pick for free, and then second pick has an increased point.
And then there's the additional increased points when it comes to the hero point increase. So we're going to see Uvalda Rumi coming up from SS. We're going to see Zyphon or Zymatari Viper.
It's a type of Zyphon.
Yeah, it's a type of Zyphon. It's a Zy stun.
I actually don't know the answer to this. I'm going to ask you here. The alt timer stuff, has that affected the duration of the sandstorm from Samolch?
I believe
because it's not
so.
a timer, right? Like he puts it down, and then it's just up. Because I know the timer affected like the active bar, so when their alt button is glowing in the middle of the screen, like that drains quicker.
I think it probably did. I'm gonna have to say yes.
I should ask someone who's very intelligent. You know what? I'm actually gonna shoot a message over to Savaria because he's our point of contact for all this stuff. That bro eats it for breakfast with milk, man. He eats NARAKA for breakfast. The guy just lives, breathes this game.
There's a lot of things that are going into preparing for this stuff, and you know, some of us might VOD review, some of us will play the game for hours on end, and then you have this guy who's going in and memorizing what all the Soul Jade's names are in Chinese. It's definitely a different way to approach it. Definitely a lot of dedication to the craft. We're going to be seeing coming out into this game Bauda making their stake, trying to see if they can pull something off. I want to see the new team succeed. That's what I'm really wanting to see. As everyone's getting prepared, it looks like they're taking a little bit longer than usual getting ready for this game. So we're just gonna chill out here, see exactly what's going to be popping off. As just as I say it, we're getting ready to jump in game number 4. It's going by pretty quickly. We're already, it's already 4 in the morning here for me, but I mean, it feels like it's gone by very quickly.
Honestly, these teams have been very aggressive. I think the changes to the meta has made the game feel like there's way less downtime. Like, giving everyone Shadow Corruption, not Shadow Corruption, Realm of Yang Corruption or debuff on, like, towards the end of the game, like, as you transition from late mid-game into late game, was diabolical. And I love it. I am so here. Like, the devs just pull stuff like this all the time, and it's so good to watch. They just pull off these little diabolical changes, which makes the game a lot more fast-tempoed. I mean, Realm of Yang was one of my favorite additions to the game. I remember when they dropped it for, it was the second J-Cup, the first J-Cup we covered since opening the Nbpl. And it just made the game so much more exciting to watch. Constant action breaking out, everyone was a lot more scrappy, and then it felt like they've just, every second where they see people play relaxed, they were like, nah, we can find a way to speed that up. Like, the devs are diabolical and they're evil geniuses, and I love them for it. They do such a good job of making this game hyper aggressive. Speaking of which, Plumed has got quite a few teams dropping her out. SR, YZG, I couldn't see who the other team near them are. Sure, I'll see it in a moment, but quite a few teams in the area. GG's dropping Imperial Village, where they always seem to drop. It's one of their favorite spots. There's a lot of good spots up there. They normally go to the cave around the back of the waterfall as well, so they're going to get a lot of good loot off the back of that one. Doesn't look like WZ are going to make the way over to City of Tang, just south of them. Going to be quite a few clusters of people in the area. And one thing to note, we're on Fireflies, which probably explains why the Xiphons and the Sand Xiphons are starting to show up a little bit more into this one.
Yeah, it's when the hero points start getting used up, you can't play Monk for all 6 games, so you've got to find another composition. And when the picks are coming through, Monk or Sand Siphon is a very strong composition. It used to dominate completely. Now it dominates just a little bit, but it is still very good to see it hopping out. YCG versus SR right off of the rip, as we're going to be seeing Rico coming through. Oh, double parry on Daoyu, tries to turn the punish around onto 17S on the other side, looking for the lower opponent, but unable to connect. ZXL trying to see if he can get something to happen, but it's mostly just plates coming in. Focus Scale Rush going to come through onto 17S, tries to go for the jump out of lead. We're going to see now the Syra ultimate getting popped out. Shao extremely low. QTT going to pick up the elimination. 17S getting eliminated, and now the last player, Rico, manages to escape here. They're going to find him, trying to go for the stun off with that Syra ultimate. But looks like they're going to be unable to connect. Rico going to be able to get himself at a good amount of distance to be able to kite this out. F ability invested as we flip over. OUG versus Fun plus Phoenix. Volda F has been dropped. Is that F1? Coming up on the side of Volda. Interesting play to come through, not using that combo yet. As SS will try and see if he makes something happen. The double charge is going to come through water. Able to get a lot of damage off that Karumi ultimate. It's healing so much. Trying to see if he can get the heal up onto Shinyu. Get him into that ultimate before any real damage can be done. Shinyu's up, but he's eliminated again. A 3x for still. Tried to pop the ult too. I believe that's ult timer gone. Huge parry going to be coming up from Baby on a lot of damage into the Matari dash from the uppercut, followed up by a 1.0 from water, and Kiki
Yeah, really nice. We're going to cut down to 08. Got himself in a fight here versus BRG. Two teams are both looking for a front running position, but they get a nice little counter gank comes in from the side of Alliance, third partying in. Jumps through the portal, and Kakashi gets hit by the grapple, finally with the knockup, and they are just going to slowly, I say slowly, they're going to absolutely obliterate his health bar, denying him. Nice third party there from Alliance. Only secured themselves a single kill, but scattered some of the front runners to the wind. And Alliance right now, they're in 5th place. This is their 2nd day of games, so these points are going to stick at this point. So denying some of the front runners from getting too far ahead is a really, really big start for them.
GG now. Coming up against WBG. Oh, big ultimate coming up from the Tumult here, but LXM going to be able to try and get a stun off. No connections onto anybody. Yali with the fan going to knock LXM out of the way, trying to focus on the other members. The Cookie has gone down. That's a 3v2 situation. It looks like this Yushan composition is going to be victorious against the likes of a Siphon. Good ultimate pops now onto the side of CJS, but oh my goodness, Matari dash from the pulse for an uppercut. What a play! A 1.0 into the follow-up from the pulse. That final player, Yali, Yunan is also going to get himself eliminated. Super quick kills, super clean eliminations, and GG is up by 3.
Yeah, nice little start there for GG. Looks like they're going to do a little bit of shopping maybe. Grab himself a token so they can put down the Moon Bane. Secure themselves an objective or potentially a fight situation. We'll see. A lot of people do like to use the Bane's Breath on the Roma Yang just to secure themselves an entrance in. Tension cools off a little bit. This is this one point in the game, one of the few points in the game where I feel like you do have a very needed breather for the team so they can quickly just sort through whatever loot they grabbed or whatever loot they need to grab before the next major contestation point comes up, which is going to be that Roma Yang. Right now, YZG on the tail of SR looking just to kind of send them packing. Both teams just posturing at each other. No one's really willing to fully commit. Say that as Dayu jumps down from the tree. Just playing the high ground right now. SR not willing to full commit, and I say that as they throw out a transform, so they are looking. Dayu goes for the sandstorm. Just going to put that down as he may be hunted here a little bit by 17S. Isn't able to find the connection on the grab, and YCG actually doing a very good job of peeling SR apart. 17S, he's going to lose this transform fairly soon, and he is a long way from his team. He needs to get in for the backup fairly soon. Rico has got some healing coming in from that zip, as GCG gets a fair chunk of damage out. The healing from Rico is going to do a bit of work here. If you do see Zhao now starting to slice through GCG's HP. He's only got one through range shot left. Is running low on the timer of that. The sandstorm breaks that second time, though, in the middle of all of this, and Rico has been picked up, so YCG able to play the sustain game here. 17S, who was isolated from his team, joined in the fight too late, and he goes down. That's 2 members of SR dead.
Here we go. SR faltering. As Xiao, no revives on the board. Oh my goodness, they don't have their resurrections. This is going to be difficult for them. As we said, they can have a bad game. They are at 66 points. So it's not too difficult for them. It's not awful. If they start losing points right now, it's not going to be horrible for them. But it is definitely not where they want to be in this game. I bet they were hoping for a little bit of a better start to this. As yeah, it's just not the greatest situation to be in. As we're going to be following Bauda now. No lives, no revives. And Alliance as well. 1 elimination on the board. Very slow game to start.
Yeah, no, genuinely a very slow game. I see FBX, I see YCG with 4 kills each, 3 kills onto GG. But other than that, it's been a relatively tame one, a relatively quiet one. I think SR probably A-okay with that. They only need to get 1 rebirth charm off for their monk, and the problem is Realm Yang's in 2 minutes time. So sure, they're going to be able to pick up a a rebirth and picks up their monk, but you lose a whole section of the game of scaling from those Realm of Yanks because you're not jumping in with grey armor and grey weapons on your monk. So they're just gonna have to go off, grab some goodies, get back into it. You can see Rico right in the south, Zhao doing a little bit of scouting, although WZ are in the area. Realm of Yang spawning up fairly soon. And if I was SR, you'd want to be on the north right now because there's not another team in sight to be able to get a lot of free loot off there. Remember, weather effects on Holoroth refresh the treasure troves. So if you can find a point where there's going to be some weather, you'll be able to re-grab loot from a pre-pillaged area. And actually there is one just to the east of where SR are, so they can run over and grab themselves some goodies and get some dark side coins put together.
It does look like they're heading that way. They're going to be able to get their team back. They've got 2 members, so getting their third isn't going to be too difficult. It's usually more difficult when there's one player trying to get 2 of his teammates up. We've got 2 players trying to get 1 teammate up. That's usually going to succeed for them. We're going to see now everybody going to jump that round again. Funko Phoenix, oh, what an F to be able to jump right in there on the Yueshon. Love to see Yui back into this game. We've got WBG versus GG, Alliance versus OUG, DRG versus FS1, Bada versus OnePlus. We're going to be taking that right here, right now. Both teams take to the skies in the grapples. We're going to see the ultimate pop right away from water as the Syra ultimate's going to come up as well. Zem taking a lot of damage off that first hit from the Yushon. He's able to jump up into the sky and try and knock the Syra off the block, but it looks like it's going to be unsuccessful. We're now seeing, big pushback to be able to avoid that spear finish damage. We've got the timer coming through. Bang! Oh my goodness! NY7 getting absolutely blitzed down by Funplus Phoenix. Zem now on the back end is going to try and take water out, but that F ability is going to cancel that. Oh my goodness, water getting extremely low. Forced to back out of this situation here. He's going to get a big parry on the Zem, taking him out. The Wisp almost sealed his fate earlier. The big parry going to finish him off into the bow shot as 330 picks up the kill on the U-Ram. And we go to the win. GG's going to win, OUG's going to win, SS1 is going to win, and FunPlus Phoenix is going to take the victory in the Realm of Yang.
Very, very nice for them. They got the Vermilion Birds. Might immediately break out into action, I assume. What we do see is GG right now just looking for a fight, seeing sandstorms, transforms, everything getting thrown out. 330 jumps in onto Young, loses a fair chunk of HP here. They are going to throw down the Viper ultimate just to get the lockdown on the Young. He's pinned against the rocks as 330 has so much space right now, but isn't really landing enough for that kind of mortal damage onto them. Young does finally get clipped twice here, and he is now in kill range. He's going to get some healing down, but Frufrio's going to lose his transform, and now the microwave beam cooks him. The fist weapons from Frufrio, or from Young, are going to finish up Frufrio. Alliance get triple dazzled, but immediately start to jump onto Young. Alliance want to get these kills. They need to get these cleanses off. WZ also could be within their sights. They have the White Tigers. Sandstorm gets broken out. Alliance is going to be disengaged from. No one wants to get near them. Alliance is desperate to get some kills, desperate to get some fights going, due to the fact that they have that Realm of Yang debuff on. Still got the ultimate available for Yuma. He catches it on 2-1, gets him caught in the area, working a lot of work for the fifth weapons here. Getting him low, is going to pop himself the air. Over the shoulder, Young goes. There's going to be the Sandstorm. Young waiting for a good opportunity to throw that ultimate out as one goes very low. Gets the knockup. Good parry. Young takes low HP though as Yuma locks his health. He's just going to have to throw down the ultimate. Finds the cleanse onto one of his teams. Dazzle pop. Not going to get clipped, but GG coming in for the third part to try and tidy this one up. Alliance crumbling, but they find an opportunity to turn around. CGS loses so much HP off the back of this one. And Alliance not willing to give up the fight yet. Going to go for a quick heal up. Play this chill.
LXM now full pressure. They still have Vermilions on CJS. So CJS is going to frontline this fight. Trying to go position 1 up into these trap box. They're going to just send the most of the target damage, letting him heal for everybody as much as possible. CGS trying to see if he can get any extra damage off of that F ability. And they're going to try and run him down. It looks like he is going to get himself eliminated back into the game. And now GG is in a rough situation. Big parry going to come through, and now they're going to be forced to back off. Oh, huge double parry going to be coming up to 330. They're able to take out off of that. No ultimates available for them. Yuma, what a turnaround in the 3v2, turning it into a 2v1 situation. Young now forced to run away as fast as possible. 330 going to be able to catch up with him into the scale rush, into the 1, into the 2. Terrain going to creep for a second there. Wiz going to prevent LXM from keeping chase. Is going to be able to get the grapple off, though. Max distance, getting him as far away as possible. But oh my goodness, Alliance game just turned to shambles in seconds. 330 going to keep up the pressure, and they try. There we go. F ability, so fastest cooldown in the game. Going to try and bring it around, and WZ is going to bring it back. Big parry from John to try and get away from this, and now WZ's hot on the tail. Going to try and keep up the pace. And now that WZ jump back into the mix, it's going to be wraps for Jung as he's trying to make the escape away. And there you have it. Alliance eliminated completely from the lobby.
That felt greedy from GG with only one person having the revive, because as soon as they die, the rest of them, they just get killed in a 2v3, but they found the turnaround. It was huge from them. SR, though, looking to punish onto GG. LXM will fall to Zhao there. Now 17S looking for the grabs. Had a really good grab last game. 3-3-0 playing defensive. Just going to have to run away as his transform's going to be timing out. And SR know this, so they're going to keep the pressure up onto him. 3-3-0 launches himself into the Shadow Corruption. And I don't think he's going to go far in there. The dot is just going to start to add up too much. Zhao actually going for a flank angle, trying to cut him off, although 3-3-0 has been able to hide out, and it looks like SR just going to have to give up the chase for now. Although they're actually looking like they're turning their attention towards CJS. GG scattering in opposite directions to pull the attention away and keep their hopes of winning this game, or in this game, alive. Grapples connecting onto CGS. Is going to jump into the zone. If he gets hit by the falling roller in here, that is a death sentence, including the dot damage from the Shadow Corruption. CGS is honestly just buying a lot of time for his team here. 17S continues to get chased onto Pony Roller. Don't know where it is, but it's got to be coming around fairly soon. I'm going to be able to evade it for a second. CGS continues to get chased. I'm amazed SR aren't more interested in jumping into a realm with Yang. Instead, they'd rather chase the kills onto CGS and play catch-up on points. Oh, CGS. He's going down. There it is. It was a delayed fight, but they got it.
Yeah, they went all the way into the zone, all the way around the Thorny Roller area. As we're going to see now, OUG Shinyu versus SS1's Luigi on the Monks, jumping and attacking each other as much as possible. We got one grab on the side of Shinyu. Double grab, double slam from Luigi, taking out Baby Yu. This is an interesting fight here. Let's see if they're going to be able to bring it back. OUG now in a 2v3 situation. Shinyu's frozen and are brought down. And that's a Monk Justina Karumi versus Monk of Valdo Karumi. And it's already a 3v1 2-tick with a double grab on the Young on the opposite side. And it looks like Siphon not playing too well into slash and grab. As we're going to be seeing Wonk getting eliminated now in the 3v1 situation. Both of these Realm of Yanks going extremely quick.
Very, very explosive Realm of Yanks. I mean, it's weird because it's the Monks getting the kills, but typically Decadacons are quite explosive and they do a lot of burst damage. So you would expect it from the lobby just due to how many Sand Siphons were locked in, but funnily enough, it's actually not the Sand Siphon comps that are the ones doing all this burst damage, it's the Monk comps. That's only with blue weapons. I suppose there's actually a purple... Is that a swarm? Onto 2? I haven't seen a swarm in so long. Yeah, he's got a swarm, purple swarm, so it does have purple weapons when he transforms at least. There's a YZG being hunted up by Imperial on the surrounding areas. Or are they hunting Balder? Both teams actually playing relatively chill right now. DRG being hunted by WBG. WX98 trying to play escape using the height. And this is one of those locations where, a bit like Celestia on Morris Isle, there's so much room to kind of play around and play evasion versus other teams. So that looks like it's just going to be the game plan for now. It's just a waiting game to see if WBG can find their opening. OA. 4 kills. They had an amazing game number 3. Let's keep our eyes on them because they are one of my teams to watch in this second half of the day.
Okay, we're gonna be taking a look here. OUG. Jumping in, trying to see if they can get a scrap off. SS1's pretty nearby. They're gonna go for that fight. They do need to take some sort of battle into this. OUG, you're gonna be trying to get something off. They've got good scale going on. They've got gold weapons on their monk. They've got purple armor on their monk. And we're going to be seeing WZ, our other Yang depletion team. 5 kills on the board for them so far. They're starting to pick up the pace. But they're looking like they're going to go for a bit of an odd spawn point here. Not really close to anybody. And on Yang depletion with only 3 minutes and 25 seconds left to cleanse, it's... Oh! Looks like we might see another team. Oh, it was just his teammates. I was like, oh, we've got another team dropping in on top of him. But it is not. We've got all of WZ looking for some sort of elimination. It looks like everybody's closer to the Plume Castle area.
Seems like this could be the place where the game ends. Although, to be fair, Plume, the surrounding area of Plume, great for monks. Plume itself, not very good for monks. A lot of terrain, a lot of height and verticality to work around, which kind of shuts down monks' ability to find picks when there's lots of places to hide from him. But surrounding area, quite open. There's the odd area like this where there's quite a few dips and divots you can kind of slide into, but mostly a desert, so we'll keep our eyes on that one. Right now, who is leading the score? It's SS1. Oh no, it's FTX with 10 kills. FTX in 14th place, making some level of a comeback as Wonk jump onto. Sandstorm gets thrown out. He has the through range jump. Gonna try and use it, try and buy some space, but really getting too much off yet. Still has all of his through range shots. Throws one out there as a bit of a space buyer to get away from the chase onto him. Still has a couple more shots to work. Throws one out. Is going to get fired back onto in response. So WZ starting to find themselves on the end of this train where they do not want to be. I say that they can't see, but Yali potentially up for the grabs as a kill. Gonna try and fight him in. Cookie takes a lot of damage from the halberds. Young also going a little bit low here. Trying to throw out a wisp, not going to be able to find that opening. Cookie charging up with the pole sword, doesn't make the connection. Nice vertical comes in from that long sword onto Wonk though, as Cookie's now going to press the attack onto Wonk, strips away his armor, starting to get him low. Halberd to fire back out as Yoran jumps in for backup, and there's one down. There's WZ out of the lobby.
The triple charge stone form slash coming out from WBG's Cookie, actually connecting, doing a very good job. But now DRG's going to jump into this. They know that ults are probably not online. They're close to getting back up. We do see Temi Ultimate already almost there. Temi Ultimate come on. They're going to send them away from this stuff, get any extra bit of loot that WBG left behind, and now we're going to focus our attention over to OUG. They're the only other team with the game depletion. We've got 1 minute and 35 seconds to cleanse, otherwise they're going to be in big trouble. We're going to get a range chip damage off on to the members of WBG who are sitting in the zone, so losing just as much HP. And we're not going to see it. They're just going to be going for the Spirit Well, I think. That's what they're going to attempt to do. We've got 1 minute left, so they're going to go on the Spirit Well while the rest of these teams go for the Yang Well. And that's going to happen. Everybody's starting to converge. Nobody attacking each other either. Everybody's just hopping around, enjoying their time, hanging out. They've got the timings down to a T, so we know Chinyu knows exactly that he's popped this at the perfect time. Oh, they're going for Yang Spirit.
Yeah, they really want to get this one.
Old Spirit Well. Looks like Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be able to get that Spirit Well as
it's actually best waiting and not capping, and then capping as soon as the debuff goes on. It looks like that might have been the order in which that went. So FPX, see, did they cleanse themselves? Yeah, they waited. Really smart from them, actually. They can just get the cleanse off here. They are playing it slow, which gives the rest of the lobby a chance to try and play interrupt on them.
They're going to try and min-max that as much as possible. Hold it to the very last second of capture just to be able to have the buff for as long as possible.
Yeah. My concern is that used to be the way to do it, but now that everyone gets Realm Yang debuff on, everyone gets a little bit more frantic and more likely to get aggressive. As FBX, they're gonna throw down the final stun, makes the connection onto Yuan. He's able to break away from it though. It's FBX. They found the cleanse, they've got that Draco Storm, so they want to play aggressive. OUG do have their own buff as well though. FBX still waiting for an opportunity to actually find a pick. G did pop the ultimate, but due to them capping immediately after, does have it back now, so it's actually quite hard to punish with that double cycle of ults available to them, but Lobby is somewhat interested in keeping up with them somewhat. Not sure if they're going to fully send it though. It's looking a little bit too dicey right now. I would say that it's not over as SR able to take Kaichi out with a must get shot, and that was a stolen kill away from the way there. Yeah, it was. Nice shot from SR.
Yeah, Louis, you're going to be able to try and do that. And WBG have got this capture the flag strat on lock. They have done this every single game. They've managed to capture the flag that they're in this final circle. They finish the capture the flag challenge every single time to get their cleanse. And now OA, SS1, SR, and YZG all still on that Yang depletion timer. So they're going to have to get themselves a kill within the next 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Otherwise, they are in a lot of trouble, which means a lot of skirmishing is about to happen. Look at how open this area is. Look at that. We're going to see one elimination happen already. OA's AB going to be able to cleanse off of the elimination on to DRG's WX98. We're going to see a swarm play coming out here from Tuesday with gold pole sword in hand. Going to send out that swarm along with the members of Bauda, trying to get the members of NY7. Bauda's NY7 to back off, get the elimination off on them. It looks like they're unsuccessful. SS1 in the back end, popping ultimates, going to try and see if they can make something happen. It looks like their Justina has cleansed, but nobody else on their team, so they're going to try and get these cleanses off as fast as possible, lowering this lobby from a count of about 24 players to maybe 16, 17.
Well, there's a bit of a waiting angle right now.
Oh my goodness.
For the base breath to come off, but man, there is still so many people left. Basil comes out, base breath comes out, it's just absolute carnage here right now. 5 minutes left on the lobby. I believe YCG were actually able to pick up their team and then immediately, after using the rebirth charms, get themselves to debuff onto 2 of their players.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that happening. Oh my goodness. But it's such an open circle that monks are going to have a really good time. So all of these players are now starting to target our monk players. We're going to see now 17S are jumping up, trying to see if he can get a grab off, but it looks like all of these players are just hitting around, and there you have it. There is that. Ooh, big grab on the QG.
Nice grab.
We're going to see if we can get another grab off on it to the Kemi. Unsuccessful. QGG is going to go down to OUG's SS though, as he gets another grab on the Luigi. Luigi going to get punched out. No health lost on the SR17 SSB. Back up to full HP. SS1's going to jump in now. Everybody trying to claim this spirit while they want that last available drop. Trying to see if he can go for the double grab with Luigi. He's going to get punched out. Actually doesn't get the HP back, but going to pop into that green circle. Giving himself a little bit of HP at a time. Getting knocked back. He's very low HP. And there we go. Rico going to pick up that elimination. And now going to see another monk getting himself eliminated. SS1 Shuan going to pick up that kill. Who has got the capture going the highest? It's unclear at this point. 17S is going to get, oh my goodness, the knockback coming through. What a feel. Bauda's NY7 going to go down to 17S. SR starting to pick up the basic amount of elimination. Shinyu has the kill onto Xiao. He gets the grab onto Rico as well. SR losing a member. OUG trying to hold the spirit well for as long as possible. He's got a Syra bugging him from up top. He's got other players bugging him from down below. Owe has been fully eliminated. Shinyu's going to bounce down. Now another team might have an opportunity to jump back on into the spirit well, but I do believe that OUG is going to be able to get the full capture on it. Or no, they back off as Fun plus Phoenix now takes the stand with their Yushan guarding the zone. Barrier has dropped. These players are now going to be victims to all of the range damage from everywhere on the map. Waters going to be able to hold that off. SS getting knocked back. Ruyi revived, but gets eliminated again. WBG round picking up that elimination. SR has lost their Thailand. They're going to have a little bit more difficulty coming in. Now we're going to see the Viper ultimate getting released here. Oh my goodness, 17S with a crazy grab coming through, but he's silenced. He won't be able to get the slam off, losing the health from the drop. Kiki gonna get himself grabbed. ZXL almost getting grabbed, but Chuan gonna be able to dodge that out, and SR 17S taking so much damage.
Yeah, it's just gonna jump into a tree, look for one last grab, have to disengage away. SR jumping into a sandstorm there actually could have been a little bit dicey for them, but they are not willing to give up this buff. They do not want to give up anything. As you can see, FPXZG go in for a big nuke onto the whole lobby. He's going to look for lockdown. Is not able to connect on 17S, but it doesn't matter because Water will finish him up in the middle of all of this. This is FPX's game to jump up the standings. From 13th to 12th they go, but with 12 kills, if they win this, the multipliers is going to absolutely rocket them up the standings. Zinyu looking for a couple of grabs, unable to make the connection yet, although he's just going to have to reposition here. Timing out soon on that transform though is going to cause him a couple of issues. Because Zinyu lose that transform now, drops down onto the low ground. Water keeping some pressure up here on Kurumi ultimate. Gets caught by the frozen though, so he's going to have to back off because he lost a chunk of HP off the back of that one. Jumps back in the slam down, doesn't really get too much off, but he is going low. Another freeze hits onto Water. He's going down. SS is going to be able to secure the kill onto him with 1 minute 43 left on the lobby. Really, anyone can take this. Another big ultimate coming in from ZGE there on the Viper. Lue pops the bell to be able to survive. ZGE did connect onto a couple of people with that Viper ultimate, but didn't quite get exactly what he needed. Has got that silence in the bag. Actually, it's not the silence, it's the F2 available to him. So a little bit of damage can come out from that one. Right now is Zinyu looking for a grab, able to catch up to ZGE. They don't want any more Viper stuns playing interrupt. OUG are going to secure the kill onto him there, taking him out as Yoran. Low HP. ZXL just slowly starting to chunk away at him. Is able to secure the kill onto Yoran in the middle of all of this. And with a minute left, Rico gets himself grabbed, gets himself punched, and the fans will finish him up into the regrab. Rico falls as Yoran secures the kill, knocking SR out of the lobby with only 7 kills under their belt. As now everyone else is fighting within this sandstorm. OUG continuing to try and control the area. FPX only have a single player standing with 12 kills, but OUG, they've got all of their players. They've still got that Valda, and they're going to put some damage down with that. Connecting onto a couple of people. We see Lue going for the transform, looking for the grab, has been able to get one onto Baby U, gets the punch back onto him, knocks him into the zone, doesn't get the re-grab off though, as now they're just going to look for the lockdown from Lue, catches him inside the zone for a brief second there. He does catch onto Zinyu from the grab. 7 people left in this lobby. Valda gonna get knocked out. SS1 gonna lose their monk. It's Zinyu as the last man standing here, along with Juan, and they are gonna take him out. OUG, last team standing in the lobby.
And he still has Monk on, just in case it wasn't any clear who was gonna win that. He still had ult available. In case of a Syra Tokyo off, in case of a Yushan ult. What a phenomenal finish coming through on the side of OUG. One of my favorite teams to watch play. SS being a really crazy player, as well as Baby U. Just a phenomenal squad to watch play NARAKA. And they have come through with a Valda win. They won with Valda.
I'm here for it. I'm here for the Valda win. Give me a Valda MVP. We haven't had one of those in a while, especially in trios. I don't think we've ever had a Valda MVP in trios. Huge game there for AUG, and they're a team who they are really fun to watch. And I think what's most interesting about AUG was, I think when they first showed up, we were very hyped by them. They almost have like a KLA level entrance into the league. But after that, they kind of just fizzled out. They had like a couple of good seasons and the odd moment where it's like, oh, OUG actually could be a team we take seriously again. But Baby U, formerly on YZG actually, moving over to OUG, and you know, OUG look like this could potentially be a season where they could actually be a contender to take serious. So I'm excited to see what OUG have. I mean, it's one game, right? So there's still plenty of like time for us to kind of make a better judgment on them. And maybe this was just a one-off win, but they're looking like a pretty solid squad so far.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the gameplay so far. Coming out with them, it's really cool to see that not one team, like SR, sure, super dominant all day so far. Game 1s, 2, and 3, they had a really good showing with 7 eliminations in game 4, but the way that these teams are able to dominate in their elements, it's really showing that it has become such a balanced play. And I just said it, ladies and gentlemen, your answer for treasure, I literally just said it. How many kills did SR get in game number 4? Was it A7, B8, C9, or D10? Answer the question in the Twitch chat. So if you're in YouTube, you're going to have to hop on over to Twitch, and one lucky player will be selected to win some very cool in-game items. Who doesn't love free stuff? Give it a shot, try and win. I'm going to be there beating all of you guys and getting myself some free in-game stuff.
It's some good, it's some nice stuff to grab. But yeah, I mean, that is game 4 done. Obviously, this game and game 4 and game 5, a bit like game 1 and game 2, are back to back. So players go off stage for a brief second, a very quick chat with a coach, maybe a quick toilet break, and then they're straight back into stages. We'll be heading over to Morris Isle for our game number 5. Back to there again. We're staying on Fireflies for the rest of the day. So I think, you know, as we get later in, more and more teams will start to use this monk even more, where it'll be more based on, you know, the Sand Siphons and the other comps beyond that. It's interesting to see that Sand Siphon, you know, the Tammy ultimate is definitely affected by the duration of the ult change.
100%.
I was having a look and I was like, that faded very quickly. So it really changes how the Sand Siphon comp plays, because, you know, with Tammy, he wants his ult up for long because he runs in and out and refreshes his wisps by walking through his walls, his sand walls. You know, you give a kind of a safe zone where your team can heal, and that goes away. It's a bit like what killed Yoto in the meta was her F not lasting as long, but you couldn't even pot inside it anymore. And you know, it's not as drastic as a nerf to kind of like a safe zone as the Yoto F was, but it's still one of those scenarios where you're not actually going to be as safe with a Tammy as you once were. Like it used to be a very good way to capture a point, because you'd put it down and it would basically last the duration of you trying to capture. And the only way around it was another Tammy, because that would give you immunity to it. But yeah, it's a very bizarre kind of way that the meta's moving, and you know, the re-entrance of Monk into the lobby. But here is our overall scoreboard at the end of this game number 4. OUG walk away with 22 points after winning that game. FPX 15 points, SS1 13 points, and then we move into single digits. So not the most high scoring game for some of our teams. Sure, SR still be happy with 8, because like we said, needed to be averaging 10 halfway through the day, and they managed to get 16 pointers, so they bought themselves a bit of breathing room. But they would have liked more. They absolutely would have liked more. They're looking for a first place, or you know, to be at least on par with ASE after this one. But here are kills and here are our scores. Oh my word, it's going to be a Valor MVP. 7 kills on SS.
Oh my god.
I finally get it. I finally get my Valor MVP.
Good stuff, Hipbrain. He called it. He said, I want to see the Valda MVP, and we get the Valda MVP. This is actually crazy. To see that happening in this state of the NBPL in the fall split of 2025, we're getting Valda MVPs. Wow. Standings coming out here. Down at the bottom, we're going to see WZ. Unfortunate to see them.
They're out of the bottom table.
They're out of the bottom. WBG is still at the bottom there. GG as well. TE, Bauda, and BB. It's all people who've only played one day in this bottom 13 to 18. Down in our middle of the pack, Fun Plus Phoenix, you're going to be at 12. 5-2-1 Wolves, who are not playing today, as well as ASE, you're going to be at 11, 10, and 8. YZG has brought themselves to 9. You know, a little bit of a slow start today, and SR at 74.5. They definitely won't take past SS1 and OA, but I definitely think they're gonna pass JL.
Yeah, JL were the big ones. They started today in first place. Obviously, on Tuesday next week, we have our second part of this bi-weekly one, and that's where it gets interesting, because we're gonna have JL and we're gonna have SR in that lobby, which is basically means it's gonna be a bloodbath for first place going into the bi-weekly finals. Both of those guys are going to be going for that. Like I said, 12.5% of your points get translated to your points towards the bi-weekly. From this game number 4, our first of our Starry Nights, our first of our Firefly maps.
Yeah, brought to you by China Unicom. Ooh, what a bow shot. What a bow shot. What a slam coming in to finish that off as well. You're going to see in the later part of the game, when they came through with this energy into the hero well fight. This was when it was getting incredibly crazy. As you can see, they don't get kill banners. You don't get to see who they're eliminating. So in this game, it makes it a lot easier to just streamline, get all these eliminations in the early game. It makes it a little bit more difficult because you don't necessarily know exactly who you're going to be fighting. The players have learned to find ways to work around it, getting all of these eliminations off of the grabs and the flying knives, just the verticality of this weapon. You're able to aim this place omnidirectional. Compared to a weapon like Flipsword, where you're able to make slams onto the ground and right in front of you, flying knives you're able to throw in a direction. It's a projectile melee weapon, and it has completely changed the game thus far, allowing OUG to be able to come and capture this for the win. At the very end, they're able to pull things off, and look at this, they still have Monk ult available. That is how crazy they were.
There it is.
They were able to hold off without using that Monk ult. The Valda MVP. Take it away, Jake.
Absolutely huge game there for SS. First time I think I've ever seen a Valda MVP in trios. We did used to have it in solos occasionally. 26,000 damage coming out, 7 kills, 21k with the flying knives. Bonkers. Bonkers from them. A damage reduction, Cyan Fang, damage reduction, Juggernaut, Starfall, and Venom Tips and Barb Bolts. Didn't even have like the Moonshot or the Palm Lightning. And they were still putting out that much damage to the flying knives. Crazy from SS there.
Flying knives are crazy. Like I just talked about it for a couple seconds earlier, but it is one of the most insane weapons that NARAKA has ever added into their game. There's no other way around it. It is one of the craziest weapons that we have seen in a very long time coming out.
Yeah.
Like when Fan first got released, it was like, oh my god, this weapon is absolutely insane. Flying knives, Fist Blades came out. They said the weapon was pretty crazy too. And then we got the release of the flying knives, and the stuff that people have been able to do in solos. We've seen the Liam TOD with the ball ultimate. His V2, he's able to capture them in the ball off of a combo and then turn that into a Touch of Death Infinite, where you're not gonna live, basically.
Yeah.
And we've seen so many crazy things happen, especially being able to just aim up and hit the monk instead of having to switch over to your ranged weapon. If your monk teammate is going to get a grab, you're able to keep them up in the air after your monk slams them down by sending a charged shot up off them long enough for your monk to be able to get the guaranteed re-grab on them. There's just so many applications to this weapon. It's why you see 80% of the player base using it.
It's interesting because there's kind of been like a bit of a power creep on weapons throughout NARAKA. Like, do you remember when dual swords came out? They were a big deal. Then they were replaced by dual halberds, and they've been then replaced by the fan, and then staff and pole sword beating out great sword, and katana being beaten out by hung sword. The flying knives, to me, I think they are going to be a hard one to power creep due to the fact that they have that stagger on them. First of all, I feel like maybe the answer to it is they can't stagger, but it's the fact that they're a mid-ranged weapon. Like, they're melee, but they can be used at range. So when they first came out, one of the big things we saw was like a through range shove coming out from a Takeda into a flying knives kind of blue focus, into a through range shove, into a blue, into a like. So there was no real answer to it, and I guess the answer in the counter technically to to them is the fact that they can be parried at range. But when there's so much flying at you, spotting someone charging charging an attack off screen or just off in the distance, and then being able to line up the parry, it's hard. So yeah, they are kind of a bit of a bonkers weapon. I don't know. Maybe the next weapon would just be gun. Like they'll just put a Glock in the game, and that'd be the answer.
They just added the 50 cal skin for the musket.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that. I haven't
seen it. No.
Crazy looking. It works really well. The sounds from it are perfect. You sound like you're playing like an old COD game, shooting people with a 50 cal when you hop onto that musket. I think it's a great addition. I don't know if pistol will be. I mean, they do have
That'd
pistol
be crazy.
in the game, but I know what you mean. Glock is a melee weapon. Just pulling up and treating it like an FPS game. Might as well.
I don't know. Like I think what weapons you start adding. I feel like we're starting to really cycle through the history books on what weapons there are.
Well, we've got mace. Like a mace could be be used,
mace.
something like that, or like the mace with the chain. It's like the same thing, but it's got like the chain with the ball on the end.
Oh,
kind of weapon like
weapons
that.
that actually didn't exist. They
Really?
weren't a real weapon. No, that was fake.
Oh.
That's Hollywood propaganda. That it's
Oh,
an
wow.
awful weapon. Because
it doesn't look like a good weapon. But...
I'm going completely off topic and away from NARAKA for a second, just to talk about medieval weaponry. The reason a mace works is because it's a solid like bit of wood or metal, and then at the end you've got the ball, right? Like the bit that does damage. So you swing that, it's one solid piece that swings. If you put that mace now on a chain, you swing and you lose all of the power, because it converts into the chain, which then flops about sadly, and then the ball flops forwards. They were useless. They're not a real weapon. It was all made up. I'll shut up before I go too much into it. But yeah,
looks like we've got a history buff on our hands here.
Yeah, I'm medieval like European stuff is my jam, man. I love it.
Cool.
Yeah, no, don't make that weapon. I think a mace actually would be kind of cool, but you could also make a great mace. It would be like your pole sword piece, so it's like just
you could have like
mace.
a third heavy sword congeneric for like a big mace.
Especially it's like a hammer, like a dual-handed hammer as well.
Yeah, and then you've got like sword and shield. We still haven't seen. Like,
sword and board would be cool.
Yeah,
I like the idea of some sword and board. That'd be sick. Or just like a tower shield, like it's like a defensive weapon, but it's kind of used for staggering.
Yeah, you could have like a Viking shield, like one of those like small circular shields. Where
I actually feel like having a weapon that could block would completely upheave the meta, right? Like having like a weapon that's designed to block and parry.
It would be such a good counter to flying knives, though.
Yeah, no, that would be the perfect counter.
The way that it would make it in like that, I think also like I don't know that we could go through a list of medieval weapons and find something else, but they've got a very good weapon pool. I definitely think more soul
massive weapon pool
could be added in as well.
Yeah,
like if we got like another gold soul jade for every weapon, another purple soul jade for every weapon, it'd be very.
I think the older ones need it. Like because like Hun sword is just objectively better. No, sorry, not objectively. Oh no, it is objective, not subjective. Yeah, it's objectively better than the katana, right? Like you can get like a dream katana setup with like all the perfect soul jades, and then just like, why would you not want Aurora Burst? It's so much better. So it would be nice to see, at least for the older weapons, for them to get like a new golden soul jade or something, or like even a purple one, which just catches them up a little bit in that power creep.
We've also got like axe. Would be another one.
Axe! That'd be sick. Yeah.
Like, you could have an axe or like dual hatchets.
Bro, we're having a Viking patch. That's what we need.
Viking patch. Yeah, looking up Chinese weapons, they have Jian, which is like sword breaker. It looks like a hung sword. They have a regular sword, which looks like a katana. They have halberd.
I like the hook swords as well.
Oh yeah, like a cutlass or like.
No, those swords that were basically like a crowbar or a stick. Like
but those
hook swords.
Yeah, like a dual, but they have that's basically like your dual blades. Some of the dual blade skins are like that.
Yeah, true. They do kind of exist. Yeah, that's the problem. Is some of these weapons just exist as skins now.
Yeah.
Because the point of a hook sword was you could actually hook it and then make it extend the range, which could be a soul jade. I'm just saying. NARAKA, you can hire me as a consultant. I will give you some weapon ideas.
Mace, hammer, hook sword, sword and shield.
I'm
Everything.
actually so down for some sword and shield. Making like a proper tank spec.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Someone's job in the team is to be a tank in trios.
But yeah, speaking of, have you seen the new hero yet?
I haven't actually. I've been under a bit of a rock recently. For anyone who follows my career, there's been a lot going on over the last couple of months. It's been very busy, so I've been a little bit under. That's why I'm happy to be back, because this is how I get my dosage of NARAKA most of the time, through just watching it, long and playing.
So, what do you think? So, what do you think? I don't know if you've heard anything at all, but like, what do you think the new there? Okay, so it's a transformer.
I was about to say, is it a transformer?
Yeah, it's another transformer, but it's a lot different than Monk. He's fast. He's faster than Yushan. His attacks are a lot quicker. He's got like dash lightning attacks. He can dodge really, really far.
God, they made Kylin a transformer, basically.
Kind of.
It's like Akos and Kylin, it sounds like.
Actually, that's a very good descriptor for it.
Okay, yeah. I got a feeling. Do they turn into an animal?
No. He
Oh,
turns
okay.
into like a. He's got like Zeus lightning powers kind of thing. He throws lightning bolts.
Okay.
Chad, correct me if I'm wrong. Akos Kylan mashup into Transformers. Akos Kylan Yushan. You know, it's fun. He's strong. And I think he's gonna receive play in both solos and trios.
Yeah, he sounds like that. It's one of those things where, like, because I spent like a whole year not covering solos, I never really got to see like Shale or Liam. And like, they are so strong in solos, but you never get to see them in trios. So I feel like a lot of these characters eventually do kind of like fall one way or the other. Because if you only watch solos, you're probably like, man, Tianhai gets absolutely no play. Like, you never get to see Monk, but then you come over to trios and it's like one of the most contested
Only
picks
Monk.
over here.
Yeah, I
So
think
it's always interesting.
The only hero that like doesn't get any play in either of our games is like, we rarely get to see
Yoto.
Who doesn't? Yoto. But Yoto just got a rework and we've seen Yoto in solos.
Oh, nice. Okay, so we do get, but for a while it was Yoto.
Yeah, for a while it was Yoto, but right now, like, you don't see like any. I mean, Wu Chen has been banned out, of course, but
yeah.
Other than that, I don't know. There's not a character you don't really see any of. Hottie, we've seen today. Like there's
I don't know if I count that though. That was like a weird pick. That, like, we have seen not a lot of Hardy. Do you know, I'm sad that we don't get to see more Lani in trios. I know she kind of found a spot in the solos placement in like meta, but I thought like her interrupts and her kind of like being a bit of a nuisance actually would work as like a kind of like a off carry kind of CC character in trios. Maybe with the Siren nerfs, Lani might find a space in those comps. Obviously, you do lose the healing, and that's kind of why Siren was so good. Was it wasn't just CC, it was healing and CC.
Yeah.
But I feel like Lani could be a nuisance. You know, using the football, finding interrupts. I think there could be a world where she could join into the Riot Squad comp.
I see that. Yeah, it's crazy though. I'm looking at the hero pool right now, and it's other than Tarka, we don't really see.
But Tarka showed up a little bit at the end of last year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Even.
But
They reworked him, and he started to show up a little bit more.
They re-nerfed him though, so he's dead. He's dead to the game now. It's everybody loves Tarka. Like he's a fun character, but he is not good enough to play. Actually, no, that's not true. We've seen Tarka in solos the other day. I remember watching it Infinite. But he's not going to get any play in trios anymore. I remember we saw a little bit of Tarka trios. I don't know if you remember that last year.
Yeah. I mean, Akos gets shown. Obviously, I assume we're having a few issues here, though.
We're getting a history
watching
lesson.
replays.
We're getting our 2 cents on what should be added to the game. You guys are getting a real treat here, chat.
I wonder though, because obviously one of the things is the hero points is the reason why we get so much more diversity. It's why I love it so much. Because I feel like there's plenty of heroes who just probably wouldn't have shown up at all if like hero points wasn't a thing. Like I feel like Tessa would have dropped off years ago had hero points not been a thing. But Blind Date was such a solid, like kind of like cheap comp that we saw a lot of players picking it up.
Actually, speaking of Tessa, Tessa is someone who I don't see anymore. But I think
I mean,
now
that's
that
only recently because Wu Chen's been removed.
Very
right? Like,
recently.
beyond that.
And NARAKA's done a really good job of making sure that every single hero gets a little bit of competitive play. I think that Tessa might make a comeback once Syra comes out. I think that we saw Tessa getting taken out because Syra was jumping into comps, but now that Syra will be in the future and from the ground, we're going to start to see Tessa maybe making a comeback. Tessa, Viper, Wu Chen might be able to come back if Wu Chen either gets a rework or gets unbanned from competitive play. We'll see what happens around on that section. But right now, hashtag free Wu Chen, because Wu Chen is very much banned. And you cannot.
I'm sad they banned. It's weird. Like, I love the Blind Date comp, but I really don't like how cowardly it is. I like teams which just brawl. And also it felt like no one played Blind Date right, which is the cowardly way, which is jump in, blow someone up and peace out before. You don't go for the full 3 kills. You just be a nuisance.
Yeah.
And I think that nuisance got a bit too much when the team started teaming and doing it. So as we head into our hero select, a lot of Sand Siphon to open us up. No surprises there. Firefly maxed our Takeda's area.
Here we go. Siphon, Siphon, Siphon. SR still to pick. I think they're probably going to be taking away... There we go. We've got the Riot Squad coming through. And now jumping into these last rounds of selections. Who is Alliance Bauda, OA, and WBG? Who are they going to pick? This is going to be an interesting one because Siphon is completely done. Most of these players, OA hasn't burned a single hero point, so this is the opportunity where they could burn so many points if they needed to, as well as Alliance. So look at that, they're going to burn 2 here to play Syra, but none others. I think that OA is going to go for a crazy comp that they've used a whole bunch of times in the last game, which is why they're saving all of their hero points to the very end. Other than that, pretty standard across the board. Nobody burning too many points, no more than 1 or 2. We're going to be seeing them come through very, very quickly with these next couple of games.
I remember
it's going to
at
be
the
pretty
beginning
standard.
of the year, I was a lot more critical of teams who weren't burning points. I'm going to stick to that. Burn your damn points. You got 2 games left. After this game, you got 1 game left. Like, why aren't you burning your hero points here? Because they shift up once and they go into second round selection. So maybe it's a predictive thing and they're just going to blow all their points. But like, if they end with like a whole bunch of hero points at the end of the next game, I'm going to be quite disappointed in them, to be honest, because I feel like they should be burning those points. They should be, you know, getting as much use out of the comps they want to play as possible. We'll have to see. SR, they're my guys I got my eyes on here. Last game was their weakest game of the day, and that was still like a 7-pointer. But if they want to be contesting with JL at the top of the standings, it is all to play for going into this game number 5. 90 points would be the ultimate goal. That gives them really strong standing versus JL on Tuesday's games. We'll see what the setups are, but I'm not expecting too much on the changes here. Probably just a few Viper differences.
It's pretty standard. We've covered time and time again. The meta, when it comes to which hero is using which ability, is never gonna shift unless the Vipers do. So we're seeing, actually, F2 on Takeda has become viable now. Good point. ZGE has the F2 on Takeda instead of the F1, so he's gonna be able to dash up, as well as Luo Yi has the F2. and Baby with the F1. It's crazy. Everybody's using opposite of each other. F2 for Wan Si and F1 for Dongqing. So the lobby's divided. So with our Vipers as well, we're having half of the lobby using one thing, the other half using a different thing. I think this calls for more of a V1 Viper. With the amount of siphon that's going on, though, I think a V2 could be a possibility, just based off of the fact that they have that silence, making Takeda unable to throw Furens, even if his ult is already up. That's one advantage that they're going to have there. But V1 is combo break now. So there is the opportunity for them to be able to use that. We'll see what happens, but we're going to be taking a look at some of our spawns here. Closer to Shipwreck Expanse, we're going to be seeing WZ and Alliance GG. Going to be taking that Firefly zone just east of the Eventide Temple, down in the middle of the map. We're going to be flipping over here. See nobody actually in the middle of the map. Everybody covering the outsides close to these Firefly zones. OUG getting Waterfall all to themselves. I believe that one team might try and come to contest them, but we're kicking things off close to Eventide with Bauda and SS1.
All right, well, playing on the high ground right now. They're drop down onto the low. Just going to have to grapple back up. Has got on to VVV, though. VVV. Oh, it's NY7, not VVV. On that low ground. Continue to play chase onto him. It looks like backup is starting to make its way over, but don't worry about it. A bit too much has already been lost. Committing the ultimate from the Syra, being able to pick up those Fireflies. VVV jumping on that high ground right now, just actually letting NY7 just get completely run down. Gonna throw out some of the healing from the Zip, get the knock back with the horizontal. Coming in, the NY7 is just slowly but surely getting whistled down. It's gonna finally get enough rage built up to get that transforming. Catches onto Yuan, looks for the double grab. It's just gonna go for one last punch into him. Still has time to go for another grab. BVV's being down. This is rough about it here. They need to find those kills. Zep dodging away from getting grabbed. Slam comes out. It looks like NY7's not really going to be able to get much more off it. Trying to peel away. Not going to be given the opportunity. And GG are behind NY7. He's just taking bow shots and flying knife to the back of the head. Bowder losing a player. Are able to take down one of SS1, but GG with a beautiful third party are just going to continue to play this one aggressively forwards and pick up the chase kills at the end. Orbs going down, one bit of microwave, and GG are going to be able to secure all of these kills. Lovely third party from GG there.
4-kill third party, 330, picking up some beautiful eliminations. We're going to be seeing SR and YZG might start going head-to-head here. I believe there's no ults on the board for ZXL, but we do see, oh, there's the Firefly coming out. Xiao, 17S, and Rico almost have their ultimate. Look at that. There's the skin for you. If you look at the bottom corner, there's the 50 cal skin on the...
oh god, that's so cute. I love it.
I love when NARAKA does some fun stuff. You know, they've got lots of badass looking cosmetics, and then they've got like Duck Syra. And that is always the fun stuff that we love to see. Polar Bear Monk, Duck Syra, Bruce Lee collaborations, and all the skins. But as we're taking a look at the fights going on here, Rico sending out a lot of damage shots coming through. Dayu going to be taking a lot of damage from that Syra stun. And now ZXL hopping out of that Monk ultimate to try and go for a bit of a runaway here, but he's losing a lot of HP. Trying to go for the overhold. Ooh, gets a little bit of a heal coming in off of the Heat King. Overhead's going to come through. Rico is able to do so much damage on that staff. Runs him right into 17S, and QGG goes down as well. Oh my goodness. Xiao picking up that kill. That's 2 for 17S, 1 for Xiao, 3 for the team in total as they continue their onslaught. GG on the board with 4, SR and OUG with 3, Baudo with 1, and the rest of the heroes as Alliance tries to make their first stand in the game against the other.
See if they can find it. Sandstorm's already being committed here. Yang waiting with that ultimate available. That Sandstorm's going to prove a real issue. There's so many trees. Viper has a mixture of love and hate for trees because it gives you that nice late game drop down where you just stun the whole lobby. But when you just 1v1ing, Actually, with all these trees, it's fairly easy to break line of sight away from those Viper stuns. So Zhang Yang's quite happy just to throw down the air and scare a rush on Stong Q. Now in a bit of danger. Just chase him with this stun. I don't know if Donkey Non's gonna be able to break away from this one. He's not. Switches out to the musket, finishes him up as well. Actually, looks like PP was able to secure that with the bow shot. We see a Viper ultimate being committed though on the other side around, and WBG are gonna answer out with PP. Actually securing the kill with the Viper ultimate there. Trading that one out. Nice pickup here for WBG. And everyone else is just scattered. About 3 minutes until the Roma Yang spawns up. This is the 1 point in the game we have left where the teams can catch their breath and play it chill.
Yeah, for the rest of the game, it's going to be full force action. There's no stopping these teams once they get on a roll, especially in a scenario like this where you've got so much Siphon coming through. It's going to be non-stop action. There's no monk dominances. We've got a couple monk teams, but everybody else playing. Ooh, look at that! The baseball bat skin on the greatsword. Looking extremely nice. Wong taking a lot of damage from this extended combo coming up from Shuron. But Young gonna use that Temi ultimate to back these opponents off. Syra's going to be able to get the reset. Wonk's going to be able to get his reset as well, as SS1 going to continue pursuit, but they're going to go into Celestra. This is going to give them a whole new area to fight out. So many buildings to be able to avoid all of this damage coming through. Now we're seeing the Temi ultimate getting dropped onto the members of WZ. They're taking so much damage here, as Hero and stuff's going to be coming out to Wonk. Counter SS1 move, but he gets hit with the overhead from the staff. This is going to be difficult for them to be able to defend against. Now they're going to go down to SS1's Shuon. Now in the top of the building, it's going to be Young, as it looks like Young has gotten himself eliminated. Creek trying to continue to kite this out. He's been able to kite so far. He's going to miss a grapple. This could be detrimental to him here. We're going to see him attempt to go for the parry. As Yuan, unfortunately, unable to connect with it. We're going to see the ability of Destiny have to avoid that focus attack, and the parry comes out. And there's the elimination onto Creek. And I believe WZ is only on one player remaining, as Young hides in the distance, trying to see if maybe these players will leave the body so he can get the revives off. We'll see what happens. He's going to go for the prayer. Get a little bit of extra loot from the temple. There he goes, back into the mix.
Alrighty, well, cutting over to DRG right now. Currently third in the standings, having a very, very good day. We were excited about them at the beginning of the day. They were able to pick up the first win. And have been, relatively decent all day long as well. I think the attention's heavily been on SR just because of how explosive the start of the day for them was. It does feel like, I think SR starting to run out a little bit of that steam. They came in full force and maybe pushed it a little bit too much. Still got this game and the next game to go. They are ever so close towards that 90 points. 15 points away, actually, sorry, 13 points away from that. So a very, very achievable goal for them. Just need 6.5 points this game and next, and they'll be tied. Any more than that, and they're going to be able to take first place, or at least first place out of all the teams who've played a single day so far. Eyes right now on GG, and everyone is just waiting for this Roma Yang. You can see no one wants to fully send it, and that skin, the sounds on that gun are amazing. I am a big fan of that musket. That is absolutely amazing. Wait, the vast majority of the lobby are at the same Roma Yang game. Like, Alliance are getting a free entry if they want.
Oh my god, Bowdow's getting eliminated.
Oh, CJS! I thought he was the one to secure the kill. Kaishi with the pistol as the Roma Yang is about to spawn up, and everyone's just going to look to jump into this one. I can't believe we saw someone die before we even went into the realm of Yang. Here we go, spawning up. GG definitely going to want to get their hands onto this one. Yeah, just hang around the tree for the moment when it drop down, and it is just carnage to get inside. GG do get all of their members inside though. Gonna be going up versus WBG. It's SR versus OUG, DRG versus YZG, OA versus FPX, and then WB versus GG, which is this one we're going to be watching. Starting off by going aerial. CGS with the fans in hand. Just needs to break away from that Viper stun. Doesn't want to be getting caught. Is able to break away. It does look like they lost a person to getting stunned though. As Yali is immediately caught. The through range shot ripping through his health bar. CGS breaks it out one more time just to keep himself safe as Cookie continues to fire in and play a nuisance here for CJS. Yali went so low there, he's already been picked up by LXM. The CGS is being hounded by Cookie. Has now lost his charge on his ultimates, but was able to get a lot of work done off the back of that one. Cookie getting some damage on the 3-3-0, but now he's lost his transform, and I think this is the moment for GG to continue to press their advantage. Yoran going low. The fans are going to finish him up as that is going to be the kill. Cookie left on his lonesome. Cannot 1v3 this one. GG make that look easy.
Oh no, WZ getting complete. Oh no, Wonk is actually back up. But most of WZ already completely eliminated. Alliance has been brought back to life as well. Wonk is going to try and go for a bit of a kite out with the dagger. So we are seeing him on the back foot against this Alliance team. We've got 4 teams, WZG, GG, OUG, and OA, all with the Vermilion Goldmine. Spearwell yet to be captured, so we don't even know what has gotten captured by that team there. We will see that in a couple of seconds here as OUG up against OA, 2 of the Vermilion teams, as SR going to be jumping into the mix as well. I think the SR didn't lose their rumble. They're going to be looking to cleanse. Looks like OA, Q-Take, and Wonk have all gotten themselves eliminated pretty quickly. Oh my goodness, the Justina dash is coming out. OUG's Baby you eliminated now as well. SR trying to jump into this and cleanse their gang expectations. We're going to see all of the healing coming out from that Syra. Shao getting extremely low. Going to pop that Viper ultimate to try and get these players eliminated. Shinyu is 1 HP in a bloom right now. Rico going to be able to get the kill. Who gets the bloom? SS extremely low as well. The bloom, but it looks like he's working with the cleanse there. As YZG jumping into the third party. Shao extremely low though. In the back end, gonna get hit up by Dalyu and Tyler. That's gonna be it for him. Parry over on this side is gonna be Rico. Look at that, losing that first Rumble in. Oh, make it really difficult to be able to come back from that. That's 2 members of SR down, only 1 remaining. I do believe he's cleansed, but it's gonna be difficult for him to pick up any more kind of points.
Maybe if they can find the revive, then you need to get the 1 person back. That is a rough one for SR. Still 5 kills, so as you can see that puts them up to 80 points, so next game just needs to be a 10-pointer. And they will tie with JL, or close to tie with JL, we're on 90.8. As Unite needs to play forwards here. Inside the Rama Yang, LXM. Caught out, throws out the flying knife. Just a pretty solid job here. Sandstorm throws down. Unite, no ultimate available. He's just going to get taken out by water. And ZG is going to take down LXM. FPS. Able to get a couple of cleanses off the back of that one. Only got 1 cleanse left to go. On to ZGE. It looks like Taishi could be in their line, although I don't think they saw him just due to how the terrain works, but they did spot out onto someone else there. BX not willing to give up the chase quite yet. Playing very aggressive. 1 minute 30 left. Maybe a rebirth charm might just be the angle here, to be honest.
Yeah, when you have 1 person who still needs to cleanse, it's often that these players just attempt to go for a buyback. They'll have somebody right next to the soul altar. They'll have the person Yang depletion die right at the soul altar, and then they'll have somebody waiting at the box, so they can get them up and get them their loot back almost instantly. Oh my goodness, Baby with a crazy parry. This is one of our replays of the realm of Yang. Baby gets the crazy parry right off the rip, steals the purple spear away, uses it to get so much extra damage off onto the players of SR. 17 has already extremely low. Very few Justina dashes left, wants to go for the heal. Shao getting absolutely locked it down and eliminated. And there you have it. Rico trying to go for the heal, but he was unable to get any extra health off. Another big parry. There it is. 17 has eliminated, and now the 3v1 situation. Rico with the bonk is going to get taken out. OUG Shinyu now. Golden halberds. Blue armor on him as well. Syra not needing the biggest armor buff when you're coming into these games. We're gonna be seeing though. OUG's Shin. I think OUG's got a good shot back to back here. Oh, WBG on the backside with the ultimate, taking 17S out. Investing that Viper ultimate for one player. They do have buff for another 5 seconds. So, well, pretty smart of a play there, but they are going to need to make that ultimate back if they're going to want to play for this next Realm of Yang, which it appears to be that they're going for Spirit Realm. So, see, look at that. Water already purchased and used the Rebirth Charm.
Yeah, he's already back. I believe
back.
SR were able to get a pickup. I don't know if they got both of their players back.
They're Rico's alive still. They got 17S up, but then he's already been eliminated. So
my
Rico's
word,
their
that is
only
so sad.
surviving member.
Okay, it's on Rico. Play hold fast here. Elsewhere, I think, yeah, it's honestly a team who are looking like they're really making a recovery into the tail end of this day. Starting to look very, very solid. OUG, obviously another team that made the watch on our previous game. They're going up versus YZG inside this Realm of Yang. Baby Yeet on the Takeda. Ready to put out as much as possible as YZG. They have Rock and the Monk comp, so see what they can do.
Got no Jades though.
Yeah, jumps onto the high ground. He's going to go in for a transform, see if he can get a grab off. Looking for the members of YZG. KGG's able to break away there. NBPL needs to find this opening. Comes in for the slam. Misses another grab. Sandstorm's now going to play a nuisance for him. Tries to grab through the Sandstorm. Not going to happen. He launches over again. The Sandstorm is just wasting this transform time. Again, looks for a grab, but KGG's lost so much HP in the meanwhile, and these Boomerang chubs are really starting to run a menace. NBPL doesn't really achieve much off the back of that one. SS gets the parry off, gets a chunk out. Nice Bell comes down, able to pick up his nunchucks once again here from NBPL. But he goes over the shoulder as they just continue to assault forward. Baby putting out the work, secures himself the kill, as now Dayu breaking away. Baby looking for this one, and that is a very, very confident win there for AUG inside the Rebel Yang.
I know they probably will never do this just because SS is absolutely goated, but if they took Dao Yu and put him on OUG, we'd have a team with Shin Yu, Baby Yu, and Dao Yu. Would be fire. But anyways, back to all seriousness. You're seeing the Mystic Might coming out. Actually, that's Draco Storm picked up from OUG. It looks like they want to get aggro. They want to put up a lot of extra points. Not going to be going for that Mystic Might buff that we saw GG picking up in their Realm of Yang victory. As they look at that gold armor, golden fist blades on the hands of CJS, and that's a gold Takeda ult available for them. Gold armor for LXM as well, as we're going to see now. Oh, both Yang teams spawning at the same location. OA and YZG just going right for a crazy scrap off. Might try and go back into the zone here. YZG spent a little bit more time in the zone. This is going to give OA a little bit of an advantage coming into this fight as they're already lower in HP. You're going to see the Zipping coming in, trying to go for a bit of a heal as Big Perry going to get released in. Using that fan, detrimental. Doesn't going to be able to pick that back up though. OA now in the back end, trying to see if they can get some sort of dodge away from this grab as OA's AD in the Fairy mech, trying to defend as hard as possible as all the members of YGG still getting chased. OA's other members are just kind of backed off. A little bit interesting to see here as they are going to be pelting from the back end. SR Rico as well. Oh my goodness, every single team in the lobby is about to jump on this. WBC and Alliance about to join the best of this fight. As well as GG in the back end. OA is keeping two now, popping that ultimate. We're going to see Dayu taking a lot of damage here. Getting hit off and gets the stun here. Microwave Blast will be dealing even more damage coming through, especially since it's that gold ultimate variation that we're seeing come out. BZT getting blasted again and again, unable to do anything against it. He's able to kite it out for just long enough. Ultimate has gone down, and now they're at a full reset with so much third-party action.
Yeah, so many people scrapping here right on the edge and within the Shadow Corruption. Toothpick goes down. YGG able to secure that kill. They are not done. OA in some serious danger here. They're picked up. 17S has been able to pick up a rebirth charm in the middle of all of this action. I'll see if he can get it off, but there's a lot of carnage breaking out. YZG securing themselves so many kills off the back of this one. 8 kills in. GG are on 14 though. OUG on 10. So some real strong front runners right now. As YZG actually getting caught up here by OUG. Cannon fire coming down. Onto GG as he's being forced along the edge of the zone. Does get a little bit of survivability thrown out there. Even for a transform here from ZXL just to zone OUG off and keep them away. Looks like the breakaway is happening. Action going to dissipate for a brief second, but we got this Spirit World coming up fairly soon. And that Bane's Breath as well, so it's going to get really dicey. I say that, but the teams just don't want to let up. ZXL, they don't want to monk in the final circle. Zipping heals are going to buy him a bit of time, but he has got 3 members on him. They need to bring the backup for YZG immediately. ZXL being able to just about survive this one, but OUG now spotting him, jumping up the tower and looking for a hunt onto him to see if they can find a kill. ZXL breaking away for a brief second. Dayu gonna heal up as well. YZG just about surviving. It was honestly a very dicey situation for them to be able to hold it thanks to the tower though.
Dayu on the top side, gonna be trying to drop down. He's able to get that last Kyron slash, a little bit of value, get a bit of siphon off onto that. Now GG in the corner, OUG maybe if you want to pick up that kill. Golden Spear in hand with the bonk, able to deal so much damage. Now we're seeing on the bottom side, GG on the bottom. Ladies and gentlemen, the first time in a very long time we've got Tower Watch in trios. Welcome back as the segment that has been long discontinued. These players have stopped playing around the towers so often. But we've got the Ballista Tower into play here. Most of these players are going to crowd to the base of it. They do not want to get hit up. Look at that. The Spirit Well zone is actually spawning pretty close. So if that zone goes... if that zone force field gets dissipated, somebody's going to have a real fun time jumping up on top of that ballista and smacking everybody that is trying to claim the Spirit Well. We're seeing everybody going for the Yang Spirit Well and that Mystic Might Spirit Well, since both of the depletion teams have already been eliminated, I believe. I don't think anybody has depletion anymore, so it's going to be a straight up stand down fight for both of these Spirit Wells from every single one of these teams. Looks like Fun Force Phoenix is going to get it first, but don't let that trick you, ladies and gentlemen. People are waiting in the wings. They're going to ult on top of them and try and take this away. You see the Syra ultimate coming up from TP on the other side of the regular Spirit Well. And look at that. Syra v Syra, Temi v Temi, Takeda v Takeda, everybody going crazy.
No carnage and ZGE is getting melted. Some healing is coming through, but that's not going to be enough because DonQ9 is able to finish him up. Now CJS chasing forward, has ultimate available to him. The catch is going to come through. He's just going to put the flamer out, try and get a bit of a feel. OUG though holding the point, looking very, very scary. But flamer plus Takeda is a really scary combo. A lot of damage off then. It looks like that is going to be OUG capping here. They'll secure that one. And everyone else gets the Realm Yang debuff.
Looks like we're going to see debuff coming on a lot of these players. Some teams still managing to not have the Yang depletion debuff. SR with only 1 member on depletion. WBG has already cleansed. GG managed to capture Spirit Well, so they don't have the depletion. And then we've got FPX making a play for, I think it's DRG actually making a play for the capture the flag. So they swing their depletion now. Now we've only got 1 member of SR, 2 members of YZG, and 1 member of FPX. But FPX has lost another member here. So we're going to see, all members of FPX have been fully eliminated. 1 member of YZG completely out. And now it is down to our final 19 players. As Circle 4 closes onto Circle 5, SR's back in the mix. Look at that. SR completely eliminated so early on into this game. They're back fully into this game from having been taken out earlier.
They are very hard to finish off, apparently. Really good at reviving. Are running around with only the blue armor, so they're a little bit of an easy team to kill. Have been able to cleanse 2 members of the Realm Yang debuff, but 1 to go still. It looks like Alliance Very set up, potentially seeing SR as a bit of a free kill, bit of some extra points here. SR somehow long past their welcome have remained in this game. WBG are also chasing on. GG on the other hand, finishing up some YCG members. Dayu able to send all 3 members packing as now we get the Bane's Breath in the center of the circle. Gonna make a horrible space, but Dayu could find himself in danger. Caught out briefly there. The repeating crossbow shots are coming in. GG are not giving up this kill. They want to chase in. He's taking a repeating crossbow shot after another. He's going to finally get finished up. CJS the kill onto him.
That was
Lovely
a Bane's
little
Breath
pickup.
assist.
Oh, it was a Bane? I missed the Bane's Breath hit him.
Yeah, he dodged around the corner. CJS went to reload the repeating crossbow, and we saw the Bane's Breath hit him just around the other side, and that's what gave him the kill credit there. OG on 12 eliminations so far, but GG on 16! Oh my goodness!
Yeah, they're crushing it.
DRG on 5, tied with SR, Alliance on 4, and WBG on 2. I think everybody else is out of this game. OUG have that buff, the Yang Spirit Well buff, for about 50 more seconds. See what they're going to be able to do with it. Passive health regen is going to be given to their players. A little bit of Mortal Defiance action as well. CJS gonna go for a little recent here. It looks like OUG are gonna use the fact that they've got the dual blades tone. You see the red icon with the Z below it, right underneath, right by his health pots. That's where you can see which tone he's gonna be using. He's got the dual blades tone, so if he wants to throw that out, he is gonna be really interesting. It is pretty counterable, unparryable, but sometimes it does get countered. Any interrupt ability, so combo break will be able to stop the entire effective ability. Cookie though, getting extremely low. Baby you with the chase down, able to pick up that elimination very nicely as DRG in the back end. Trying to see if they can recover from this, but it looks like it's going to be very difficult. With that ultimate available, they're going to try and pop that out. Baby you. F ability pop, and try and jump into the mess of this fight. See if we can pick somebody off that's extremely low. As they're 13 following suit with them. Able to get into the most perfect spot in this section of the map. Kakashi going to go down. 17S is able to pick up that elimination. He's got some decent scale. They're still on blue armor for some of their players. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to gain any extra footing, but they're able to pick up one more elimination before this circle gets extremely punishing. There we see it, 17S taking so much damage. Xiao gonna have to pop that Viper ult to get these players out of the area. Jung gonna try and make something happen on his Viper ult, unable to connect onto any players. Here is something to come through. CJS jumping in onto Jung, able to complete the elimination. SR17S went up to Baby CJS in the backside, able to avoid the silence of Xiao's Viper from the other side of the map. OEG trying to make something happen. He's used that dual blade tone. It's on
he's still got the white tigers. They've still got this for like 90 seconds. They are very sad. 48 seconds, sorry. Just securing kill after kill. It's not as much damage as it used to do, but they are jumping up that scoreboard. GG on 17 kills, but now OUG on the 16 killer. They can really play catch up here. Flamer, Golden Armor, incredibly set up OUG right now as SR Jam is going to fall. SR6 so long past their welcome, and somehow they've still got a single player in this lobby as OUG's Baby U gonna secure the kill onto WX98, knocking him down, making it 10 players left in the lobby. Throws down the Fu Ren shove here as well as he jumps into the pocket, into the room, just for a brief second to breathe, knock him back. Donkey 9 goes down. That's another kill for OUG. They're closing in on the 20 bomb. Still got 35 seconds left on this buff as well. The White Tiger's pop doesn't do much damage, but it does do damage. It's going to be able to add up slowly but surely as Yarly's going low. That's going to be the kill. That's going to be the 20 bomb over to the side of OUG. 2 minutes left in this game. 9 players left in the lobby, and OUG is in the palm of their hands. Another victory, a back-to-back victory for them. Jang pinned against the edge of the zone, and Till picked up there with an unshot for Zinyu, as they've got Bibi pinned in the building, Bouncer and gatekeeping him from leaving, and he is going to fall to Baby U there with the pole sword. 7 players left, everyone else is just playing height, playing evasion. Rico playing for placement points, and he's going to be able to do so for a while, but finally shut down by OUG. Yuma playing on that height, 6 players left in the lobby. Baby U continuing to hold this low ground. The sandstorm gets thrown down as they try to find themselves just a space where they can play around. LXM's going to get some healing, but CGS is starting to go a little bit low here. OUG blinking health bars. Sorry, onto GG blinking health bars. That's going to be the kill onto CJS. Baby used to kill for another kill. It's 23 kills. They're not going to make it 24. 3 players on OUG left standing, and only 1 left in the lobby that isn't an OUG member. This is going to be a 26 kill game for OUG. An absolutely monstrous performance as Yuma blinks away into the zone to try and just keep any hope alive. Maybe an additional kill for his team. SS finally will fall. Yuma, 1 versus 3, is trying to pull the miracle out. He's actually been able to take out once, and maybe there's a world he's been disarmed. He's too low. There's no way he can save this one. OUG will take the win.
Oh my goodness, just when I thought that 25 kills by SR was going to be a record, OUG go ahead and say, watch this go 26. And they managed to pull it off. Almost losing the 1v3 at the end, mind you, but they still managed to pull it off. SS, Baby U, and Shin Yu. Get Dao Yu on that team, man. It's fair.
Yeah.
What?
Looking really good, OUG, though.
Locked
2 wins
in.
back-to-back. We've seen SR do it. We've now seen OUG do it today. Game number 6. Anybody's beast. Let's be real. SR, I am surprised they made it to Final Circle. Like, they got knocked out so early, but they just clung on. Just wanted to make it as late into that game as possible, put as many points on the board as possible. And they did it. That goal of hitting 90 points by the end of today is achievable for SR.
Oh yeah, they have to have a strong finish. They can't have a game 4 or 5. But they have a game 1 or 2 or 3. They will be able to put a lot of extra points on. But OUG the back-to-back. We'll see if they're able to do something with the 3-peat. But games 4 and 5 were really, really good for OUG. And I think that it has to speak to the fact that OUG is a lot more comfortable on that Siphon comp. You can totally tell that that's their comp. When they play Siphon,
that's the comp I think of when I think of them, right?
Yeah. They were the ones that made the comp what it is. It was never the craziest comp in the world until OUG SS hopped on the until Baby U hopped on the Takeda, until SS hopped on the Temi, and Shinyu hopped on that Syra. It wasn't the craziest comp. It was a usable comp, respectable comp, but they really made it start to pop off. And when you see them play Transformers, they're not playing as strong. ASS goated Zping, and Baby U really good on the side of Tianhai, but it's definitely when they're in their element, they're playing Siphon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely monster performance coming in from them regardless. Very happy with that one. 1 game left to go though. All up for grabs as we'll have a look at the question for you guys. So make sure you put A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. How many players chose Syra in game number 5? Was it A4, B6, C8, or D10? I genuinely don't know the answer to this one. This is actually a rough one. But if you do know the answer, spam it. If you don't know the answer, hope for everyone else spamming it is right. Get your name in the hat and see if you can win yourself some goodies, as we'll have a look at the overall scoreboard at the end of this game. 35 points to OUG. A huge performance from them. GG walk away with 19. YZG walk away with 9. SR walk away with 7.5. Tied with Alliance on that one. And WZ, a big old goose egg for them. Really sad.
Yeah, look at that. Baby U with 12 eliminations. Shinyu with 6. And SS with 8. 12 kills. 40,000 damage. 16,000 damage on the Syra and 37,000. They had over 100,000. No, just under 100,000 damage between them.
Crazy.
Wow.
Actually crazy game. Baby you, so good on the Takeda. As well, have a look at the overall standings at the end of this one. Yeah, WZ in last place with 13 points. I don't know, surprises on that one. Nice little pick up there for FBX though. I feel like, you know, that wasn't the biggest game from them, but they really started to kind of show their mettle. And they're only one day in. You know, the first half of the day wasn't amazing, but they've slowly started to put some more points together. SR up into 7th place. The top of the scoreboard is in touching distance for them. If they can start on Tuesday on that top end of the table, they're going to be very happy. You can see, other than JL, every other team here has played 2 days. So while if I was any of these teams, I'd be happy. OUG, that day one is coming to bite them, because on Tuesday, the odds of JL and SR being able to get past them is pretty high, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you gotta look out for. But we're seeing it come through. OUG, 116 points. They had a really bad day one.
Yeah, day one was terrible.
So for them to be able to come out and do this, it's definitely going to be a huge boost to their confidence, and it's going to give them a bit of a better chance into the bi-weekly finals. If you get up to 100, you're guaranteed to qualify, but you're not still not 100% whether you're getting top place or if you're going to be getting into like a little bit of a lower standing of placement. You're going to be seeing here first round the Yang that did end up winning. Beautiful finish over. Look at that overhead slam. The bomb from the spear just to take out every single one of the opponents. Now we're jumping right into the second round. Bonk again. It's over again. He parried that out of somebody's hand right at the start of the first Yang and ended up using that purple spear almost 90% of the way through the game until he picks up a gold spear. And if he didn't get that spear parry, I definitely think the game would be completely different. Yeah, there we go. He's got the gold spear in it to these ending parts of the game. Was able to get a couple of picks off on it to the members of GG. Or I think this is YZG in the corner there. Then we saw as the game progressed, they're able to go into the high, take out these players so quickly. Look at how fast they're able to knock these players out of the lobby. With a huge overhead slam and a pure end shove, just taking these players out.
Really, really nice performance, actually. And one more game to go as we head back to Bedoria for game number 6. You bring his menu up mid. He accidentally press escape there mid-fight. But there it is. Nice little closer, as we will see our MVP. No surprises, but it's going to be Baby U on the Takeda, to be honest. Absolutely colossal performance from him. Loads of damage, loads of kills. Huge game from them. 12 kills, 40,000 damage coming in. No golden soul jades as well. That's all just like purple and blue soul jades. Even more impressive. 17,000 damage to the spear.
1 kill before rebirth. That means that he got 11 eliminations mid to late game.
Wow.
Their early game, their off spawn wasn't that great.
No, clearly not. They really struggled there, but yeah. Wow. Able to bounce back. Strong. OUG.
Bounce back is an understatement. They jumped forward in time with that bounce. Like that is a very impressive. Like all of their kills started off of first Yang.
Yeah.
So
really good performance from them. 2 wins back to back. SR 2 wins back to back. DRG have had a win, but we haven't had any repeated wins from either of our teams so far. So it's all to play for going on to Bedoria. And like we said, OUG and SR right now are looking to potentially play for a first spot going into the bi-weekly finals on Tuesday. So I'm very excited to see, you know, what these guys are going to be pulling out in this last game, because hero points running low, Firefly maps. We are so ready for this game number 6. We're going to throw ourselves over to a break though, and then we're back with that final game of the day. So we'll see you in a moment.
Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside Hip Rain. We have had 5 absolutely insane games coming up. We've had 2 SR wins, 2 OUG wins, 1 DRG win at the start, but now we're going into the final game of the day. This is where some teams have their last game. This is the 12th game of NBPL Trios by week 1 for some of these players. So some teams, it's their last chance to put it all on the line. Others, they have one more day to put these points up. So lots of teams are sitting in a very good position right now. But for the teams that it's their last day to put points on, they're going to try and climb as high as possible before this day ends. Because if they don't make it past that threshold or another team passes them on the last day, they won't be playing in the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, it's really all to play for some of these teams, even for just a chance to hang on. For others, it's a chance to put as many points together, because this is their final game of the whole run as well, at least until bi-weekly finals. So there's some teams who right now, they're in the top end of the table. They may end in the middle. They may end still in that top end, but it's all about carrying as many points as possible through into the next stage, because the more points you start with on Tuesday, its finals is Thursday. The more points you carry through onto Thursday, the better. The more points you're going to be sitting with. So it's really all to play for some of these teams. Obviously, OUG are one of those teams. They had a pretty rough day 1. Day 2's been a lot better for them. They've put some serious points in, especially towards the end of the day. But, you know, that day 1 will haunt them. Right now, they are sitting, I believe, actually at the top of the table, but don't expect that to remain for them, unfortunately, when you've got the likes of SR and JL, who are both going to be starting on Tuesday with 90 points. And they're going to be looking to put as many points together for that Thursday finals. Because right now, I reckon it's probably about 90, 80 points is probably the cutoff, like a very light cut. It might even be lower than that for bi-weekly finals. So we'll have to see. But players in the zone locked in for this final game.
A last game of the day. There's always lots of exciting stuff going on over here. When we get to this final game, it starts to get a little bit more intense. Hey, we see like a decent starting point. And then when it goes to games number 3, 4, 5, 6, it starts to get very, very intense. So it's going to be really cool to see exactly how the stuff's going to be going down, with what way the cards are going to fall when we start this next round up, because it is a very, very fine line that these players are walking between being able to qualify and getting left behind for the first bi-weekly finals. And it's the first bi-weekly. You don't want to get left behind. It's always really unfortunate when you don't make it in the first bi-weekly.
I've talked about it a lot today, but like I mentioned, if you are, you know, a newer team, this is kind of the throwaway bi-weekly. But for the teams like your DRGs, for your OUGs, for your JLs, your DRGs, like this is a real like get ahead of some of the pack already. You find a win in this first bi-weekly final, you know, you might even have an extra bi-weekly final than some of the extra teams just off the fact that you are you're locked in for this first week of games. So it's a weird one, because I do feel like, you know, your WZs right now, this bi-weeklies is a total write-off. This is just right, let's learn as much as we can, and then hopefully bi-weekly 2 goes a lot better for us. But for, you know, some of the other teams, this is let's get a bunch of points on the table already. Let's start making steps towards Worlds.
Yeah, I think that lots of the stronger, older, more veteran teams are focusing as hard as they can on putting themselves in a position where they're going to be viable for Worlds, whereas the rest of these teams are to sort of focus on, you know, gaining their footing, getting their momentum going to a point where they're going to be able to put themselves in a position where Worlds is going to be a very pertinent possibility for them. Lots of these other teams might have issues with the fact that, hey, you know, we're still working on our team chemistry. So it might be a little bit out of the picture for them to be thinking about Worlds this early, but they definitely need to start getting into that sort of mindset.
Alrighty, well, Hero Select will be coming up fairly soon. Let's see what these guys are going to be locking in. I think it's OA actually have like still loads of points left, which is bizarre to me. But we'll see. Here we are. Crown Select coming in. SS1 on 0 points. That's what I want to see. A team actively using their points. Sand Siphon going to burn most of SR's final points there. It's going to be a this Viper, Matari, and Yuashen comp over here. And then another Sand Siphon for GG. It's another like quintessential GG comp, because I feel like a lot of people think about Monk with GG and like Transformers, but also they are really good at Sand Siphon. Like really good at Sand Siphon.
Yeah, they're definitely strong with the Siphon comps when it comes out. But I think they, you know, GG 330 has just been the most iconic Monk in the game since I don't know how long. This guy's a
we had
veteran.
Eagle. Was it Eagle back in the day? Like, I always think of them when I think of Monk. Eagle was sick. I can't remember what team Eagle played on now.
Eagle.
Yeah, their name was Eagle.
You've got me stumped. I don't remember it.
No, I'm talking like season 1, 2 players here. Like, early days.
Yeah.
I can't remember what team they were on. I can't.
J-Team Eagle. Yeah.
That was it. Yeah, right? Like, Eagle was... I mean, they made the comp.
Yeah, okay. I get you now. That was...
yeah, I totally forgot what team Eagle was on there for a moment.
I was like, you're crazy, man. There's no Eagle. I completely forgot. He's part of my favorite team.
Dude's got the skin.
Yeah.
It's after him. There we are. Here's Select. We did see a Valor getting locked in. It's cool seeing at least one person lock Valor in every game. I mean, last game we didn't have a single Valor, but it's not real Valor. I want Tidal Wave Valor.
Season 2 Tidal Wave Valda in NBPL, Mora's Isle, Eventide Temple. I can remember it as clean as day. Alted had everybody in the zone taking damage while in the bind. It was one of the most... I think we casted that together. I'm not going to lie. I think that was us. But I remember that clip clear as day, how crazy it was, because we were like, oh my god, there's a Valda. And they actually pulled something off that wasn't just... tomfoolery, and it was a legendary day for Valda players worldwide.
It really was. The last time we had something that legendary was last season. I talked about it a lot, but when we did get the V1 Valda in trios, it was sick, and it unfortunately got absolutely turbo focused out because it was like actually really annoying to play into, so the lobby decided to deal with it. It was great to watch. As here we are, game number 6, final game of the day. Remember, guys, normally this is where I'd be saying, hey, make sure you tune in next week for NARAKA. I mean, do tune in next week, but next week starts tomorrow. We are continuing all the way through until Thursday. It is endless NARAKA for 8 days in a row. This is not the end. This is the start. It's going to be an absolutely banger bi-weekly. Here we are, having a look at the loadouts for this next pickup here.
Here we go. Pretty standard stuff across the board. It's always going to be that way, ladies and gentlemen. It's never gonna change. V1 actually being used from Temi, as I said it. I spoke too soon. We're seeing a V1 on the side of Zem just because of that ult duration. The V3 has been used a little bit less because you're able to use that V1 just a little bit longer. V1's getting picked up by a lot of these teams, actually. V3 being used by Cookie, LXM, and Kiki. V1 being used by Xiao, AB, and Zem. So it's
Yali
I don't know how we
are
always
actually...
get it to happen, but it's always split down the middle.
Yali and Tutek both on the Cicadas are running different Fs as well, except F1, F2 between the two of them.
Okay,
so
yeah.
there is actually a little bit of variance, which is, you know, I sometimes clown on that section because like half the time it is exactly the same every time, but occasionally we did also have a period with Kai Lin's running different Fs at one point. There was like one Kai Lin player who always ran like a different F to the rest of the lobby, which is always fun. I could not tell you who, and I could not tell. It was back when the Hardy meta was there, where it was like the cube comp. But having a look at the map, is a somewhat clustered start. Not anything too dicey. We haven't got like a hot drop. I mean, you always get GG drop there. They would refuse to drop anywhere else. This team, they have a method and they stick to it. They play their way, and they will not let anyone else change that. They will always drop in the same spots no matter where they are on the map. As here we are into the next game, final game of the day. Currently eyes on WZ. I don't know why. I've been getting absolutely rolled today.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look. OA versus Alliance. PP going to be trying to make something happen on the backside, but it's unfortunate. Oh, sent absolutely flying. Yuma going to be able to knock OA off of this cliff side. The ultimate is going to go down, giving OA the chance to respawn. It looks like they're just going to go for a quick reset, then jump right back into the gameplay. Maybe a little bit of face cam from Tutik as well. Coming in with the F2, trying to see if they can make anything happen. Slaps are going to be coming out on the side of Jung, but Yuma's getting eliminated here. Now up to the top side, Jung taking a lot of damage. Ooh, beautiful spacing to tap dodge that. Tries to get prepared, the ultimate's going to come through. But Tutik able to dodge out of the way of that. Now we're going to be able to see Jung backing up, trying to get out of dodge as Yuma and TT both eliminated. Temi ultimate going to get brought down, and there you have it. Jumping through. Jung eliminated and sent back to the Soul Altar as SR now taking a fight. Actually, this is Bauda and SS1. Huge stun going to be coming across the side of the Viper. Shuon trying to make something happen with the Yushan ultimate. It's going to be unsuccessful as he's trying to go for that spear jab. The verticality of this section of the map is making it a lot more difficult for him. And then he had hope. And as well with that Syra peel coming through, he's unable to get any sort of spear throw. Ultimate is just going to end up dissipating. Gets hit with the overhead from NY7. Fura and Shove going to come through into the shotgun blast from his teammate, and Zem picking up the kill for NY7. Bauda first on the board.
Nice little pick up for them, as we're actually just watching right now. SS1 playing the escape game. Bauda, I'd chase him though. We had questions about Bauda, and unfortunately today it's not been a great day for them. Sitting very low on the standings. SR already 5 kills into this game is absolutely enormous. You know, they only needed 10 points, or actually less than that, because they were able to survive a little bit later in. They are 3 points from beating out JL, and every team above JL, if you're looking at the scoreboard right now, has played 2 games. So, or 2 days, sorry. So SR being this close to the teams who've all played an extra day than them is absolutely crazy. It should really tell you about how well SR has been playing today. Looking like a real team to keep your eye on going forwards into the rest of the season, as we are going to see 17F getting a little bit of focus from London. He's been able to survive up somewhat, gets himself the heal off. He's going to wait on that ult for a second there. Also trying to get himself the dazzle. Didn't make the connection. Kiki's already down though, so FBX down a player. Another dazzle goes out. It looks like Jarrett Eichel almost getting hit by that one. Is able to survive as 17F gets hit up by the through range shove. Opens up into water, but Water's able to finish him up. And now with the man advantage, SR been able to pick up their backup, and Water, he can only do nothing but escape. Looks for the parry. 2 low HP. Rico almost gets caught off as Water commits the ultimate. 17S could actually just be a free kill here. He's able to get some healing done as now he gets caught by the dazzle. Water, the opponent's health is not going to do much for him here as down he goes. Tries to play the escape, gets the 2-man dazzle off, and is actually able to buy some space and dash away, but the ult times out, and now he is in danger for SR to finish him up. SR opening up on game 6, incredibly strong. Nice armor swap comes in from Waters. He's just wasting time for the side of SR here, but they should be able to finish him up. I say this, but they're kind of going for him at half measures. They don't really want to be kited into another team and find themselves in danger. Water, you can only go so far though, buddy. Has 9 grapples to work with. No ultimate charge. Looks for the dazzle. Does make the connection. There's the parry. And that is 8 kills for SR to open the game on.
Wow, 8 eliminations on the board. They're at 90 points. One more elimination is going to put them over top of the score of JL. And any more eliminations with OUG, SS1, OA, DRG, and Alliance all not getting kills could mean that they might be able to surpass one of the teams that has already played 2 days. So that gives them nowhere to go but up, as they're going to be facing off against the likes of JL and ASE in day number 3. They're going to have a really good shot at playing for at the very, very top. And we're seeing now Creep just getting absolutely blitzed. The heals going to be coming from the Syra. Euron in ult, able to get a lot of stun coming through. WZ Young now taking a lot of damage from that fan. Going to get hit with the Dazzle, jumping into the F2 to try and get some spacing. Unable to do too much though, as the, oh my goodness, the bonk from Euron from out of nowhere comes in and drops that bonk on to be able to finish up a beautiful elimination.
Very nice for them. 2 minutes, 3 minutes actually, sorry, until we had the Roma Yang spawning up. And I said it every game, but this is the moment where the teams do chill a little bit. Having a look at OA, they've got the Volpine Essence on 2. Is that on 2-tick? I missed who that was on. I think it was on 2-tick.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he would be the person to put it on, to be fair. So, OA, honestly, been relatively quiet from them since the beginning of the day. They had a pretty solid start, but other than that, they've been a little bit more quiet. Still in 3rd place, but have got 2 days worth of games behind them. See if OA can use this Volpine Essence to secure themselves a victory inside the Realm of Yang, typically where it is used. Just grabbing the last little bits of goodies. I think positioning for the Realm of Yang is going to be the next up on the menu for everyone here. SR, I'm going to make the bold assumption and say they're looking to jump into a Realm of Yang. 90 points. They are 0.8 behind JL right now. In fact, they could overtake DRG if they had a good enough game.
Yeah, they can overtake Alliance as well as DRG. DRG now going to be able to wipe out Baby U in this scrap off. That's 2 players from OUG fully eliminated from this game. It looks like OUG not able to really make too much happen here. It's unfortunate to see from them, but we are going to see them getting out of zone. Looks like they've found WBG though. I think they're just going to try and go for safe zone.
I think OG are actually going to be able to pick their Kurumi up. Valor was hanging off in the distance, so they actually might be able to get Kurumi up and then just get a rebirth charm. So I don't think it's totally cooked for OG yet. So here we go, the map comes up and we can see what the Roma Yangs are. Yeah, OG are getting their pick up, but seeing where everyone else is. Where is SR on my map? Oh, there they are, heading towards that kind of central southern Roma Yang gate.
We're going to be seeing here. Yeah, southern Roma Yang gate's all full. Always going to be able to claim that top side for himself. Bowed up.
OA. They're right where OUG are about to run back in, but I don't actually think it's going to be a matter. I don't think it's going to matter because the Roma Yang spawns up, so they're going to get in and OUG are going to be able to quickly move through the area. In OA go, they're going up versus DRG. DRG won our first game of the day. OA looked really solid in that game, to be honest. So definitely someone to kind of keep your eyes on. Quick jump up into the sky, go aerial for the second here. He's hit with the flying daggers. No surprises to see him with that one. Works incredibly well synergistically with the through range shove. Flying daggers into through range shove. There's the ultimate pop by 2-tick. See if he can find himself that opening to get those shoves off. Problem is there is a lot of work coming in from that Syra. It doesn't matter though, because they've already been able to secure the kill. Now WX98 gets knocked back. Still 2 charges left to 2-tick to throw out here. Looking for the members of the RG. Donkey 9 is going to get caught out. Still got 1 charge left on the through range shove. He's going to throw that one down onto WX98, finishing him up. This is just very, very one-sided Roma Yang here from OA, completely obliterating the competition.
He's doing a very good job of keeping that pressure up. OA had a little bit of a fallback the past couple of games, but they're doing pretty good as far as game 6 comes out. Still remaining very close of that leaderboard, so they're doing a good job of keeping up the pace with all of their opponents and keeping that distance. They want to keep that level above everybody else. They don't want to have to submit or surrender their points away just because another team is trying to catch up to them. They're keeping the distance away from the bottom and middle of the pack. I think that's something that they're doing a really good job at. At 116 points right now, after 2 days, they're going to be able to put so much distance that it's going to be almost impossible for these teams to fight against after. So we're going to be seeing Tuchik now trying to come in with the musket for some shots of damage on the members of SS1. We're seeing the Viper Stun coming out onto the other members of OA. But Tuchik doing a really good job of keeping the pressure up. Now it's Yuan taking a lot of damage. They're trying to see if they can get the picks up on the Wheelie as well. Wheelie getting extremely low. Yuan trying to come in for the cover, but looks like it's going to be unsuccessful as the rest of these players are jumping in to the match. So we're seeing it coming through. It looks like SS1 Shuan, last remaining player on the team. 2Q2 doing a really good job of keeping that pressure up, as well as Tuchik. Ooh, big shotgun blast coming in. It looks like they're going to be able to finish this off with Lauda. Third party. This could be a scary one.
Lauda dropping down onto OA. Cuckoo's so low. It's easy picking, really, isn't it, at this point? Is able to break away for a second, though, NY7. This is half his armor. Let's just play evasion as he's getting chased by those microwave beams. Still 2 minutes 30 on their debuff, so Powder not in dire straits yet, but would ideally like to be getting killed soon, but not want to be getting dazzled. They have to circle back around because NY7 got caught on the edge there for a brief second as NY7 disengages for a brief second there. And it's actually a very tempered fight here. No one's full on sending it. Bowder to find himself in danger. Yali's still got 2 through wrench ups to work onto and gets himself the horizontal on to NY7. Another through wrench up into another horizontal. Massive follow up. Sandstorm breaks down. NY7 losing way too much HP. In force packing, triple grapple lands on as well. He isn't going anywhere. Over the shoulder he goes and finished up by Yoran with the dual blades.
What a crazy sequence here. We're going to see, ooh, big elimination from Yali onto Zen. Jumping in the mix of this fight. WZ trying to see if they can pull off any sort of extra elimination. It looks like they're in the clear for now. Yali will do such a good job of the heal. He does have that Vermilion, so he's gonna let himself get eliminated here as QGG gonna be coming in trying to get some extra third-party eliminations off. They popped that ult just a little bit too late, I believe. They've just got this section where it's a little bit, everyone has started to back out. They know that somebody's in the water though. They're gonna try and see if they can get this pick off on the PvP, and they make it happen. Nada, the 11th team to get themselves fully eliminated from the game.
24 players left in the lobby. Obviously, a few of those are on revive, so those numbers will jump back up soon as might be trimmed again, potentially. I mean, all the revives are worn off from the Vermilion Birthmite, so it is just go, go, go. QGG gets taken out of PXZGE, able to secure the kill with the fans. Another member of YGG taken down by his fans as well, which blows them away. 2 quick kills over the FPX, who are still trying to climb up. That red line on the scoreboard does signal where the cutoff for the bi-weekly finals are. FPX still do have another game to play on Tuesday, so it's not like they are completely done, but the higher they end today, the better the run they have on Tuesday. It's like Alliance's Yuma could be under a bit of serious threat here. I believe he's the only player who's cleansed the Rebel Yang debuff as well, so he's the one they really want to keep alive. Monk has now lost his ultimate, so he can't go for any more freezes, but they're just going to chase into the Rebel Yang, and yep, out he goes. Yuma will fall.
It's unfortunate to see the fall there, but oh, SR's been fully eliminated. They managed to pass JL. But
they did it.
have
They've done all they needed to do. They're happy.
They're definitely not upset with their performance right here, as they have passed out the team that they were trying to beat out. So they beat JL on single day points, which means that they were the team to get the most points in a single day of NARAKA Blade Point.
And they did. They absolutely did. If they do another day like that, it's gonna be fat. CJS going aerial right now. Got himself the ultimate. Fans in the pocket as well. So A versus WBG inside the other realm. Sandstorm breaks out. CJS just going for some cannon shot right now. Try and chip away at the members of FBX with that one. Doesn't really get too much off. Needs to be careful because the dazzle makes the connection. Water does get dazzled up on response though. Yes, he's about to lose that dazzle timer, so he could get caught once again. Breaks away, but it's CGE jumping in onto him. No F available for CJS. He's got back on breaker available. Gets a bit of damage off there for the fans. Water jumps in. That's going to be the ultimate committed by CGS. Gets the knockback, the free range shot. Cannon fire coming out as well. GG gets caught off for a brief second. Still 2 charges left on that one, and Water's low. Good free range shot, flips onto Water, finds the opening, and that should just be enough here for GG to take themselves the victory inside this realm of Yang. They have the advantage on the manpower, and there it is. Easy pickup.
Easy breezy. OA is also going to take the victory in their respective rounds. That's going to give them just a little bit of an extra boost of confidence as well. Oh my goodness, what an F2 off of the Zai coming in with a Meteor Strike. We're going to be seeing, oh, what a big elimination as well. DRG's Kakashi going to get eliminated by Baby U. Shinyu, Baby U trying to back out of this situation. Kakashi has been eliminated. SS going to send in the Volva damage. It's not going to be enough. Baby U is very close to elimination. They're trying to get the F off, but it's not going to work. They're going to use this to retreat as we've seen so many of these other players jumping into the mix here. Baby U going to get himself taken out by FunPlus Phoenix, who's came to pick up on the third party. WX98 is also in a whole lot of trouble as Yali picking up the kill with the 1.0 into the jump LMB off the Furin.
4 minutes left for them to get the cleanses. 13 minutes left in the game. That's crazy. Today it's flown by.
Yeah, it's
all these
fast.
changes, man. It makes the late game like so much more,
so much quicker.
Yeah, there's no just like hiding and you know being the coward. I love it. Big fan.
It definitely feels super slick, nice, fun. It just has a really good feel to it. OA now. This is a replay of them against WGP in the realm of Yang. As, we're gonna be seeing them facing off. Flying knives. Oh, engraving gonna come and deal a lot of damage, but the Syra heal and peel is gonna come through from Cuckoo 2 to be able to get so much HP back. And now Yali. Is it a 3v2? Is it perma 3v2? I think they may have lost a player outside of the realm of Yang. Okay, no, there's Yali, there's Cookie, there's
Yali just got died. Got died? Yali got killed very quickly.
Okay. There's Cookie, and then Yuran. He's the last. I see it.
I hate to say it, but that's kind of been the story of Yali today. Every time I see their team fighting, they are chunked or dead.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that, but sometimes the new players, got to go through, earn their respect, and they're definitely getting bullied out.
Yeah, what's that thing they do? Where like a new person comes in and you give them shade to make them feel accepted. I thought it was called
hazing.
Hazing, yeah, they're just hazing him.
Yeah. At this point, it's a little bit of a, just fun hazing. As give them a good league welcome. They play extra hard, and if they're able to get the elimination on them, they're gonna style as hard as possible. Trying to get this pick onto Wushin98 and letting him get the heal off. Could have been a mistake. Zedgy would have been able to take that out. He doesn't know where he is. Come on, get him! No,
he has no idea.
His ankles just absolutely snapped. WX98 and the armor swap to come through. What a play from Wushin there. That's my GOAT. Honestly, I got to talk to Wushin on an interview, and he's such a chill guy. very, very good at the game as well. Just really focused on winning this year. So hopefully we'll get to see a lot more coming up for BRT. They're at 112 points, almost 113. As we're going to be taking a look at the rest of this game, seeing who's going to take away the victory. Kiki, ooh, able to catch the wisp on the Creek. Creek not punished, as these players are kind of focused on getting into the zone rather than fighting it out here. So we're going to see now Big Perry going to come through on the side of Young, taking Kiki very low. Big Perry again. Oh my goodness, Creek with the huge parry, able to get the armor swap off as well into that purple armor. Wonk going to try and get into the zone. And WZ finally looking a little bit more up for them.
Yeah, knocking FPX out's really big for them. But as I have a look at the scoreboard, 14 kills to WBG, 11 to OA, 9 to DIG. OA right now sitting at the top of the table with both their days combined. If they close on a win here, that's gonna be such a lovely little end to the first regular section of the Biweek, because they'll be going to finals regardless. But OA were just passed by SS1, which kills they're able to pick up. But OA not happy about that. A dueling versus WBG right now as Uran goes down. OA secures himself another kill, and they swap back to first place.
Yeah, there we go. Bringing themselves to 123 and 122. They're going to be duking it out to see who's going to win through this entire fight of the rest of the game. It's going to be OA versus SS1. SS1 is only on 7 eliminations, but they're 1 point behind OA. OUG's fully eliminated. If DRG has the opportunity to pass them, Alliance with no eliminations is kind of looking pretty set in stone in their spot. Huge hit.
He still has the Volpine Essence.
Yeah, that is crazy.
And they got Wild Wind Sprout. Oh my word.
That's going to be a lethal combination.
It's going to be very, very scary. GG waiting for everyone to get the Rama Yang debuff, and then they'll pop that Spirit, that Soul Well. Spirit Well, sorry. And they'll be back.
You got it right the first time.
Form. Yeah, I sometimes my brain turn off.
Second guessing yourself. Look at this. There's only 15 people left. This is the smallest endgame we've seen. Nobody's contesting Yang Spirit Well. Nobody's contesting regular Spirit Well. Everybody's just sort of playing. Sure, they're all on the outskirts trying to avoid the Yang depletion right now. So there you go. Depletion comes in. You can hear the bird. And Draco Storm buff is going to get capped. But since they have no contest, I think they're just going to hold for a long time. It's going to be OA that are going to be able to cleanse off of that.
Yeah, we're able to get the cleanse off. See if a flag comes out as well. Alliance.
Yeah, but it's only one member of Alliance that has debuff. Right? Yeah. And that's going to be Kylan's Yuma. He's gotten himself spotted out already. He does need to get a kill, so we're going to see the ult come out pretty quickly. But every single player in the lobby saw that GGCJS had locked onto him. And now Yuma has been... Ooh, what a good discipline to wait for the scale rush. And
good shot,
a musket shot from downtown. Three-pointer. That's a three-pointer right there if I've ever seen one myself. What an elimination.
A really nice shot coming in from them. OA still have this Romeo debuff, but they are also just waiting on the Spirit Well. I think they're going to go for the cap, and there it is. Grab themselves some goodies. And they are sitting pretty right now. Just going to quickly repair the gun. Or reload the gun, I guess.
And get the rest of the team to go ahead and get them that gold armor, the extra gold weapon. We've got the red tome. So many little goodies coming out from them. SS1, on the other hand, pretty stacked up. Gold weapon, gold armor. And everybody is completely cleansed out. There is nobody with Yang depletion in this fight. So I think we're going to see a very, very slow end circle. It looks like Kakashi. He's just taking the out. Yeah, he's losing a lot of stun damage. I don't know if he's doing that on purpose. I think the solos in the lobby, Alliance and DRG, are going to be pretty difficult for them to win. And look at that, Jung getting caught out here. Going to try and surf the Bane. That's going to be an interesting one. The CJS going to follow him. Ups ult right in the middle of the Bane. I don't know how smart of an idea that is. We're going to see him jumping through, avoiding all the Bane shots.
And able to just about break away.
De-ulting. Hides in the flower. W plays from Jiang.
I know he's there because he gets spat out immediately. Insta-box, there he is, that's the end of Alliance. Nice little pick up there for SS1. 5 minutes left on the game, but only 13 players left in the lobby. White Tigers. Here's the buff inside this next Spirit one.
SS1 and OA are tied at 123.5 apiece. It's really going to come down to the placement points here because they both got OA, SS1 passed OA, and then they both got the 0.5. We're going to see here. Trying to make something happen. The Wild Wind Sprout into the Aurora Burst. Oh my goodness. I believe that was an enemy Aurora Burst though. That's SS1 Yuan. As WZ's going to knock completely into the wrong direction that he wanted to go. Trying to capture the spear while it's going to be Two-Tick and Cuckoo popping off with the Syra ultimate. Lu Yu getting dangerously low there, forced to back off completely from this cap. Shuan trying to keep up the pressure but is unable to without sustaining so much damage. Two-Tick now still waiting in the wings. They've got both Temi and Takeda ultimates available for them, so we're going to see the Temi ultimate getting dropped down, and now we've got the Viper ultimate Silence coming through as well. So many of these players are taking damage, and now Shuan with a big storm coming in off of Yushan, unable to get the elimination, was able to back so many players off, and now OA has free reign with Nano Snap available for them. They've got that White Tiger prowess ready and waiting, hitting that double charge. I think they can dodge the Silence, but Lu Yu's Silence is going to connect. Three's going to be coming in off of the side of the Lucina as Yuan gets himself eliminated. SS1 picking up a couple of eliminations. OA picking up the rest of them. OA now at 10. Or SS1 at 10, OA now at 13. SS1 has lost 2 members. OA is looking incredibly stronger than them now. 1C getting incredibly low. Going to get himself eliminated. GG is 30. He's going to be the one to pick up that kill though. CJS getting hit with the microwave blast into the ball blast as Young now taking a lot of damage as well on the bottom side and getting pursued on by GG.
They're trying to pick up AV, but GG are just gatekeeping the Karen mix so they don't get them back up. Robert even being channeled there. Maybe they bought a bit of time, so they started the channel and got the health bar back a bit, but not going to be enough. GG continue to play frontline there. 3-3-0 going to stop AV from being able to be revived, so that is going to be OA down a member, but the scores are still tied between the both of them as they're looking for the final kill on the Young. Young's going to transform though. 3-3-0 is going to secure that kill. GG, they're starting to reel in the points as well. They've got 12 kills. They are very much contenders to win this lobby, and they have all of their players alive. The Wild Wind Trap does a little bit of work, but not really enough to dissuade GG from going forwards. This Two-Tick is caught by the full range shove. He is just getting absolutely juggled into the zone. Full range shove back, and that's the end of Two-Tick. CGS will take him down. GG, huge fight for them. Securing themselves the man advantage versus every other team in this lobby. That puts them up to 13 kills, and this one will be the 4th team. Down goes Lue. OA trying their hardest to get Two-Tick back up, but it's not going to be gifted to them. They're knocked back, the dazzle goes wide. The parry comes out from Cuckoo though. He needs to 1 versus 3. He's got the golden armor. I don't know if he has the health bar to do it. He's still going to try and pick Two-Tick up, but they're not going to give him the opportunity. There's no way GG are going to let this advantage go that bad for them. Creek will fall. GG jump up to 15 kills off the back of that one. And Cuckoo finds the parry onto CJS. Does get a fair amount of HP off. Dazzle goes down, but it's not going to get his stun on. He's going to be forced to throw the ultimate out, but 1 versus 3. I don't think Cuckoo's got enough in the tank to be able to hold this one. He hasn't got the health bars. He doesn't have the damage, although he's doing a fair amount to GG with those orbs, forcing GG to go for their own transform onto their Syra, and Cuckoo with absolutely no health will fall to GG, and they'll take the final game of the day.
What a finish. I thought it was coming up all SS1, and then OA comes in, moves on to SS1, takes them out, and GG, the silent competitors jumping from behind, absolutely dominating rest of the competition. You see all these players getting ready to take their setups apart and move to the final stage of the day. He's getting ready to go home. Okay, all of the other new jerseys are sick. OA's, I don't know. I don't really like it.
The Alliance one, I did an Alliance one though. That one slaps.
Yeah, the Alliance one are amazing, but the OA ones, not really.
Man, honestly, I just feel bad for Tutik. That pick by CGS onto him was filthy. Right on the edge of the zone. I think they had a staff in there as well. I couldn't really see. There was so many effects going off. I actually like lost track of what was hitting him, and he's just got absolutely battered. GG just... This is like quintessential GG, right? Like, this is what I think of for them as a team. Like, they don't really do much early. They drop into a lone spot. They don't really want to be bothered on their first drop. They don't really care about kills before rebirth. Maybe if they can find another squad, they'll go for it, but they don't hot drop at all. They hate hot dropping. In fact, I think they're the worst hot droppers in the league. They get absolutely rolled every time that happens to them. And they just play for like good final circles. They manage the players in the final circle as if they're the ones on their keyboards, right? Like, they just have so much control over where people go, how to play out those final circles versus the other teams, and didn't drop a single player in that final circle, but they made sure that they always had more than the rest of the lobby in their group. It was so clean from GG. Hands down, a GG finish if ever I've seen one, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a really strong finish, and GG's known for doing that. They're known for coming up, and you know, we don't see them at the top of the leaderboard because it is their first day. They haven't put a crazy amount of points on the board, but then they're able to come through and absolutely dominate the ending of the game and come through with so many eliminations.
Yeah, no, honestly, an incredible game from GG, but we have to say it, SR, they did it. They beat out JL by like, I think 1 point. But they were now the team who have the most points in a single day of any team in this first bi-weekly. That could be beaten tomorrow, Tuesday, potentially, if someone goes more than 91 points. But that is a hell of a day coming in. As here are our points at the end of this one. 9 points to SR, but that's the big one. GG, 23.2 points. OA with 15. WBG with 15. SS1 with 11.5. I believe OA finished in first place off the back of this. I could be catastrophically wrong because I can't remember where GG are in the standings.
OA definitely finished first place.
I'm pretty sure it's OA at the end of this one.
It's going to be
SS1
OA.
Knocked out too early.
OA, then SS1, then we've got DRG.
Yeah.
Then OUG, and then DRG, and then we've got we'll see it in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with us. CJS 330 LXM, Syra MVP, actually, no Takeda MVP.
Most kills, most damage. Yeah.
Wow. 9 assists as well, 12 assists on the side of LXM. What a crazy.
I mean, honestly, enjoy it while you can right now, 3-3-0, because this is getting nerfed. So this is only going to be a temporary bit of fun for him on this one.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult when you know that a player is getting nerfed. You have the playstyle, you know exactly how to use them, and you're playing on a previous patch. So you have the spoilers for what's going to happen to your character. And then you've spent so long mastering it, and then all of a sudden, okay, yeah, it's never going to be part of the game anymore. But that's the fun of the game. It's why it never gets boring, because you continue to grow and evolve and learn and connect and play. Taking a look, this is our bottom standings. Finishing today is going to be JL at 90.8. Was the most amount of points a single team got in one day in the fall split. We've seen 100-point days, we've seen 115-point days, but 90.8 is going to be where JL is at. SR able to get 91, so 0.2 points more, but still an absolutely crazy feat. 71 points for OA on the day, putting them at a total score of 125.5. Actually tied with SS1 for 125.5. OUG is going to get 119.5. DRG at 113.9, Alliance with 95, and SR with 91. The thing is, SR has tomorrow to play, or has the next day 3 to play. All of these other teams, 1 through 5, have all played 2 days. Here we are.
I mean, to see the replays from this previous from this previous game, game number 6, WBG. I mean, DRG, I feel a bit bad for them because they had such a good start to the day, but it just unfortunately fell away from them a bit too quick. And here we are.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate to see how, like, you know, a team will have really good games, and then their last game they won't finish as hard. And I think it had to do a lot with the comps. I don't think we saw OUG on Siphon in that last game, and then I think that we didn't get to see them on their comfort comp. SR, they weren't playing their comfort comp. Look at that, the Greatsword Tome into CJS with a full sword with the Furin shoves, just absolutely dominating this play. They're able to come away and take him out so quickly. There's GG's 330 getting the shotgun blast off to finish that off. And then Kuku held up a good fight, but
yeah,
the 3v1 is not something that you're able to win very easily as GG take the MVP in game number 6. Our Syra is going to be our game player MVP for Team GG. Wow. 330 on the Syra. 7 kills, 16,000 damage, Aurora Burst engraving, aerial dash on the Hung Sword is a fun one to see as well. Focus uppercuts, slow shot and sunwing shot for that musket. He's got 4,000 damage from the musket. Most of the damage coming from the skills and ultimate though. 2,839 healing and 2,896 damage from the long sword.
Really, really big stuff coming in from 338. That Aurora Burst was so huge, man. Like, it was definitive in what zoned SR out from being able to pick up a teammate. Like, huge stuff coming in from him. Really, really impressive game. From GG to bounce back from, you know, what's been a day where no one's really paid attention to them, to be honest. They've had like the odd okay moment, but they've not been, you know, the guys to watch today at all, and closing it on a banger, which is, again, that's how GG roll, man. Like, every time I've casted them at a bi-weekly finals where they've won, which was all of last year, by the way, they looked like they weren't going to win it, and in the last moment, they just pop off of, like, the fattest game, and there we are. That's another win over to the side of GG. They've got some work to do, but they are closing in on that bi-weekly final. Anyway, we're going to pass it over for our interview, and then we'll be back to round the day out, so we'll see you in a moment.
Hi guys, welcome back to our post-game interview. I'm Leah. This time we have SR17S come to our interview, so please hello to our audience first. 请主播先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 SR 的10TS。
Okay, welcome. So today is the first regular day for SR. So how do you think about today's performance of your team? 那今天也是 SR 第一天的常规赛，觉得自己队伍今天表现如何呢？
今天表现挺好的。
I think it's very good. Especially for the first 3 matches, you have a really good performance. Also, I remember, so for last season, you were in Baoda, and you said you did a lot of adjustment of your position in Baoda. So what about this time you come to SR? 那其实我记得上一个赛季你在暴打的时候，当时采访就有提到，其实当时去到暴打也是做了自己这个位置上非常多的调整。那这次来到了 SR 之后，有没有就是也做同样的一些调整呢？
在 SR 之后，基本上他们就是围绕我为核心，然后来制定阵容，所以位置上也没有太大的变化。
So for this time I came to SR, I think I am the center of the whole team. So everyone was surrounding me, and all the plan, all the combination were set by me. So I think I don't have this kind of problem this time. Okay. Also, how do you think about your 2 new teammates this time? 对于你的2新队友感觉怎么样？
就是他们非常的好玩，非常的有意思，就是就算这一波失利了，也不会有别的负面情绪。
I think they're very like interesting. Maybe when we were in the competition, even if we lose one of the fight, they won't like be mad or feel bad. I think it's very good. Okay, let's move on to our answer for judge, please. So this time our question is, which role did SR70S use in game 6? A. Takda, B. Wuchen, C. Timmy, D. 天海。那这次我们的问题是，CS 在第6把用了哪一个英雄呢 ？A 是武田 ，B 是吴晨 ，C 是沙男 ，D 是天海。Please count down time，给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1，
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢？
答案是 A， 武田。
Yes, the answer is A. Okay, thanks 17 has come to our interview. 谢谢CS这次来到我们的赛后采访。前4把比赛确实艾塞尔打得非常不错 ，especially for the first 3 games. You guys have a really good performance. Good job. And that's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
Thank you very much. Hello, welcome back. Ready to round the day out. Yeah, I mean, great return for me back to NARAKA. It's been a hot minute due to us having quite a long break between seasons, actually, more than anything. I swear it's not normally, we don't normally start like August. We're normally halfway through the season at this point. So a little bit of a delayed start, but it's been a hype comeback. You know, we've seen a few changes, which obviously we've had for this week on the show. The main one obviously being alt timers and the Roma Yang spirit well is the game is so accelerated off it. It's so much more bloody, which I didn't think was possible because this game is already like hyper aggressive and competitive, but apparently not. Apparently we can still make it more fighty. There was too much standing still for like 30 seconds, so they have to get back into the action. And yeah, I mean, Seb, good day. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about it all?
I'm feeling great. It's nice to be casting back with you. We don't get to cast too often together, but when we do, it's always a good time. Excited for what this season has in store. I'm really excited for this back-to-back. I've had my nocturnal sleep schedule going for a bit now, just watching all of NARAKA, and it's going to be like that for this entire week. So I'm super excited about that. And then we're going to get to see what's going on in these next couple of games, or next couple of days, to decide who's going to win this bi-weekly final.
Yeah.
And then we're going to the EWC. And I'm super excited to see what the EWC is going to do for NARAKA as not only a video game, but an esport in the global scene. Because NARAKA, as you know, hugely popular on the CN side, but it definitely has a lack in the player base when it comes to our North American side. So hopefully we're going to get to see a increase in attention around the game when it comes to that EWC section. So I'm really excited to see that. But other than that, I think that we've got like a really good going for this season. I think that the bans, Wu Chen getting unbanned after Biweek 1 is going to be nice to see. Seeing what people are going to do to integrate that in, and then creating more rules around how Wu Chen's allowed to be used is going to be interesting. And there's just so many other things that are going to be great for this fall split. Taking a look at our final scoreboard, in 18th place we've got WZ. Moving up to our top 12, it's going to be Wolves in 12, WBG in 11, ASE in 10, GG in 9, WZG or YZG in 8, and JL in 7th. Moving up to our next top slot, this is going to be the most important information for you guys. These are going to be the teams you're going to want to watch out for. Also, keep an eye on all the teams that have only played for 1 day. So that's going to be
they're the big
almost
ones.
It's going to be all of the bottom teams except for one. SR has taken that top 6 spot and has only played 1 game. Alliance, DRG, OUG, SS1, and OA will not be competing. And then there's 1 team down below that also won't be competing, and I doubt will make it to the finals at this bye week.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I if I'm going to make my bold prediction, WZ aren't making it to bi-weekly finals. That's my bold prediction for this first week. But here you go. This is what is going on for NARAKA. And we are right now on today, which is the 10th, Sunday. We have another 4 days of NARAKA coming up starting tomorrow. So it's carrying on. You'll actually, unfortunately, if you're a Hit Brain hater, it actually is a bad time to be you, because I'm on for the next 2 days as well. So you had 3 days of Hit Brain.
3 days back to back to back?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Nice.
I've got more casting. I've got like 5 casts this week. It's crazy. Then the week after that is EWC. We'll be seeing us over there for that. So more action. Away from Nbpl action though. So it's going to be fun because we're going to get it's a bit kind of show matchy for, like you said, for the West and for the non-Chinese regions to get exposure to the league. But here's tomorrow's schedule. We'll be kicking off with some solos action. Solos, remember, has a slightly different map order. We have a mirror on the map instead of it being start on Padoria, end on Padoria. Padoria is game 4, ending on Mora's Isle. Very excited for all of that action. It's going to be very fun. I'm quite excited to go back to solos. I did quite a lot of it towards the end of last split, so I'm a trios man through and through, but it's fun to see what's going on over there and what the players are going to be locking in. I'm also excited to see some Lani, because you don't get her in solos, in trios anymore, unfortunately. So it's fun to see people whip out the characters I don't get to really cast all that often. I'm excited. If I'm gonna round out everything, I'm very, very excited by the new hero select for trios. That's what's got me excited. I'm curious to see what that's going to do to the meta. Curious to see what that's going to do to comps and what's getting played. I think it's while I prefer the trios hero select to what we have in solos, because I think solos is almost just like formulaic. I think trios being given more options to play more, well, basically being forced to play more stuff is only a good thing, right? Like, it's only going to be more fun. They're going to see more skill expression, more kind of theory crafting in what the comps are and what you can play into what. I think it's going to be a very, very fun time to be in trios. I'm sure the coaches right now are probably pulling their hair out of stress, figuring out what they're going to play, but it's going to be damn exciting to see what these guys cook up over the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool, especially with the new patch. There's a lot of new stuff added in. The new hero, they've got a lot of balance changes. They've got the nerfs, they've got the buffs. So don't expect the games to be us today. I've been your host and caster, Seb. I've been joined alongside the man Hip Rain himself. We've had an absolutely wonderful time casting and hanging out with you guys today. We will catch you in the next one. Take care and peace.
See you tomorrow.